Hello, dreamers, and welcome to Haunted Sleep. Just a small heads up, there are a few ads during the first 10 minutes. After that, the experience is completely ad-free. These stories are created with care, and I hope you'll give them a chance. There's something special here that's hard to find elsewhere. If you enjoy the atmosphere, a like or a subscribe means more than you know, but only if you genuinely want to. Before we begin, tell us where you're listening from and what time it is for you. It's always comforting to see how connected we all are across the world. Now settle in, and let's begin our night together. This was my first ever paranormal encounter, and even now, when I replay it in my head, it still feels unreal in that very specific way, like something that shouldn't have happened, but did. It happened in December 2015. I'm originally from Malaysia, but this incident took place in Perth, Australia while I was visiting my uncle. I was around 13 at the time, and I had traveled to Australia with my grandparents and my cousin to visit him. A few days later, my mom and another uncle joined us as well. My uncle lived with his wife and their 2 kids in a single-story house. It wasn't a small place. It had 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 2 bathrooms, and even a pool out the back. At that time there were around 10 of us staying there, but the house was big enough that it didn't feel crowded. It actually felt exciting, like a holiday mixed with a big family sleepover. The incident happened about 2 weeks after we arrived. It was late at night, around 10:30 or 11. My mum and my aunt had gone out to visit a family friend, so they weren't home. That's important because what happened later only made sense if they were home. And they weren't. That night, 2 of my cousins and I were in one of the bedrooms just talking about girl stuff, laughing, sharing stories, being silly, the kind of conversations that feel endless when you're that age. Everyone else was in the living room watching TV, so the house felt busy but relaxed. You know how it is in a family home at night. You can hear the TV in the background, people shifting on couches, the occasional laugh, a normal sense of safety because adults are nearby. The layout of the house matters too, because it plays into why it felt so strange. To get from the living room to the bedroom we were in, you had to walk past the kitchen. The kitchen was opposite the living room. Then you'd open a door that led into a hallway. That hallway led to 3 bedrooms. When you opened the hallway door, on the left there were 2 bedrooms next to each other, and both of those rooms faced the pool. If you looked right and straight down the hall, the guest bedroom, where we were, was right at the end. So there we were, sitting in the guest bedroom, talking and laughing. Everything felt normal. Then, right in the middle of our conversation, I heard my mom calling my name. It wasn't faint. It wasn't like a sound you could confuse with the TV. It sounded like my mom, clear enough that my first reaction was almost annoyed, like, "What does she want?" But because I was in the middle of talking, I ignored it and kept going, assuming maybe she called out once and then would come find me if it was important. A moment later I heard her again. And then again. It became repeated calling, like she was trying to get my attention from somewhere nearby. The tone was familiar too, the exact way a mom calls you when she expects you to answer or come out. It didn't feel like a random voice. It felt like her. That's what made me get up without even thinking too hard about it. One of my cousins looked at me and said, "Your mom is calling you." I remember nodding and saying something like, "Yeah, I'm going to go see what she wants." It still felt ordinary at that point, like I was about to walk out and find her in the kitchen or the living room. I got up and left the room, and my cousins came with me. We walked out of the guest bedroom, down the hallway, and out into the kitchen. The lights were on in the main area. The living room was right there. It wasn't dark or creepy. It was still a normal house with family in it. But the moment I stepped into the kitchen and looked around, the first strange thing hit me. My mum wasn't there. I scanned the kitchen and the doorway in the living room area, expecting to see her sitting with everyone else, or maybe standing near the counter, or coming in from another room. Nothing. I didn't see her anywhere. That was confusing enough that I immediately assumed she must be in a different part of the house. So I turned to my grandma, because she was there with the rest of the family. I asked her, very casually at first. "Where's my mom? She keeps calling me." The second I said that, the whole atmosphere shifted. Everyone in the living room slowly turned their heads away from the TV and looked at me. And I mean slowly, like that weird dramatic slow motion you see in movies, where a whole room reacts at once. Their faces weren't amused or relaxed. They looked confused and shocked, like I'd said something that didn't make sense and also scared them at the same time. My grandma looked at me and said, "Your mother is not back yet." And in that moment, everything inside me dropped. Because I knew she wasn't supposed to be home. I knew she had left with my aunt. I knew she hadn't come back. But I had just heard her voice calling my name as clearly as if she was standing in the kitchen. All I managed to say was, "Oh, okay. That's it." Like my brain couldn't form a better sentence. It was like my mouth kept functioning on autopilot while the rest of me froze. My cousins and I looked at each other, and then we went back to the bedroom, but the whole vibe had changed. We didn't go back laughing. We didn't keep talking. We sat down in silence, and I remember the silence feeling loud. Like the room had gone cold without the temperature actually changing. After a few minutes, I finally broke it and asked them quietly if they had heard my mum calling my name too. Both of them said yes. They heard it. They were sure. That part was almost worse for me than hearing it myself, because it meant I hadn't imagined it. It wasn't just in my head. It wasn't a weird echo. Other people heard it too. We all agreed we were freaked out, and none of us wanted to stay in that bedroom anymore. So we left and went to the living room where the rest of the family was, because it felt safer being around more people. About 20 minutes later, my mum and my aunt finally returned home. The second I saw my mum walk in, all the fear I'd been holding back just broke through. I ran to her and started crying. It wasn't even the kind of crying where you can explain yourself neatly. It was panic and relief and confusion all mixed together. My mum immediately got worried, of course, and she guided me away from the living room into one of the bedrooms facing the pool so we could talk privately, and so she could calm me down. I started explaining what had happened. I told her how I heard her calling my name again and again, and how my cousins heard it too, and how I walked out looking for her, and everyone stared at me because she wasn't even home. I was in the middle of talking when something happened that made my blood go cold. There was a basketball on the other side of the pool outside. I knew it was there because the kids played with it. The pool area was quiet. No one was out there. No one was messing around. And then suddenly the basketball flew across and hit the bedroom window with a loud bang. Not rolled. Not bounced slowly. It flew in a way that didn't match normal movement. It was fast enough and hard enough that it made the window rattle. The sound shocked me so badly I stopped speaking mid-sentence. My mum saw it too. That's what made it so much worse. If it had only happened when I was alone, I might have spent years convincing myself it was a coincidence, or that my memory exaggerated it. But my mum was right there. We both reacted at the same time. We both felt that same instant horror, like, "What was that? Who threw that? How could that happen?" We just stared at each other, wide-eyed, and for a moment neither of us spoke. I remember feeling like the whole house suddenly didn't feel safe, even though we were surrounded by family. Later, my aunt did a prayer around the house. She told us to pray too, and she tried to comfort us by saying not to think about it too much. The adults did what adults often do when something frightening happens that they can't explain. They tried to protect us from spiraling. They tried to restore normality. They tried to make the house feel like a house again. But for me, that night marked something permanent. Because it wasn't just one strange thing. It was the combination that scared me. My mum's voice calling me when she wasn't there. My cousins hearing it too, the way the whole family reacted when I asked about it. And then the basketball hitting the window right in the middle of me telling my mum what happened. It felt like whatever was going on didn't want me talking about it. Or like it wanted to prove it was real. And that's why, even though this was my first encounter, it's still one of the clearest memories I have. It wasn't a story I heard from someone else. It wasn't a dream. It was the first time I truly felt that feeling of, something is here, and it shouldn't be. I grew up in the same house my parents bought when they first came to Melbourne. It is the only home I have really known in a deep way, the kind of place where your body remembers the layout even in the dark. The house is old. My parents always said it dates back to the mid-1900s, or at least that is what people told them when they bought it. It has the look and feel of an older Melbourne home, with rooms that hold sound differently, with floors that creak in certain spots, and with that quiet, settled feeling you only get in a house that has been standing for decades. When you live somewhere like that for most of your life, you get used to the normal weirdness of an old building. You hear taps, you hear groans in the walls, you hear the soft shifting noises that happen when the temperature changes. You learn which doors stick and which windows rattle in the wind. You stop reacting to most of it because you can explain it away and because the house is still your safe place. My sister and I have always had little experiences that didn't fully make sense, but for a long time we didn't treat them as something paranormal. We talked about them sometimes, but not in a serious, dramatic way. More like, that was strange, and then we'd move on. The most common thing was the radio. There were times when a radio would suddenly turn on the moment one of us walked into a room. The sound would burst out so suddenly that it would make you jump, and you would stand there with your hand still on the door handle, looking around like you had just walked into someone else's conversation. It wasn't like the radio was playing quietly, and you only noticed it when you entered. It would be off, then on, in the exact moment you came in. It happened enough times that both my sister and I noticed the pattern. We also heard thumping in the walls, not the light tapping of pipes or the gentle creak of timber. It would be a heavier thud, like someone knocking from inside the wall, the kind of sound that makes you pause and hold your breath. Sometimes it happened when the house was quiet, late at night, when everyone was trying to sleep. Sometimes it happened during the day when the house was full of normal noise, but the thump would still cut through everything. We would look at each other with that same expression, the one that says, "Did you hear that too?" Then, because we didn't want to turn it into something scary, we would do the usual thing people do when they want life to stay normal. We would shrug and say, "Old house," or "Probably pipes," or "The wind," and that would be the end of it. That's how it was for years. Small odd moments, but nothing that felt directly aimed at us. Nothing that felt like it had a personality. Nothing that made me feel truly unsafe. It was more like the house had a few strange habits, and we accepted them as part of living there. But in the past few years, and especially in the past few months, the atmosphere in the house has felt different. It's hard to put into words because it wasn't like the house suddenly changed color or the temperature dropped all the time. The change was more emotional, more like the feeling in the air was shifting. Some nights felt heavier. Some corners felt darker even when the lights were on. The normal sounds of the house started to feel less random and more timed. And then, in the past few months, it felt like whatever was happening had kicked up a level. It wasn't just the radio turning on sometimes or a thump in the wall that you could ignore. It started to feel closer, more personal, more aware of when we were alone and when we were most vulnerable. The first night that truly shook me happened around December. It was summer, and it was one of those typical Australian summer nights where the air still feels warm even after the sun has gone down. The day heat hangs around, and the house doesn't cool properly. It was about 25 degrees that night, the kind of temperature where you don't want blankets at all, but you also can't fully relax because you feel slightly sticky and restless. I remember lying in bed and struggling to sleep. My mind wasn't calm, and my body couldn't get comfortable. I had my blankets off because I was too hot, and my bedroom door was wide open, partly for airflow and partly because I've always felt more comfortable with the door open when it's warm. When the door is open, you hear the house, you feel connected to the rest of it, and in some strange way it feels less lonely. Mom and Dad had already gone to sleep. Their room was quiet. The lights were mostly off. My sister was the last one awake. She has a routine at night that she has followed for as long as I can remember. She is the kind of person who wants the house settled before sleeping. She turns off the lights, checks the doors, and then goes into her room. She shares a room with Mom, so she would go in there and shut the door gently so she wouldn't wake anyone. The house always seemed to change the moment she finished that routine. It was like the house moved from "people are still awake" to "everyone is asleep now." And I think my brain learned that signal over time. That night, I heard her moving around as usual. I heard a light click off in one part of the house, then another. The air felt darker in that quiet way it does when the last lights go out. Then I heard her bedroom door shut. The moment the door shut, I heard a laugh right outside my bedroom door. It wasn't in the distance. It didn't sound like the TV or a neighbor. It sounded close, like it came from the hallway just outside my open doorway. It was a croaking laugh, like, "ha ha ha," but the sound was wrong. It was clear enough that my brain identified it instantly as laughter, but it did not sound human. It didn't have the natural tone of someone actually amused. It sounded strained and harsh, like a voice forcing a laugh without warmth. It reminded me of something trying to imitate a laugh rather than someone actually laughing. It was one of those sounds that makes your stomach drop because your body understands danger before your mind catches up. I didn't turn my head to look at the hallway. I didn't even sit up properly. My body reacted on instinct, like the choice had already been made for me. I grabbed my blankets and threw them over myself, pulling them up and over my head like I was a child again. I know how ridiculous it sounds, because it was hot and I was sweating almost immediately. But fear makes you do silly things. In that moment, the blanket felt like the only barrier I had. It was like my brain believed that if I couldn't see whatever was out there, then it couldn't see me, or it couldn't reach me. I remember thinking something half-joking but also deadly serious, like, I would rather die of heat stroke than be killed by a ghost. It was a weird thought to have, but it was honest. The fear was so intense that being too hot under the blanket felt like a safer problem to deal with. I lay there, heart racing, barely breathing. I listened, waiting for another sound. I expected to hear footsteps. I expected to hear the laugh again. I expected to hear something move closer. But nothing else happened. The house went silent again, that deep night silence where you can hear your own pulse, and the small sounds of your body moving under the sheets. Even though nothing else happened, I couldn't relax. It's like once fear enters your body, it doesn't leave quickly. Your mind starts replaying what you heard, trying to analyze it, trying to decide if it could have been something normal. Maybe it was my sister laughing at a message? Maybe it was Dad coughing in a strange way. But no, I knew it wasn't. My sister was already in her room. The laugh was outside my door, not inside her room. And it sounded nothing like anyone in my family. Eventually I fell asleep, but it wasn't the soft, gentle sleep you fall into when you feel safe. It was the tired, forced sleep that comes when your body can't stay awake any longer. When I woke up the next day, sunlight filled the house, and everything looked normal. That is one of the most confusing parts about experiences like this. In daylight the house can look innocent and ordinary, like it would never contain anything dark. It can make you question yourself. You start thinking, maybe I imagined it, maybe I was half asleep. But the memory of the sound stayed clear, and I couldn't shake it. A few weeks later, something else happened. This time it wasn't a laugh. It was footsteps, and in a strange way that was even more unsettling because it sounded more physical. It was another night with the same routine. Mum and Dad went to sleep first. My sister stayed up last, turning off the lights as she always did. By then I had started to feel nervous at night, even if I didn't admit it out loud. The memory of that laugh had planted something in me. I found myself listening more carefully when the house got quiet. I found myself waiting for the moment my sister would shut her door, because that moment had become linked in my brain with something happening. That night, when my sister shut her door, I heard shuffling footsteps in the kitchen. The kitchen is not right next to my room, but the sound carries at night when everything else is quiet. These footsteps were not fast or light. They were shuffling and rhythmic, and I remember the rhythm clearly because it sounded deliberate. It was like 1, 2, 3, pause, 1, 2. Like someone taking slow steps, stopping, then continuing. I lay there, listening, trying to figure out who it could be. My first thought was that it was a family member going to the toilet. To reach the toilet, you have to pass through the kitchen and then along the hallway. So it made sense that I might hear someone moving in the kitchen before I heard them in the hallway. It also made sense that someone might be half asleep and walking slowly. I tried to hold on to that explanation because it kept everything normal. But then the normal bathroom sounds never happened. I didn't hear the toilet door open. That door has a familiar sound, and in a quiet house you can usually hear it. I didn't hear the light switch flick on. I didn't hear the soft movement of someone inside the bathroom. I didn't hear flushing. I didn't hear the toilet door open again. And the other thing that bothered me was that I didn't hear any bedroom doors open. If Mum got up, I would usually hear their door. If Dad got up, the sound of him moving is heavier. If my sister got up, I would hear her door open because it sticks slightly. But there was nothing. Just those footsteps in the kitchen, and then silence. For a moment, I lay there thinking, maybe the person changed their mind and went back. But I didn't hear footsteps returning either. It was like the movement happened in the kitchen only, and then stopped. No clear destination. No clear reason. Once again, I reacted the same way as before. I pulled the blankets over my head. I didn't want to look around. I didn't want to sit up and make noise. I just wanted the night to pass. It's a horrible feeling, lying in your own bed and feeling like you are trying to hide inside your own house. Your bed should be the safest place, but in moments like that it starts to feel like you're trapped, because you can't easily leave without going out into the darkness. I stayed under the blanket, sweating, listening for any change. The house stayed quiet after that. No more footsteps. No more sounds. But the fear stayed in my body, and my mind started connecting the two incidents. Both happened right after my sister shut her door. Both happened when the house finally went fully dark and still. It began to feel like whatever was happening waited for that exact moment. Like it knew when we were all asleep. Like it waited until the house belonged to it. After those 2 nights, I started to think about the house differently. I tried to avoid thinking too deeply because I didn't want to scare myself more, but it was hard not to. When you experience something that feels sinister, you start looking for a reason. You start asking questions you didn't care about before. Who lived here before us? Did anyone die here? Did anything traumatic happen in this house? Is something attached to the house, or attached to us? At some point, I started thinking about who could be haunting the house, if it really is something paranormal. I know that sounds like a big leap, but when you hear a laugh outside your door that doesn't sound human, it makes you consider possibilities you wouldn't normally take seriously. One possibility is the previous owners. They were in their 70s when they left, and that was around 30 years ago. They likely lived in the house for a long time. Older homes often carry the imprint of people who lived there, not always in a dramatic ghost story way, but in a quiet, lingering way. I sometimes wonder if the house remembers them. If that makes sense. Like it holds on to their routines, their energy, their habits. But if it was the previous owners, why would it feel so unsettling? Why would it feel like something trying to scare me? Another possibility is my grandpa. He lived in the house before he passed, but he later died in Vietnam. Even though he didn't pass away in the house, he was connected to it. Families carry their own history, and sometimes people believe a strong emotional connection can keep someone close to a place they loved. My grandpa was a quiet presence in my life, even after his death. The idea that he could somehow be around the house isn't impossible to imagine. But again, the sound I heard didn't feel like a grandfather. It didn't feel familiar. It didn't feel protective. It felt wrong. Then there is my grandma. She passed away in March last year. She lived in the house for a while, and she loved the garden. She planted rose bushes, and those roses are now about 18 years old. That detail always makes me emotional when I think about it, because it means she planted them with care, and they have grown and lived on long after. She had an affinity with the garden, especially the roses. There was something about watching her work in the soil, tending to plants, talking about them like they were living companions. When someone has that kind of love for a home and a garden, it's easy to imagine them lingering near it, especially after they pass. If the activity has increased after her passing, that might explain the timing. The past few months have been more intense, and her passing is recent enough that the grief still exists in the house, even if we don't talk about it every day. Sometimes grief changes the way you notice things. Sometimes it makes you more sensitive. Sometimes it makes the house feel quieter or heavier. So I can understand why someone might say, maybe it's Grandma. And in some ways that would feel comforting. The idea of a loved one still around, still checking on the home, still close to the roses she planted. That kind of haunting, if it even exists, feels gentle. It feels warm. But it does not explain the laugh. That laugh did not feel gentle. It did not feel warm. It felt sinister. It felt like something that enjoyed the idea of being heard. It felt like something that wanted me to feel fear. And that is the part that makes me hesitate when I think about family spirits. My grandma loved us. Even if she was stern sometimes, even if she had strong opinions, she would not laugh like that. She would not stand outside my room and croak out a laugh that sounded wrong in the throat, wrong in the air. My grandpa wouldn't do that either. The energy of it didn't match love. It matched something else. When you experience fear like that in your own home, it changes your relationship with the house. You start noticing how darkness falls in certain corners. You start listening for sounds you used to ignore. You start paying attention to the timing of routines. The simple act of the lights going off can start making your chest tighten. And that's what happened to me. Even though I didn't experience anything beyond those 2 incidents before I left, the memory of them stayed. It made me cautious. It made me feel like I couldn't fully relax at night. Right now, I'm overseas, and I haven't experienced anything else personally because I'm not in the house. In a strange way, being away has been a relief, because I can sleep without listening for footsteps or worrying about what might be in the hallway. But being away has also made the memories sharper, because I keep replaying them in my mind. When you're back in the house, daylight and routine can soften fear a little. When you're far away, all you have is the memory, and the memory becomes the whole story in your head. I have started thinking seriously that when I return, I might have the house checked out. Not in a dramatic way, not because I want attention or because I want to turn this into a big supernatural story, but because I want peace. I want to know if there is a normal explanation. I want to rule out things like faulty wiring, animals in the roof, pipes, loose boards, anything physical that could create strange sounds. Because if there is a simple explanation, I would rather have that. I would rather know it is something real and fixable. But a part of me is also aware that if there isn't a normal explanation, I don't want to keep living in a state of fear. I don't want to lie in bed at night sweating under a blanket, too scared to look toward my own doorway. I don't want to hear something laugh and have no way to understand it. Even if nothing else ever happens, those moments already changed something in me. They made me realize how thin the line is between feeling safe and feeling vulnerable. I also think about my sister's routine now. It's strange, but that final sound of her door shutting has become like a trigger in my mind. It marks the moment the house becomes fully still. It marks the moment the night truly begins. It's like whatever happened used that moment as a starting bell. And that idea bothers me because it means the activity felt aware. It didn't feel random. It didn't feel like the house settling. It felt like something waiting for quiet. Sometimes I try to talk myself out of that thought. I tell myself maybe I was just tired and my brain was more sensitive. Maybe the summer heat made sleep harder and made me more anxious. Maybe I was drifting between awake and asleep and heard something that wasn't there. But that laugh was too clear for me to dismiss completely. And the footsteps had a rhythm, a pattern, not the random creak of timber. Even when people don't believe in paranormal things, most people understand this. Fear is not always about what you can prove. Sometimes fear is about what your body knows. The body senses something and reacts. And my body reacted both times by choosing not to look. That in itself says a lot. If I truly believed it was nothing, I would have looked. I would have sat up. I would have called out, "Who's there?" But I didn't. Something in me felt that looking would make it worse, like acknowledging it would invite it closer. That is what makes the laugh feel so sinister. A normal noise doesn't make you feel that way. A normal house sound doesn't make you feel like you're being targeted. A normal sound doesn't make you feel like something wants you to be scared. I also feel uneasy because of the way the house has had small strange things for years, and then suddenly the last few months have been worse. It makes me wonder if the activity has always been there but was weaker, like a quiet background presence, and now it has grown stronger for some reason. If so, why now? Was it my grandma's passing? Was it something that changed in the house? Did renovations or repairs stir something up? Did someone bring something into the home without realizing? Or did we simply become more aware and therefore notice more? I don't have clear answers. I only have my experiences, and my feelings, and the fact that my sister and I both have noticed odd things for a long time. My sister has had her own moments too, and sometimes we talk about them carefully, like we don't want to say too much out loud. Because saying it out loud makes it real in a way that is harder to ignore. I also think about the garden and the roses. The roses feel like my grandma's mark on the house, her living signature. When I picture her in the yard, hands in soil, caring for something. That image is warm. It makes the house feel like family. If her presence is anywhere, I like to imagine it is there, near the roses, peaceful and calm. But the laugh did not feel like a peaceful spirit in a garden. It felt like something that belonged to darkness, to hallways, to the moment the last door shuts. If there is something in the house that isn't family, that is what worries me. Not because I want to label it as evil, or make it into a horror story, but because the feeling was not neutral. It wasn't just odd. It wasn't just mysterious. It was intimidating. It was like a warning that I was not as alone as I thought. Even now, far away, I can remember the exact moment. The way the house went quiet. The way my sister's door shut. The way the laugh followed immediately, like it had been waiting right outside my open doorway. That timing is the thing that makes it hard to dismiss. If it happened randomly in the middle of the day, maybe I could laugh it off. But the fact that it happened in that specific moment, in the darkness, when the house became still, makes it feel deliberate. When I return home, I want to approach it calmly. I don't want to panic. I don't want to fill the house with fear because fear can make everything feel bigger. But I also don't want to pretend nothing happened. I think the best way is to treat it seriously in a practical way first. Check wiring. Check the roof. Check anything that could cause strange sounds or sudden electronics turning on. Rule out the normal things. Because even if part of me believes it was paranormal, another part of me knows that normal explanations can hide in strange places, especially in old houses. But if after all that there are still moments that cannot be explained, then I think it is fair to want support. Whether that support is spiritual, cultural, religious, or simply emotional, it's still support. Because living with fear in your own home is exhausting. It slowly wears you down. It makes the night feel like something you have to survive instead of something you can rest in. At the same time, I don't want to accuse the house of being haunted, as if it's a fact. I can't prove it. I'm not trying to convince anyone. I am only telling what happened to me, in the exact way it felt, because it was real to me in that moment. And it was my first time hearing something that made me feel unsafe without seeing anything at all. That's what I keep coming back to. I didn't see a figure. I didn't see a shadow. I didn't see a face. But the sound alone was enough. The laugh alone was enough to change the way I felt about the hallway outside my room. And then the footsteps, without any normal follow-up sounds, made the house feel like it could hold movement that wasn't human. If it was a spirit, I don't know who it is. It could be connected to the house's history. It could be connected to someone who lived there long before my parents bought it. It could be connected to a sad event that no one in my family even knows about. Or it could be something that isn't tied to any person at all. something that simply exists in certain places and reacts to certain conditions. And if it was not paranormal, then I still need to know what it was, because my mind keeps replaying it. The uncertainty is its own kind of fear. When you can't label something, your brain keeps searching. It keeps returning to it, trying to solve it like a puzzle. But some puzzles don't give you answers, and that is why it stays unsettling. For now, I'm overseas and I'm safe and nothing is happening. But I know I will return home eventually, and I will have to sleep in that room again. I will have to hear the house settle at night. I will have to hear my sister turn off the lights. And in the back of my mind, I will wait for that moment when her door shuts and the house becomes still. I hope nothing happens again. I hope it was a short phase, a strange coincidence, something that came and went. I hope the house returns to the way it used to feel, like an old home with harmless creaks and random quirks. I want to remember my childhood there without fear coloring everything. I want the house to feel like family again, not like a place that watches me. But I also know this, whatever it was, those nights in December changed something in me. They taught me that even in a familiar home, there can be moments where you feel small. Moments where the darkness feels heavier than it should. Moments where a simple sound in a hallway can make you pull a blanket over your head at 25 degrees because fear is stronger than comfort. And the most confusing part is that it wasn't a big dramatic scene. There was no screaming, no running, no objects flying across the room. It was just a laugh and then, weeks later, footsteps. Small events on paper. But they were enough. Because sometimes it only takes one sound, one moment, for your mind to realize there might be something in the house that doesn't belong to you. I was lying in bed last Tuesday week, the 30th of April, 2019. It was around 7:15 in the morning. It wasn't fully quiet in the way the middle of the night is quiet, but the house had that early morning stillness where every small sound stands out. The light outside was already strong, the kind of soft, bright sunlight you get when the day is properly awake, even if you're still half in bed. My bed sits against the eastern bedroom wall, and just on the other side of that wall is the wooden veranda that runs along the back of the house. Because of the way my room is positioned, sounds from that veranda carry clearly, especially when everything inside is quiet. I was still lying there, not in a deep sleep, but not fully up either, just resting, when I heard footsteps on the veranda. At first, the sound immediately registered as a dog. It was that distinct click-click of toenails on wood, the kind of light tapping that dogs make when they walk along a hard surface. It sounded familiar enough that my mind didn't even panic. It went straight to the most normal explanation. I thought it was my daughter's dog, Pepper. My daughter often drops Pepper off at our place for the day when she's at work, so it wouldn't have been unusual for Pepper to be around. In fact, it felt so normal that for a few seconds I didn't even open my eyes properly. I just lay there, listening, assuming Pepper had arrived and was wandering along the back veranda like she sometimes did. The footsteps moved along the veranda behind my bed, heading toward the north-facing corner of the house. Everything still sounded like a dog at that point. Light, quick, that little tapping rhythm that's hard to mistake for anything else. I remember thinking, okay, Pepper's here, and maybe my daughter is here too. But then something changed. As the footsteps turned around the corner, the sound shifted completely. It wasn't like the same footsteps moved onto a different surface. It still sounded like the wooden veranda. What changed was the weight and the rhythm. Suddenly it didn't sound like Pepper at all. It sounded like a person. Not a heavy person stomping, but a lightweight person wearing flat shoes with heavy heels. That might sound like a strange way to describe it, but it's the closest I can get to the exact impression it gave me. The steps had a slow, steady rhythm, and each step had a clear, heel, sound, like a dull, firm thud against the wood. It was controlled, not hurried. Almost careful. Like someone walking slowly on purpose. My mind shifted to another normal explanation. I thought it was my daughter. That was the next logical thought, because if Pepper was there, my daughter might be there too. But what struck me immediately was how unusual it would be for her to be walking around the back of the house like that. If she was arriving, she'd normally come the usual way, not wandering along the veranda behind my bedroom. Still, I told myself she must have a reason. I even came up with a silly, harmless reason in the moment, because that's what the brain does when it wants the world to stay safe. I thought maybe she was trying to sneak up on her father. My husband was in the family room watching TV, and I imagined her walking along the veranda to come in a different way and give him a fright, just as a joke. The idea almost made sense in a playful way, even if it wasn't her usual behavior. The footsteps continued along the veranda. They passed my bedroom's sliding door. I could hear them clearly moving past, heading further along, toward the area that runs beside the lounge room. They moved about halfway across that section, and then they stopped. And that is when everything inside me changed. It was sudden, like a switch flipped. The moment the footsteps stopped, I felt an overwhelming wave of fear and terror. And I don't mean mild nervousness. I mean a deep, physical terror that hit my chest and stomach, the kind that makes your body go still before your mind even understands why. It felt like danger. It felt like something was right outside, and I should not move. I lay completely still. I pulled the covers up higher, right under my chin. I remember holding myself rigid, like if I stayed perfectly quiet, whatever was outside would not notice me. I barely breathed. It felt like my whole body was listening. After a moment, the footsteps started again. They came back toward my bedroom's sliding door. The sound moved slowly, step by step, back along the veranda. Then they stopped right at my sliding door. That pause felt endless. In reality, if I'm being logical about it, it was probably around 20 seconds. But when you're scared like that, time stretches. Those seconds felt like forever. The fear got heavier and heavier, and I remember thinking, this is wrong, this is not my daughter, this is not normal. I wanted to call out, but I couldn't. I didn't want to draw attention to myself. I didn't want to invite anything inside. Then the footsteps continued again. They moved away from my door, back toward the corner of the house. I heard them go around the eastern corner, and after that I couldn't hear them anymore. The moment the sound stopped completely, I stayed frozen for another few seconds, just to make sure it was really gone. Then I forced myself to look at the opening of the sliding door. My sliding door was already open about 8 or 9 inches. It had been left open slightly for air. The sunlight was strong outside, and that bright morning light was spilling into the room. Here's what bothered me immediately: nothing blocked the light. If someone had been standing outside that door, even close to it, their body should have blocked the sun. There should have been a shadow or a shape. But there was nothing. The opening showed full light, uninterrupted. No outline. No movement. No presence that my eyes could catch. Then I noticed the other details. The practical details that normally confirm whether someone has actually been there. I did not hear any footsteps coming up or going down the wooden steps that lead to the garage. Those steps make noise. Even careful steps make noise. But I heard nothing. We also have 2 Rottweilers who sleep in the garage. They bark at everything. They bark if a possum moves. They bark if a stranger walks past. They bark at sounds we don't even notice. If anyone had been walking around outside, especially that close to the house, those dogs should have gone off. They didn't make a sound. Not a single bark. Not a growl. Nothing. And then there's the gate. We have a metal gate with a chain. You have to open it to enter or leave the property, and no matter how careful you are, it rattles. It's impossible to open or close quietly. That gate always makes a sound. Yet I hadn't heard the gate at all. No rattling chain, no metal clanging, nothing. So in my mind, I had heard someone walk right outside my bedroom, but none of the usual signs of a real person being there had happened. No gate. No steps. No dogs barking. No shadow at the door. I stayed in bed for a moment, trying to calm myself. But the fear didn't fade. Instead, it turned into something heavier, like it settled onto me. That's when I felt it. It felt like a heavy shape pressing down onto my chest. The only way I can describe it is the way I described it to myself. a large black oval. Not something I could clearly see with my eyes like a physical object, but something I could feel with my body, like a weight pinning me down. Along with that pressure came the same terror, that deep sense of being threatened. I forced myself out of bed. I got up and went to find my husband. He was in the family room, just like I had imagined earlier, watching TV. Seeing him helped a little, because it made the house feel real again, like I wasn't alone in whatever had just happened. I asked him straight away if Pepper or my daughter was here. He said no. That answer made my stomach tighten all over again, because it meant my first logical explanations were wrong. Pepper hadn't arrived. My daughter wasn't in the house. Yet I had heard footsteps that sounded like both. Still trying to stay practical, I took out my phone and texted my daughter, asking if she had come over. She replied no. So there it was. The confirmation. No one had been there. No dog. No daughter. No reason for footsteps on the veranda. And this wasn't happening in isolation either. It was just one of many strange things that had been happening over the last couple of months. That is what makes it harder to shrug off. If it was a single weird morning, maybe I could eventually convince myself it was my imagination, or some unusual sound pattern, or a half-asleep moment. But when strange things keep happening again and again, your mind starts linking them. You start paying attention in a way you didn't before. You start feeling like the house has changed, like your normal sense of safety has been disturbed. That morning stayed with me because of how physical the fear was. It wasn't just hearing footsteps. It was the way my body reacted before I even understood why. It was the way the footsteps stopped outside my door as if whatever it was had paused there on purpose. It was the pressure on my chest afterward, like something was trying to hold me down, and the fact that all the normal signs of a real person outside were missing. Even now, when I think back on it, what unsettles me most is the quiet control of it all. The slow walking. The stop right outside my door. The silence from the dogs. The gate never rattling. The sunlight never being blocked. It felt like something that didn't need to obey the normal rules. And that is why, even though I can't prove what it was, I know it wasn't normal. My father passed away in 2016. He had been diagnosed the year before, in 2015, with a small-celled stomach cancer. From the day we found out to the day we lost him, I had less than a year with him, really. And the truth is, even while he was still alive, it didn't feel like I had him in the way other people talk about having a dad. I know people imagine a father as someone warm, protective, emotionally present, someone you can lean on. But my relationship with him didn't look like that. Most of the time it didn't even feel like a relationship at all. I didn't want to say this because it can sound cruel when someone is gone, but I have to be honest if I'm going to tell the story properly. He didn't feel like a father to me, and he didn't act like one in the way I needed. He did the basic duties. He fed us. He sheltered us. He made sure the house ran. In that sense, he did what a father is supposed to do. But emotionally, it was like there was a wall between us that never came down. I never felt truly seen by him. I never felt like an important part of his life. I never felt loved by him, not in a way I could recognize or hold on to. And that kind of thing messes with you. Because when you grow up without that warmth, you start thinking something is wrong with you. You start believing you aren't worth the effort. You watch other families and wonder what it feels like to be wanted. And then you get older and you try to make peace with it by telling yourself, maybe he just wasn't that kind of person. Maybe he did what he could. Maybe love looked different for him. But deep down, you still carry that ache, because a child always wants their parents' love, even when they pretend they don't care. Another thing that sat quietly in the background of our family was the fact that my dad didn't really enjoy family life. He wanted to be single. That was something you could feel, even if no one said it out loud all the time. He had ended up in an arranged marriage because of culture. It was like his life was decided for him, and he resented it. And when a person resents their own life, it spills over onto everyone around them. It becomes the atmosphere in the house. It becomes the tone in conversations. It becomes the way someone looks at you without warmth, like you are not their choice but their responsibility. So when he got sick, the complicated feelings in me got even more complicated. People assume grief is simple, like if you love someone you're sad, and if you don't love them you're not. But it's not like that. It's messy. You can feel angry and heartbroken at the same time. You can feel guilty for being angry. You can feel empty even if you tell yourself you shouldn't. And that's where I was. My dad died in Sri Lanka. He had wanted to try a treatment there, something he hoped would help him. So he traveled there, and we ended up having his funeral there too. By that point, most of his belongings were there as well. When we came back to Australia after the funeral, it felt like we returned to a life that had been cut in half. Everything looked the same, but it wasn't the same. The house was still there. The streets were still there. Schools still existed. People still expected normal behavior. But inside I felt broken. I didn't even understand my own grief at first. Because I kept thinking, why do I miss him? Why does it feel like I'm waiting for him? We didn't have a close relationship. We didn't have those tender moments people talk about. And yet, I would catch myself expecting him to walk through the door at any moment. I would hear a sound outside and think it might be him. I would forget for a second that he was gone, and then remember again, and it would hit me like a wave. It was like my mind couldn't accept the finality of it. School became hard. Not just hard in the normal way where you don't feel like studying, but hard because my brain felt heavy. I would sit in class and stare at the board and realize I hadn't absorbed a single word. I would go home and try to do homework and feel like my thoughts were sliding off the page. My grades started falling, and that only made me feel worse because it added another layer of shame. I already felt alone and confused, and now I felt like I was failing too. But there was one subject I still loved. Art. Art was the only thing that felt like a safe place in my mind. When I was drawing or painting, I could breathe again. I could focus. I could disappear into something that didn't demand words from me. And strangely, art was also the only place I had ever felt a connection with my dad. Because he loved art too. That was the one thing we shared without trying. Sometimes he would glance at what I was doing. Sometimes he would pause a little longer than usual. He didn't say much, but the fact that he cared about art at all made it feel like there was a small bridge between us, even if we never fully crossed it. 2 years passed. My grades were still falling. I still felt alone in most ways. And grief didn't vanish the way people think it does. It just changes shape. Sometimes it becomes quiet and sits in the background like a shadow. Other times it rises suddenly and hits you with a heaviness you weren't expecting. I was still carrying so much, and I didn't even know how to put it down. Then one night, something happened that changed the way I hold my memories of him. I was asleep, and in my dream, I woke up like I needed water. It felt so normal that I didn't even question it at first. In the dream, I walked out toward the kitchen, like I had done 1,000 times in real life. I switched on the lights, and my dad was sitting on the sofa. He was sitting the way he used to sit, like it was an ordinary day. But what shocked me wasn't just that he was there. It was how he looked. The last time I had seen him in real life, cancer had eaten away at him. He had become so thin and drained that he didn't look like the same person anymore. It was hard to see him like that. It was the kind of image that stays stuck behind your eyes even when you try not to think about it. But in this dream, he didn't look like that. He looked healthy. He had meat on his bones. His face had life in it. He looked brighter, almost like he had an unusual glow. And the strangest part was his expression. He looked happy. Not just okay, but genuinely happy. It was the happiest I had ever seen him in my entire life. It was such a foreign expression on his face that it made my whole body feel still. Usually, even if something like that happened in a dream, you'd feel fear. You'd feel shock and panic. But I didn't. I wasn't scared at all. Instead, I felt calm. I felt peace. It was like my heart recognized him before my mind could question anything. I just stood there and looked at him. And the feeling in the dream wasn't sadness. It wasn't even surprise after the first second. It felt like a normal day, as if he had always been there, as if nothing had been broken. It was like the world had quietly corrected itself for a moment. Then he spoke to me. He asked what I was doing. I told him I was getting water. The way the conversation happened felt natural, like a conversation we might have had if life had been normal. Then he asked me how I was doing with my studies. That question hit me in a strange way, because it was the exact kind of question a father should ask, the kind of question I always wanted him to ask when he was alive. In the dream, I answered automatically. I said I was doing okay. I didn't want to disappoint him, even in a dream. Then he told me to bring my art diary to him. That detail is important to me because my art diary was personal. It was where I kept my drawings, my practice, my thoughts on paper without words. It felt like a private part of me. In the dream, I went and brought it to him and placed it in his hands. He began to look through it. And he was the first person to ever look through my art diary. I remember watching his face while he turned the pages. I watched him like I was starving for some reaction, like I was waiting for proof that I mattered. And his face looked proud. He looked genuinely proud. It wasn't fake. It wasn't polite. It was the kind of pride that warms the eyes. The kind that softens the face. The kind that makes you feel like you are doing something right. I had not seen that look in a long time. Seeing it on his face made something inside me lift. It made me feel light, almost euphoric. It felt like the missing piece of me was being held up for a second, like I was finally being seen by the one person I wanted to be seen by. He looked up at me after turning through the diary and said, "You are doing well." Those words were simple, but they landed like medicine, like a deep breath after being underwater too long. Because I didn't just want praise. I wanted it from him. I wanted him to tell me I was doing well. I wanted him to tell me he saw me. I didn't even realize how desperate I was for it until I heard it. Then, in the dream, my mother called out to me from her room. She asked me to bring her a glass of water. It was such an ordinary thing, something she would ask in real life. But when I heard her voice, I felt panic rise in me, not because of her, but because I knew what was about to happen. I looked back at my dad, and I felt unsure. Because in my mind, it felt like if I left him, even for a minute, I would lose him. I would never see him again. That fear was so strong that it almost made me freeze in the dream, like a child afraid of letting go of something precious. He nodded at me. He told me to go get her the water. So I took one last look at him, trying to hold that image in my mind, and I went to my mother's room to give her the water. When I came back, he was gone. Unsurprisingly, the sofa was empty again. But what shocked me was this: the art diary was still resting on the sofa. Even in the dream, that detail felt significant. It felt like proof. Like a mark that something had happened. Like he had been there long enough to touch something real, even if I couldn't understand how. Then I woke up. I opened my eyes in my bedroom, in the darkness, with that strange feeling you get when a dream feels too real. I checked the time immediately. It was 1:13 a.m. The next morning I told my mum. I talked to my mum about things. She's the person I share things with, especially when something sits heavy on my chest. I told her the dream, all of it, including the part where I looked at the clock. When I said 1:13 a.m., her eyes widened. She told me she had woken up at exactly that time. She said she heard the gate at the front of our house open and close. Not softly either, but clearly enough that it woke her. And then when she was about to fall back asleep, she heard a car screech into a halt right in front of our house. That sound startled her too, because it wasn't normal for a car to stop like that at that hour. In our culture, she told me, these things are signs. According to what she believed and what she'd been taught growing up, the gate and the car sounds can happen when a spirit passes over to the next world. It's like the spirit is moving through, like a transition, like a crossing. I didn't know what to do with that information at first. Part of me wanted to believe it. Part of me wanted to hold on to it like a gift. But another part of me questioned it because that is what grief does. It makes you want meaning, but it also makes you afraid of being fooled by your own hope. Still, I thought about it again and again. It took me a full year after that experience to truly understand what it meant to me. Because at first, I thought maybe it was just a dream created by my own mind to comfort me. But later, when I looked at the timing, and the way it felt, and the way he looked, and the fact that he seemed happier than I had ever seen him, I started to feel like it was something else. I began to realize that he didn't just come to visit me. He came to say goodbye. And not just goodbye in a cold, distant way, but goodbye in a way I never got to experience while he was alive. He came at a time when I was struggling and felt unseen. He came at a time when my grades were falling, when I felt alone, when I needed reassurance and didn't know how to ask for it. He came and gave me something I had wanted from him for years: approval, pride, warmth, and a sense that I mattered. He told me I was doing well. And what hurt me later was realizing how badly I had needed those words. I had been desperate to hear them, especially from my mother, because she was the one still here. But somehow it was him, the person I thought didn't love me, who gave me that moment. Then another realization came, and it hit me hard. Before he passed on, he had only said goodbye to me, out of my brother and my mother. That detail hurt in a complicated way because it made me think, maybe he did care about me more than I understood. Maybe he struggled to show it. Maybe he didn't know how to be a father in the way I needed. Maybe his resentment, his cultural pressure, his regrets about his own life, all of that made him emotionally distant. But maybe underneath it, there was still love in him, even if it was buried under everything else. And that realization made me feel both comforted and devastated. Comforted because it meant I wasn't invisible to him. Devastated because it made me realize how much time we wasted. After that, I started feeling angry at myself. Not in a dramatic way, but in a quiet, heavy way. Because I had loathed him so much when he was alive. I had carried resentment. I had judged him for not being what I needed. And maybe I had every right to feel that pain, but the guilt still came anyway, because grief doesn't care about fairness. It just digs its fingers into you. I started thinking about all the times I could have tried harder to understand him. All the times I could have asked him questions. All the times I could have tried to get closer. And then I would stop myself and think, why is it my job as the child to make the relationship work? Why wasn't he the one trying? Why wasn't he the one reaching? Those thoughts would fight with each other inside me, like two sides of the same wound. But no matter which side I leaned toward, the sadness stayed. Because the truth is, I never got the chance to tell him I loved him. And that is the part that stings the most. Not because I think saying, "I love you," would magically fix everything, but because it would have been closure. It would have been my choice, my voice, my final offering. Even if the relationship was broken, even if he didn't know how to respond, I wish I had said it. I wish I had given him that truth before he left. The fact that I didn't makes me feel like I missed something important, like I missed the last chance to soften the story. And now I feel like I will never see him again. That dream felt like a visit, and if it was a visit, it felt like a final one. It felt like he came, did what he needed to do, and moved on. That idea makes me sad because part of me wants reassurance again. Part of me wants to know if he's okay now. If he's happier now. If he's free from everything that made him bitter or distant, or trapped. I want to know if he finally became the version of himself that could smile like he did in my dream. I also think about how grief can reshape your memories. When someone dies, you start rereading the past, looking for hidden meanings. You start wondering if love was there in small ways you missed. You start remembering tiny moments that didn't seem important at the time. Like the way he cared about art. Like the way he asked about my studies in the dream, as if that had always been his concern but he never knew how to show it. And now I sit with this strange mixture of emotions. I miss him. I resent him. I love him. I feel guilty. I feel comforted. I feel angry at myself. I feel sad that I never got to know him properly. I feel sad that he never got to know me properly. And yet, when I think of that dream, I also feel something gentle. Because for that short moment, he looked at me like I mattered. For that short moment, I felt like I had a father. Not the father I wished for my whole life, but a version of him that finally seemed free enough to be warm. Maybe that is what death does. Maybe it strips away the weight people carry and leaves only the truth underneath. Or maybe it was my mind giving me the comfort I needed. I honestly don't know. But I do know that the experience helped me survive a hard time. It gave me a small piece of peace when I didn't have much else. And if it really was him, if it really was his way of saying goodbye, then I hold on to one thing. He was happy. That glow, that jolly face, that proud look, those are not images of suffering. They are not images of regret. They are not images of sickness. They are the opposite. They feel like a release. Like he finally became light. Like he finally escaped the life he didn't choose and the body that betrayed him. And maybe that's why he came to me. Not to reopen wounds, but to close one. Not to demand forgiveness, but to give comfort. Not to ask for love, but to show it in the only way he could. Even if it was only once. Even if it was only in a dream. Even if I never see him again. I grew up in a small town in South Australia, the kind of place where everyone knows everyone, and the streets feel familiar no matter what age you are. My family was simple and ordinary in the best way. I had 2 younger siblings, a brother and a sister, and we were raised by parents who worked hard and lived like a lot of working-class families do. Nothing fancy, nothing dramatic, just a steady routine of work, bills, school, dinner, and trying to keep life moving forward. When I was still small, my parents bought a house that was described as a fixer-upper. It was one of those older homes built around the 1930s, the kind with slightly uneven floors, old timber, and that particular smell that houses like that seem to carry. Part dust, part age, part something you can never fully identify. My parents didn't have the money to buy something perfect, so they bought something they could slowly repair. They did what a lot of people do. They took on the challenge, hoping to turn it into a proper home over time. From the outside it looked like a normal older house. But from the inside, even as a child, I felt like parts of it were strange. Not creepy movie strange, but strange in a way you can't explain with words, because it's more about feeling than seeing. There were areas that didn't feel safe to me, even when there was no logical reason for that fear. And for a child, that kind of fear is hard, because you don't have the language to describe it properly. You just know you don't want to be there, and you don't know why. There was an old-looking second bedroom that always stood out to me. Even if nothing was happening, it had a heavy feel to it, like the air was thicker in there than it was anywhere else. And there was this long, old-fashioned room that served as my playroom when I was little. It wasn't a modern family room. It felt like something from another time. The walls, the shape of it, the way sound traveled in it, everything about it felt old. I remember, very clearly, that the door to that old playroom would fling open by itself. More than once. And it wasn't like a gentle creak, or a slow drift the way some doors do when there's a breeze. It would swing open with force, fast enough to make you jump. I know people might say drafts, shifting foundations, old hinges, whatever. Maybe. But as a child that didn't matter. Because when you're little and you see a door fling open by itself, it feels like the house is alive. I also remember being in that room alone at times and suddenly feeling a panic so strong it made no sense. It would come out of nowhere, like a wave. One moment I'd be playing, and the next I'd feel like something was wrong. Not wrong in a normal way, like a spider or a loud noise, but wrong in a way that made my whole body want to escape. I would scream for my dad. Not calling calmly, not yelling, "Dad!" the way kids do when they need help, but screaming in genuine terror, begging him to come and get me. The kind of scream that comes from pure instinct, like your body has decided you're in danger before your mind has even worked out why. Later, when my younger brother and sister came along, that long playroom was redesigned into 2 rooms. The house changed shape a little, like older houses often do as families grow. Walls were added, spaces were divided, routines shifted. But even when the physical layout changed, that feeling in the house didn't fully go away. It's hard to explain, but some places keep their atmosphere no matter how much paint you put on the walls. All 3 of us were poor sleepers as babies, but I was the worst. I've been told, and I also remember enough to believe it, sleep was always a battle in that house. As a small child, I was terrified of about half the house. Not the whole thing, not every room, but certain areas. The fear had boundaries. There were places I could run through, and places I avoided. Places that felt neutral, and places that felt like you shouldn't linger. At one stage, all 3 of us slept in the same room at the front of the house. I don't remember exactly why we ended up like that. Maybe it made things easier for my parents. Maybe we were all waking up so much that it felt safer and calmer to keep us together. But I do remember the feeling. It's strange because you'd think being together would make it less scary. Yet somehow it was still frightening. We were scared of the people in the room. That sounds ridiculous to say, but that's the best way to describe it. It wasn't a monster under the bed kind of fear. It was more like the sense that something else was there with you, watching, standing in corners, existing in the dark parts of the room that your eyes couldn't fully make out. Sometimes it felt like you weren't alone even when you absolutely should have been. My brother once said something to me that stayed with me. He told me, "I keep seeing the faces." That sentence is simple, but as a child, hearing your siblings say that does something to you. Because you assume little kids imagine things. But when your brother looks genuinely afraid and says he sees faces, it makes you wonder what he's seeing that you can't. Looking back, it felt like there was always activity in that house. Not activity like obvious loud bangs every night or things flying across the room, but constant little events that built up over time. Cold spots. Shadows in the corner of your eye. That feeling of being watched. The kind of stuff you brush off during the day and then remember at night when you're trying to sleep. There was one particular presence that felt stronger than the rest. It seemed attached to the property itself. We started noticing him more clearly when I was around 12, although I do remember him from earlier years too. It's just that when you're very young, you don't always trust your own senses, and you're told so often that it's imagination. But by 12, you begin to recognize patterns. You begin to realize certain things aren't random. This presence would lurk in a particular area of the home. We had a second hallway, and there was a sort of perimeter there that circled around the inner fireplace. It's hard to describe the exact layout without drawing it, but the fireplace felt like a central point of the house, and that part of the house also felt older than the rest. If you believed in spirits, it would almost make sense that the oldest part of the home held the strongest energy, like it had absorbed more time, more memory, more human life. The figure itself felt like a big man. Not a neat, tidy man, not someone delicate or quiet. He gave off the feeling of being a laborer of some kind, like someone who worked with his hands. It wasn't just that he seemed large, it was the whole vibe, solid, heavy, practical, like he belonged to a different era. My mum would often see him in the kitchen. She'd be doing something ordinary, and she'd see a man walk past her. Instinctively she'd turn around, ready to say something to my dad, and then she'd realize my dad wasn't home. And she'd get that cold drop in her stomach, that moment of, "Then who did I just see?" Over time, we started thinking of him almost like a strange housemate. Not invited, not understood, but present. I even gave him a nickname. Samson. It was a play on our street name, something that made it easier to talk about him without feeling too serious. Like giving it a casual label could make it less heavy. We never directly spoke to him. We didn't do seances or ask questions. We didn't try to communicate. He also never hurt us. I never felt like he was trying to attack us or physically harm us. But even with that, I never slept well in that house. That's the part one think matters. Because even if a spirit is not evil, in the dramatic sense, an unsettled presence can still affect you. It can still make a house feel heavy. It can still wrap your nerves around themselves until you're always slightly tense, always listening, always waiting for something you can't name. Even my dad, who didn't believe in any of it at the time, began to have experiences. He reported seeing the same big man's shadow through the windows. But to him, it didn't register as a ghost at first. It looked like an intruder. A man outside. Someone standing there in the dark. And because my dad was practical and protective, he would investigate. He'd go outside, check the yard, look around, ready to confront someone if he had to. And every time, he'd find no one there. No footsteps, no movement, no sign of anyone. Just empty space where he was sure he had seen a person. That was significant to me, because when someone who doesn't believe starts noticing the same thing you've been noticing, it shifts something. It makes it harder to dismiss it as a child's imagination or a nervous personality. It becomes a shared reality in the family, even if no one wants to fully admit it. At some point, my mum asked a psychic about the spirit. She wanted to know what we were dealing with. The psychic told her that the spirit was attached to the house, not to us, and that he meant no harm. She told my mum not to worry about trying to send him away. Hearing that gave my mum some comfort. In a strange way, it gave us a kind of explanation to hold on to. Like, okay, he's here, but he isn't trying to hurt anyone. He belongs to the place, not to our family. Still, the house always felt cold. Even in summer, there were pockets of coldness. Not just temperature cold, but emotional cold. Like a sadness that lived in the walls. As I got older, I became less scared. You learn to adapt. You learn which shadows you can ignore. You learn to breathe through that feeling of being watched. You learn to tell yourself you're safe. And eventually, you stop jumping at every small sound. But Samson never fully disappeared from my experience. He stopped being a clear shadow at my bedroom door as I got older, but he became something else instead, a shadow out of the corner of your eye, a presence you could sense without looking directly at it. There were nights when you could feel him in that hallway, in that fireplace area, like he was standing there, just existing. And sometimes the house would feel so heavy you could almost feel it pressing on your mood, making you sad without knowing why. Eventually, our family moved on from that property. Life moved forward the way it always does. New house, new routines, new memories. But the old house didn't completely leave our story, because you don't forget a place that shaped your childhood fear in that way. You can move away from it physically, but it stays in your memory as a feeling. One of the new owners later mentioned to my sister that she always feels watched in the house. That was both validating and unsettling. Validating because it confirmed that maybe we weren't imagining it. Unsettling because it meant the house still carried that same atmosphere, even after we were gone. Then something else came to light, something that made so many pieces click into place in the worst way. We found out that before my parents bought the house, a man had hung himself in the living room, right in front of the fireplace. The exact fireplace that had always felt like the central point of the activity. The exact area where Samson seemed to linger. When we heard that, it was like a cold shock. Because suddenly that sadness made sense. Suddenly that heaviness felt less abstract. Suddenly the image of a big laborer-type man attached to the house wasn't just a vague ghost story. It felt like it could have been a real person, a real tragedy, tied to a very specific place in the home. And it made me think, that poor man is likely our Samson. When I think about it now, I feel a kind of guilt I didn't expect. Because we did say goodbye to the home when we left. We did make a point, as a family, of acknowledging the place and moving on. But we never made an effort to move him on. We never tried to cleanse the house before we left. At the time, we trusted what the psychic had said, that he meant no harm and he belonged there. And maybe that was true. Maybe he didn't want to leave. Maybe he didn't know how. Maybe he was simply stuck in the only place he recognized. But now, knowing what happened there, I feel bad. I wonder if he was suffering. I wonder if he was lonely. I wonder if that cold sadness we felt was not just haunted house vibes, but the leftover emotion of someone who died in despair. I wonder if he needed help and we just lived around him instead, learning to tolerate the presence rather than understanding it. At the same time, I also remember that he never hurt us. He never did anything that felt like violence. He felt more like a silent witness than an attacker. More like someone who couldn't move on, but also couldn't quite leave the living alone. Maybe he wasn't trying to scare us at all. Maybe we were just children living next to something we didn't understand, and our fear filled in the blanks. Either way, that house left a mark on me. It taught me that you can live in a place for years and still feel like part of it is not yours. That you can learn to be brave without ever feeling fully comfortable. That some homes carry stories inside them, even when you don't know the details yet. And sometimes, years later, you discover the missing piece, and it changes everything you thought you knew about what you were sensing all along. Even now, when I think of that second hallway, circling that inner fireplace, I can still picture the shape of him in my mind. That big man's presence. That feeling of cold and sadness that never fully lifted. And I can't help feeling a quiet wish. If he really was that man who died there, I hope he has found peace now. I hope he isn't still standing in that hallway, still attached to that fireplace, still watching people move through a house that once held the last moment of his life. Late November last year, my family moved into an old convent that was built in 1914. Even writing that still feels a little unreal, because it's not the kind of place most people imagine living in. It wasn't a modern home with open-plan living and clean new walls. It was a big, aged building with history soaked into it. The kind of place where the air feels different the moment you step inside, not in a bad way, just different. Like the house has been breathing for over 100 years and you can sense all the lives that have passed through it. The convent is honestly beautiful. It's huge, but not in a flashy way. It has 10 small bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and a laundry that still makes me laugh because it's massive and has 4 tubs, like it was designed for serious work. There's a sitting room, a library, a TV room, and 2 sunrooms, plus all these little corners and hallways that make the house feel like it goes on forever. It's the kind of home where you can walk around at night and feel like you've wandered into a different era. It has that old, solid feeling, high ceilings, thick walls, and rooms that each feel like they have their own mood. When we first moved in, we were mostly excited. There was so much space, and it felt like an adventure exploring every room. We were busy unpacking, choosing where things would go, arguing about who got which bedroom, and trying to make it feel like ours. But it didn't take long before we started noticing small things that didn't quite make sense. There's a spare room right at the end of one of the hallways that we use as a storage room. It's not a room anyone hangs out in. It's mostly boxes, old things, spare bedding, and random stuff we don't know where else to put. And yet, for some reason, that door seems to have a life of its own. It regularly opens and closes on its own, like someone has quietly walked in and out. At first we tried to be logical about it. Old house, old door, maybe the latch is loose. Maybe air pressure. Maybe the floors are uneven. But then the light started doing it too, turning on and off without anyone touching it. That was the first time we all started looking at each other like, okay, this place is a bit different. And it wasn't just that storage room. After we settled in properly, we realized certain rooms had their own vibe, like you could feel the atmosphere change when you walked in. The guest bedroom, especially, started to stand out. If there is one room in the house that feels the most active, it's that one. And the thing is, we don't even have a dramatic story of seeing things clearly or hearing loud voices. It's more like the house does little things that make you pause and think, how did that happen? One of the earliest incidents in the guest bedroom happened when our cousins came over to stay. It was a normal family visit, nothing spooky about it. They stayed the night, we all chatted late, everyone went to bed, and in the morning they left. After they left, we went into the guest room to change the sheets and tidy up the way you always do after visitors. We didn't expect anything weird. We were just doing chores. But what we found in that room stopped us cold. There had been a painting on the dresser, nothing unusual, just part of the decor. In front of that painting, there was a vase sitting perfectly in place. But somehow, the painting had flung itself off the wall. Not slipped slightly, Not tilted, not fallen forward onto the dresser. It was on the floor as if something had pushed it with force. And the strangest part was the vase. The vase was still exactly where it had been. Upright. Untouched. If you've ever had something fall off a wall near a surface where objects are sitting, you know it usually knocks into things. Or at least shifts the air enough that something wobbles. But this looked impossible. Like the painting had been picked up and thrown down while the vase stayed perfectly calm. No windows were open. No door was open. There was no wind, no slam, no movement we could blame it on. We stood there staring at it, trying to make sense of it, and all we could say was, "That's not normal." From that point on, it felt like the house started showing itself in smaller, stranger ways too. Things would disappear, and then show up again in places that made no sense. Not, "Oh, I forgot I left it there," type places, but places that made you question your own memory. One of the most bizarre examples happened in the dining room. My mum had a candlestick that usually sat on the table as part of the decoration. One day she decided she wanted something fresher and more cheerful, so she swapped it out for a vase of flowers. She took the candlestick and put it away in a drawer. I remember it clearly because it was such an intentional action. It wasn't like she set it down somewhere random. She actually put it away. Not long after, we all walked back into the dining room and just froze. The candlestick and the vase had swapped over again. The candlestick was back on the table, and the vase of flowers was not where it was supposed to be. It was like the house had quietly decided, "No, I prefer it the other way." And we all started laughing in that uncomfortable way people laugh when they don't know what else to do. Because what do you say? We checked the drawer. We checked around. Mum was certain she'd put it away. And there it was, back like it had never left. My older sister has her own weird ongoing thing in this house too. She has a ring, one she actually cares about, not just cheap jewelry you forget about. And for some reason, that ring always ends up in strange places. It's like it has a mind of its own, or like something enjoys messing with it specifically. One time we were at a restaurant down the street. Nothing fancy, just a normal family outing. While we were there, she noticed her ring was gone. She panicked immediately. She was sure she'd worn it there. She checked her pockets, checked under the table, checked her bag, checked everywhere. She was upset because it didn't feel like the kind of thing you just lose easily. She was genuinely convinced it had slipped off while we were out. We went home, still talking about it, still annoyed and confused. And when we walked into the house, the ring was sitting on top of the TV. On the TV. Not on a shelf. Not on a table. Not somewhere a person would casually place it without remembering. It was right there, like someone had put it in the most obvious spot possible, as if to say, "You can stop searching now." My sister swore she'd worn it down the street. And to this day, we still don't understand how it ended up there. Another strange thing is that we rarely see full figures clearly. It's not like we're constantly seeing ghosts standing in doorways. But my older sister has mentioned more than once that she has seen a small white dog walking around the house. Not a blur, not a shadow, but the shape of a little dog moving like it belongs there. The only problem is, we don't have a dog. We have 3 fat cats. So every time she says it, we go, "Are you sure it wasn't a cat?" And she insists it wasn't. She says it looks like a small white dog just trotting along calmly, like it's used to the place. And that's such a specific thing to imagine, you know? It's not like seeing a shadow, where your mind can fill in details. A small white dog is a very particular image. The house does other little things too. We have central heating, and it often turns on by itself. At first we blamed the system, old wiring, old controls, maybe it's faulty. But it happens in a way that feels timed. Like it happens when the house wants it on, not when we do. We'll be sitting there and suddenly the heating starts, even though no one touched the switch. It makes you feel like you're sharing the house with someone who has opinions. Certain rooms feel stronger than others, energy-wise. And I know, energy is a vague word, but it's the only way I can describe it. The library is one of those rooms. And the funny thing is, the library is beautiful. It's exactly the kind of room you'd expect in an old convent. Quiet, warm, full of that old paper smell, and kind of comforting in a nostalgic way. But even though it's lovely, I don't like going in there alone. I can't fully explain why. Nothing bad has happened to me in there. There's no dramatic story of something grabbing my arm or whispering in my ear in the library. It's just, I feel uneasy in that room. Like the air is heavier. Like you're being observed. Like if you spoke too loudly, someone would be annoyed. It gives me the feeling that it belongs to someone else, and I'm only allowed in there under certain invisible rules. The guest bedroom is similar, except it's more obvious because things physically happen in there. It has that same feeling of presence, but mixed with movement, like the room is more willing to show itself. Even the kitchen has its own kind of strange moments. Sometimes we get smells that make no sense, especially at times when no one is cooking. The kitchen will suddenly smell like sweets baking, like scones, cakes, biscuits. Not faintly either. It can be strong enough that you start looking around thinking someone must have put something in the oven. But there's nothing there. No baking. No ingredients out. Just the smell, hanging in the air like a memory. And here's another thing we've noticed. The activity tends to pick up after other people have been in the house. Like the house becomes more active after visitors, especially if the visitors aren't part of our usual daily routine. It's almost like whatever is here gets stirred up by new energy. Or like it becomes curious. Or like it's reacting, the way a person might react if strangers were walking through their home. That's something we find really interesting, because it doesn't feel random. It feels like the house notices people. Over time, we started developing our own beliefs about what's here. We genuinely believe we live with a bunch of lovely old nuns from 100 years ago. And the thing is, that idea doesn't scare us. It actually feels comforting. Maybe because the activity doesn't feel cruel or violent most of the time. It feels domestic. It feels like someone keeping an eye on things, tidying, rearranging, reminding you that the house has rules. Like the house still belongs to someone who cared for it long before we arrived. And honestly, we've grown fond of them. We talk about them like they're part of the household. Not in a mocking way, not in a ha-ha haunted house way, but in a gentle way. Like old residents who never really left. We feel like they're fond of us too, or at least tolerant of us. And in return we try our best to respect the house. We keep it clean. We don't treat it like a cheap rental. We take care of it. We try not to be careless with it, because it feels like a place that deserves respect. At the same time, we've also had other strange happenings in this house that are more creepy and frightening, but those don't feel connected to the nuns at all. Those feel like something else entirely, something that doesn't match the warm, old-fashioned, almost protective vibe we associate with them. That's why we say those are another story. Because in our minds, it's like there are two different types of presence here. The gentle, familiar ones who feel like they belong, and something else that doesn't. And that's also why we think the nuns protect us. We can't prove it, obviously. But the feeling we get is that they're like guardians of the house. Like whatever darker or stranger energy pops up sometimes doesn't fully take over because something stronger already owns the space. And in a weird way, that makes us feel safer. Like yes, this house is active, and yes, sometimes it's odd, but it doesn't feel like we're alone in it in a helpless way. It feels like we're sharing it with something that has its own rules and its own boundaries. I know to some people this story might sound boring because it's not constant horror. It's not doors slamming every night and screaming in the dark. But to us living here, it's fascinating. It's like living inside a place that still remembers what it used to be. And even when it confuses us, there's something strangely comforting about believing we're not the first family to live within these walls, and we won't be the last. So yeah, that's the story of our old convent so far. Strange doors. Lights flipping. Objects moving in ways that don't make sense. A ring that likes to travel. A mysterious little white dog. Sweet baking smells in an empty kitchen. Rooms that feel alive in their own quiet way. and this sense that the house is full of old nuns who are still quietly keeping watch. And no, it wasn't boring. Not to us. Before I left my last workplace, a few colleagues pulled me aside and shared something they'd heard about the building. They said it had been briefly used as a morgue during World War II, sometime between 1942 and 1945. No one claimed to have official proof, but the story had been passed around often enough that people spoke about it like it was a half-known truth. And honestly, the idea didn't feel impossible. The location made sense. A small cottage hospital used to sit just up the road. The old church is still across the street, and the house that once belonged to the bishop is still there as well. The funeral home is only a block away. Everything about that little pocket of streets feels like it was built around sickness, loss, prayer, and final goodbyes. Even if the building wasn't formally a morgue, it certainly sat in the right place for that kind of work to happen, especially during a crisis. The building itself was old. The ground floor had original sandstone, solid and heavy, the kind of stone that holds cold no matter how hot the weather is outside. The floor above had been added later, like the building had grown over time, piece by piece, depending on what people needed from it. After the war it became a sports and recreation club, then it sat empty for years until a few years ago when it was renovated and turned into office space. Once I heard the morgue story, I couldn't stop looking at the building differently. Renovations don't just change walls and floors. They disturb spaces that have been still for a long time. I started wondering whether the disruption of rebuilding, drilling, repainting, moving furniture in, and filling it with people again had stirred up something that was better left quiet. Even if you don't believe in ghosts, you can still believe in atmosphere. You can believe in the way a place holds onto memory. And this place had a lot of history soaked into it. Not long after that, I started hearing other people's experiences, and what struck me most was that the stories all seemed to focus on the lower level. One of the supervisors used to arrive early in the mornings. She was practical and organized, the kind of person who didn't usually jump to dramatic conclusions. But she said that more than once she heard noises downstairs, as if people were moving around. Not one loud bang, not a single unexplained sound you could shrug off. It was the kind of noise that suggested activity, like footsteps, shifting, movement, the subtle sounds of a building being lived in. Yet she was always alone. She also wasn't the kind of person who would share something like that casually. She admitted she was sensitive to things most people dismissed. She'd had strange experiences before in her life, so she recognized that uneasy feeling when it arrived. Downstairs, she said, felt wrong. And downstairs was where the morgue was rumored to have been. The story placed it near the room that we used for meetings. Another colleague, a woman who wasn't at all dramatic, told me she felt so uneasy downstairs that she avoided going there whenever she could. She didn't describe it as fear the way you'd feel if someone was threatening you. It was more like her body reacted before her mind did. The moment she went down, something in her tightened. Her chest would feel heavy, her skin would prickle, and a sense of "get out" would rise up in her without any clear reason. She couldn't explain it logically, and that made it worse. She just knew she didn't like being down there. The meeting room in particular had a reputation. People would mention, sometimes jokingly and sometimes not, that it always felt colder than the rest of the building. Even in summer. Even when the room was full of warm bodies. You could walk in there and feel the temperature drop like you'd stepped into a cellar. And strangely, the ladies' restroom upstairs was often cold too, even when other rooms on that level felt normal. At the time, I told myself it was just an old building. Stone holds cold. Old structures have drafts. Renovations aren't always perfect. If you go looking for something weird, you'll find it. That's what I kept repeating to myself, because it was easier to blame plumbing, insulation, or building design than to sit with the possibility that a place might carry something else. But then the office itself began to feel unsettled in a way that wasn't just about temperature. In the months after it became an office, it was like the mood of the place shifted. People became reactive. Little things turned into arguments. People took offense when no offense was meant. Minor misunderstandings turned into long, ugly tension. It felt like everyone was on edge, as if the building itself was pressing down on us, amplifying irritation, making patience thinner, making the air heavier with resentment. Over time, it became increasingly uncomfortable to be there. And the thing that bothered me most was the contrast. When those unhappy people weren't in the office, everything felt lighter. The same rooms felt breathable. The same halls felt less oppressive. It was like the building could be calm, and then certain moods would sweep through like a fog and poison the atmosphere. I started coming home exhausted, not from work, but from the emotional weight of being around constant negativity. Some days, walking past certain people felt almost physical, like trying to move through sticky cobwebs. It sounds strange, but that's the only way I can explain it. My body would feel heavy, like my feet were trudging through thick mud, like something was clinging to me. And yet on quieter days, without that tension, I could move through the same space without feeling drained. Eventually it got so bad I couldn't ignore it anymore. The stress was affecting my health. I was losing energy. I was becoming anxious before work, like my body was anticipating harm even if nothing had happened yet. The environment felt toxic. And no matter how I tried to stay neutral, no matter how I tried to focus only on my tasks, the heaviness crept into my mood. In the end, I had to leave. It wasn't dramatic. It wasn't one huge incident. It was the slow build-up of constant discomfort, until the thought of staying there felt like it would break something in me. I chose my peace. During my last week, I decided to take a few photos of the building as a keepsake. Not because I missed the stress, but because I wanted to remember that chapter of my life, and the building itself was beautiful in an old, solid way. There's something about old sandstone and long hallways and worn corners that feels meaningful, like you're walking through time. But I didn't go into it casually. I took precautions. I prayed for protection and blessing before I went downstairs during my lunch break. I didn't want to walk into that lower level unguarded, not emotionally and not spiritually, even if part of me still wasn't sure what I believed. At first, my phone camera worked normally. I took a couple of shots, no problem. Then the shutter button stopped responding for a while. I pressed it again and again, and nothing happened. When it finally began working again, the autofocus started acting strange. It either wouldn't focus properly, or the photos came out blurry. I deleted the worst ones, because they looked like I'd moved my hand at the last second, but I was sure I hadn't. My hands felt steady. My breathing was calm. The flash didn't come on either, even though the place looked dim to my eyes. Yet when I looked at the photos afterward, they appeared brighter than I expected, as if the camera had captured more light than the room had. I remember standing there thinking, okay, this is odd. Not impossible, but odd. Then I heard something fall over in the lounge area. It wasn't a gentle tap. It was a definite sound, like an object tipping and landing. The kind of noise you recognize instantly as something physical. And the moment I heard it, something shifted inside me. The air felt different. My skin prickled at the back of my neck. That feeling of being alone vanished. Suddenly I had the strongest impression that I wasn't alone down there. Not in the sense of seeing someone clearly. More like sensing presence in pockets, like groups gathered here and there, watching quietly. I had this vivid, instinctive feeling that I was being observed with curiosity. Almost like I was the strange one, the intruder, the living person who had wandered into their space holding a little device they didn't understand. I don't know why I did it, but I spoke out loud. Not loudly, not aggressively. Just polite and careful, like you speak when you enter someone else's home and you want to show respect. I'm leaving and wanted some photos for the memories. I wish you all well and to be at peace. As soon as I said it, I felt foolish and relieved at the same time. Foolish because who was I talking to? Relieved because something in me needed to acknowledge whatever I was sensing instead of pretending it wasn't there. And then I left. Quickly. Later, I showed the photos to a few friends, people I trusted, people who had their own experiences and wouldn't just laugh and dismiss it. A couple of them pointed out faint shadows where there shouldn't have been any. One friend, who came from a family with unusual sensitivities, looked at one photo for a long time and then said something that made my stomach twist. He said he could see a faint image of a man sitting on the bottom step of the staircase. His head was bowed, and he looked like he was smoking. He also said he could sense several people standing around the lounge area near the windows. He thought the sound of something falling was likely files that had previously been stacked on a nearby chair. I didn't tell him what to see. He didn't know every detail I had been feeling in that moment. He just looked, quietly, and described what he noticed. And whether it was his imagination or his sensitivity, the description matched the feeling I had down there, not one lone spirit, but a sense of multiple presences, like a space that had held many people and still remembered them. After I left that job, I kept thinking about the story of the morgue and whether it was definitely World War II, or whether that timeline was just people repeating something they'd heard without checking the facts. Another possibility started to make more sense the more I thought about the building's age and location. It could have begun during the 1918 influenza pandemic. That pandemic overwhelmed hospitals everywhere, and small cottage hospitals would have struggled badly. If the local hospital was overloaded, it wouldn't be surprising if nearby buildings were used temporarily to hold the deceased. A makeshift morgue. A place to store bodies respectfully until they could be transported. And given that the quarantine station wasn't far away, it's possible the bodies were ferried across the water for quarantine or management of the outbreak. That lower-level room might later have been repurposed as a cold room when the building became a club, which would explain why it always felt unusually cold. Then again, the World War II story might also hold truth in some form. The building could have been used as a hospice or an overflow care site for returned servicemen who needed urgent treatment, somewhere to house the mortally wounded when other facilities were stretched. And if men died there, it's possible the lower level was used temporarily to store the deceased before they could be moved elsewhere. There was also that small bronze plaque on the side of the building that read, "The Soldier's Wing." That detail always stood out to me because plaques aren't put up for nothing. It suggests the building had some recognized connection to servicemen, even if the exact nature of that connection has blurred over time. Maybe the building was used for the sick, the wounded, and the dead across multiple periods. Maybe it carried layer upon layer of hardship, pandemic, war, loss. And maybe that kind of history doesn't just fade when people repaint walls and bring in office desks. But even with all these theories, I can't say for sure what was true. I can't prove the building was a morgue. I can't prove it held bodies. I can't prove the shadows in the photos were spirits. I can't even prove that the heavy atmosphere came from anything supernatural. What I can say is this: the place felt different. The lower level felt heavy. The office environment became deeply uncomfortable in a way that seemed bigger than ordinary workplace stress. And the moment I heard something fall and felt those groups around me, it was like the building reminded me that I wasn't alone in my certainty that something lingered there. Now that I'm away from it, I feel relief. And the strangest part is, I didn't mind the idea of lingering memories down there. That part didn't frighten me as much as it might frighten other people. Because in my experience, the dead are easier to ignore than the living. The living can be cruel on purpose. The living can create stress that follows you home. The dead, if they are there at all, often feel like echoes, sad, curious, quiet, sometimes cold, but not always malicious. Leaving that workplace gave me my peace back. And whatever that building truly held, whether it was history, emotion, memory, or something more, I'm grateful it's now behind me. I'll tell this as clearly and gently as I can, in simple English, and I'll keep it close to what you shared. Since you said these are your mother's experiences, I'll stick to her story and your memories around it, without adding characters or making anything bigger than it was. I'll also keep it in paragraphs, no headings, and I won't bold names or anything like that. You're right that it's hard to put these kinds of memories into order. When someone finally opens up after years of silence, it can feel like a flood. One story triggers another, and suddenly you're holding pieces from different times of life that seem connected in a way you can't ignore. That's what your phone call with your mum sounded like. Not just a chat, but something that unlocked old rooms in her mind. And maybe in yours too. You said you rarely talk on the phone for more than 10 minutes, yet this time you spoke for almost 4 hours. That alone says how much she had been keeping inside, and how badly she needed to speak it out loud to someone who wouldn't laugh, dismiss her, or make her feel crazy. A big part of what stayed with you is the way your mum used to shut down any talk of spirits when you were younger. Her line was always the same: don't talk about it, because it gives them energy. She didn't say it in a casual way either. She said it like a rule you don't break. Like she believed attention itself could act like a door. But even though she tried to keep it quiet, you still caught pieces. You heard her once telling another adult something you weren't meant to hear. You were around 11 or 12, and you were doing what kids do, delaying sleep, wandering out for a drink, listening from the hallway with that intense curiosity. At the time it might have felt like just one scary story. But during the call you just had with her, she filled in the gaps and everything clicked into place in your mind. You started to feel like there might be a reason your family has had so many encounters. Like it wasn't random. Like something started it. When you were born, your mother was very young. She got with your father when she was 16 and he was 25. She thought she knew him. She thought she was stepping into a normal life, or at least a life she could understand. But then she found out there was another side to him, a side he either didn't take seriously or didn't want to explain properly. He used to get together with a group of friends who called themselves White Witches. Your mum described how they would sit around a fire and make a circle. You've read since then that a circle is meant to be protective, like a boundary. And that detail is something you still can't shake, because it raises an obvious question in your mind. If the circle is for protection, what did they think they needed protection from? Your mum said she sat there in the middle of the night watching them. Part of her felt like they might be pretending, playing at something dramatic. But another part of her felt real fear, the kind that lives in your stomach and makes you alert even when you want to relax. And then someone brought out a Ouija board. That was the moment, in her memory, when the mood changed from, maybe this is harmless, to, this is not okay. She said the guy controlling the board claimed he contacted an aborted fetus. And the words that came through were things like dark, pain, so much pain, hurt. Whether those words were real, imagined, or guided by the people using it, the effect on your mum was the same. It felt cruel, heavy, wrong. It didn't feel like a silly game anymore. Then the man who was controlling the board rolled onto the ground and curled into a fetal position. His eyes rolled back so only the whites showed. That image stuck with your mum, because it didn't look like acting. It looked like something had taken over his body, or like he had scared himself so badly he snapped into a performance. He couldn't stop. And right as that happened, the door to your room slammed. You were a newborn at the time. Your mum said she had this immediate horrible feeling, the kind that makes a mother move without thinking. She ran upstairs toward your room. And as she ran, she noticed a smell, old women's perfume, strong enough that she could smell it from the kitchen all the way up to your door. That detail matters because it wasn't a faint scent, not something you could easily blame on old curtains or house dust. It felt like a presence announcing itself. When she reached your bedroom door, she tried to open it and couldn't. The handle moved as if it wasn't locked, but the door refused to give. She pushed harder. She jiggled it. Still nothing. A door that should have opened simply wouldn't. In that moment she stopped being polite or confused. She snapped into pure protection mode, and she shouted, "Stay away from my baby, you be ****H!" And then, instantly, the door slammed open like something had released it. She ran in, grabbed you, and got out of there as fast as she could. After that, more strange things happened, and your father stayed indifferent to the danger the way some people do, either because they don't believe in it, or because they don't want to admit what they've touched, or because they think they can control it. Your mum didn't wait around to find out which it was. She took you and left. When she talked to you about her life during this call, she also went back even further, before she met your father. She said her earliest experience happened when she was about 6 or 7. She was lying on her bed during the day, just relaxing. She described it as being stretched out comfortably, like a starfish, completely at ease. Then the air changed. It got thick and cooler all of a sudden, like the room had been filled with something heavier than air. And then she felt something lie on top of her and push her head down into the mattress. She tried to scream but couldn't. Her face was forced into the bed, like the mattress was swallowing her voice. It was suffocating, terrifying, and the worst part was the helplessness. Then, just as suddenly, whatever it was released her. She bolted out of the room as fast as her legs could carry her. But she didn't tell her parents. She said she was afraid they wouldn't believe her. That fear, of being doubted, mocked, dismissed, stayed with her, and you can hear how it shaped the way she dealt with everything later. Keep quiet, don't feed it, don't give it attention. Then she told you another experience from when you were around 11 or 12. This one is painful because it isn't just about spirits. It's also about the man she was with at the time. The one you described as a pig, someone you despised because he made your mother cry and he abused you physically. That part matters because it shows the environment you were living in. Whether or not you believe in spirits, you can't deny the effect of fear, stress, violence, and constant tension. That kind of environment changes a home. It changes people. It can make you feel unsafe in your body even when nothing paranormal is happening. Your mom said they were both in bed one night when she suddenly felt something coming. She told him, "Hold me, it's coming. I can feel it." That sentence alone tells you how familiar the sensation was to her, like she could sense a pattern. He put his arm and leg around her. And then, according to her, even he could feel it. Neither of them could see it, but both of them felt weight on the mattress. They felt pressure, like something was pushing down on her chest, making it hard for her to breathe, like something was sitting on her. It stayed for a while and then it lifted and went away. And your mom cried because she was scared and because she felt trapped in more than one way. Later in life, when you were older, around 25, you and your mom worked together in a retirement home. That part of your story shifts into a different kind of weight, because it shows your mom in her strength. You described her as meticulous and high standard, the kind of worker who didn't cut corners. You said she had a saying, "What if that was your mother or father?" That's not just a line. That's a whole moral code. She cared for residents like they mattered, like they were human beings who deserved dignity. And because of that, lazy and contemptuous staff hated her for making them look bad. You saw firsthand how seriously she took care. You learned from her. And that matters because it shows she wasn't someone drifting through life lost in fantasy. She was practical, responsible, grounded. She could be hard to work with because she demanded effort, but her standards came from compassion. She worked only night shifts. You worked all kinds of shifts, including heavy nights where you were changing residents multiple times. And your mom told you that one night she saw something at the end of the corridor, darkness that looked darker than the dark. When she focused on it, she said she saw glowing red eyes. That frightened her enough that she got out of that area quickly and didn't linger. It wasn't curiosity. It was instinct. Leave. Then she described what happened after that. She went into a resident's room because she saw a light under the door. She opened the door just a little, the way you do on night shift when you don't want to startle someone, and she was about to ask if the resident was okay. But then she said she saw the resident's face turn black, and the same glowing eyes she'd seen in the hallway appeared on that face. That detail is the kind of thing people either dismiss instantly or never forget for the rest of their life. Your mom closed the door and said something like, "Okay then," and left. A few minutes later she went back, and the resident looked normal again, like nothing had happened. Normal face. Normal presence. As if the moment had never existed. You shared these stories because you feel like your father's actions, especially those early nights, might have opened something in your family. Like a door that never fully closed. You're trying to embrace it and learn from it, but your mom has always warned that talking about spirits gives them energy. And you also shared your own belief, your theory, that these things behave like parasites, feeding on negative energy, reacting badly to positivity, and avoiding light. You've noticed you've never seen a full-bodied one in sunlight, only partial or transparent shapes. What stands out in everything you wrote is how your mum's experiences follow her through different stages of life. Childhood, young motherhood, a dangerous relationship, a workplace at night. And through all of it, she responds the same way: fear first, then silence, then survival. Even her warning to you as a child, "Don't talk about them," sounds like a safety strategy she built after years of not being believed and not wanting to invite anything closer. During the last week of October 2019, my husband Rex and I decided to take a 9-day road trip down the south coast of New South Wales. We weren't rushing, and we weren't trying to do everything. We just wanted space and fresh air and that quiet feeling you get when the city fades behind you and your mind finally starts to unclench. We stayed in a few places along the way, and each stop had its own little mood, its own smell, its own sounds at night. Most of them felt fine. Some felt lovely. A couple were ordinary but comfortable. Nothing gave me that tight feeling in the chest that says, without words, I don't like this. Our last stop, on the way back to Sydney, was in a small coastal town tucked into the Kiama hinterland. It was the kind of place people describe as idyllic, without even trying. Rolling green, wide skies, those quiet roads that curve and dip through farmland, and a softness in the air you don't get in the city. It should have felt like a perfect last pause before returning home. We were tired by then, but it was the good tired you'd get after days of travel, not the stressed kind. We were already talking about what we'd do when we got home, what groceries we'd need, what laundry pile would be waiting. Normal stuff. Calm stuff. Then we drove up to the property where we booked our last stay, and the moment I saw the large timber-framed house sitting on the hill, something in me went cold. It's hard to explain it in a way that sounds logical, because logically the place looked wonderful. The afternoon sun was out. The house looked well kept. The wood was clean and cared for, not neglected. The gardens looked tended. Nothing looked broken or unsafe or abandoned. It looked like the sort of place people would be delighted to arrive at, the sort of place you'd take photos of and send to friends with a message like, "Look where we are!" But I didn't feel delighted. I didn't feel curious. I didn't feel relaxed. I felt like I didn't belong there. It was immediate, like a reflex. The thought came into my mind as clearly as if someone had said it out loud: "Tell Rex to keep driving. Just keep driving until we get home. Don't stop here. Don't unpack here. Don't sleep here." That shocked me, because I'm not usually dramatic. I'm not the type to look at a place and decide it's bad for no reason. I've stayed in plenty of older houses and cottages and little guest places over the years. I've stayed in places with strange noises, creaky floors, odd smells, and weird lighting. Most of the time I shrug it off and get on with my life. So that strong, instant rejection really stood out to me. Rex noticed it straight away. He asked what was wrong, because apparently my face changed. I told him I didn't like it. Just like that. No long speech. I said I didn't like it and I wanted to leave. He looked at me like I'd gone slightly mad. Not unkindly. Just confused. He reminded me we'd had no problems with the other places we'd stayed on the trip. He was right. I'd been fine the whole time. So he couldn't understand why this one place, on the last day, was suddenly making me feel like running. If I'm honest, part of me couldn't understand it either. But Rex was exhausted. The drive had worn him down, and he didn't want to get back on the road again. He said we should just stay one night, rest, and go home in the morning. He said the place looked good, the weather was nice, and maybe I was just tired. He wasn't dismissive, but he was practical, and I could see he didn't have the energy for an argument. And I didn't want to be that person who ruins the end of a holiday over a feeling I couldn't explain. So we decided to give the place a chance. We went down the steep gravel driveway to the guest cottage, which sat lower on the slope, nestled among lush cabbage tree palms. The driveway wasn't a gentle little track either. It was steep enough that you felt it in your stomach as the car angled downward. The gravel shifted under the tires and made that crunching sound that always makes you drive a little slower, even when you know it's safe. The cottage itself was built in the shape of a long rustic building, made to match the main house in style. It looked charming in that intentionally simple, country way. A long wooden veranda ran along its full length, looking out across green meadows in the valley below. The view was genuinely beautiful. Down there, in the open field, black and white Frisian cows grazed lazily, spaced out like someone had arranged them for a postcard. Everything looked calm and wholesome and peaceful. If you only saw the view, you'd think nothing could be wrong. The cottage had 2-bedroom suites, each with a separate entrance, with sliding glass doors opening onto the veranda. Between the suites was a living room, and in that living room was the main wooden door with antique lead glass detailing. The door looked old-fashioned, the kind that makes a place feel quaint and historic, even if it isn't truly ancient. Rex started unloading our bags. I took the cooler bag with groceries and drinks, because that was easiest for me, and carried it into the kitchen area to put things away. I remember telling myself to stop being silly. I remember thinking, you are safe. It's daylight. It's clean. It's a nice place. You're just tired. Put your food away and then sit on the veranda and breathe. I opened the fridge, bent slightly, and began shifting items around to make room. And that's when I caught a flash of white to my right. It wasn't a slow movement. It wasn't a maybe. It was quick enough that my eyes snapped up without me deciding to do it. The way you look up when something moves in your peripheral vision, and your body assumes it might be a person. I turned my head and looked toward the living room window. Through that window, outside, I saw a figure moving from left to right. For a moment my brain tried to make it normal. I assumed it was someone walking past, maybe Mary, the woman who ran the place. Maybe she'd come back down to the cottage for something. Maybe she was checking something in the other suite. Maybe she'd forgotten to tell us something. That would be normal. But as the figure moved, I realized it didn't look like Mary. It looked like a woman wearing white, like a white dress. Sleeveless, I think, or at least bare arms. The hair was short and dark. The figure was slim. And the way she moved was odd, not exaggerated or floaty, just too smooth and too silent. I stood there holding the cooler bag, frozen, watching those few seconds of movement as my mind tried to catch up. I even had the stupid thought, is that my reflection? But it couldn't be. It didn't match my shape. It didn't match my hair. And the angle didn't even make sense for it to be a reflection. I had seen Mary only minutes before. She had shoulder-length hair, and she'd been wearing a black and white print blouse over light-colored pants. She looked like someone ready to host guests, not like someone in a white dress running past the window. The figure slipped away almost immediately, moving out of the window frame, and I lost sight of her. The whole thing lasted only seconds. But it was enough to make my stomach drop. I didn't scream or jump. I just stood still, staring at the window, trying to decide if I'd really seen what I thought I saw. One of the strangest parts was the setting itself. There was no one staying in the other suite. We knew that. Mary had told us knew it. The property didn't have crowds of guests milling around. It was quiet. And the direction the figure walked in didn't lead anywhere useful. The main house lay in the opposite direction. If someone walked that way, they weren't walking toward a door or a path or a shortcut. They were walking into the side of the cottage and then into nothing, as far as I could tell. Another thing I noticed, almost immediately, was the sound of the floorboards. Those wooden floorboards creaked loudly with any weight. Even our own steps made the boards complain. It was one of those places where you always know exactly where someone is walking because the floor tells you. Yet whoever I'd seen outside the window was silent. No creak, no thump, no shuffle. Just that flash of white and the smooth movement across the window view. I tried to test it in my head. Maybe I didn't hear her because I was focused on the fridge and the cooler bag. Maybe I missed the sound. Maybe she was walking on the ground outside and the floorboards wouldn't creak anyway. That seemed possible. But it didn't solve the rest of it. I walked closer to the kitchen window and craned my neck out to look around the side of the cottage, hoping to see her appear again. If she'd continued walking, she would have to come around the corner, right? Unless there was a hidden path. Unless she had turned back. Unless she had gone into the other suite. Unless I was mistaken. Nothing. No one appeared. No footsteps. No voice. No movement in the grass. No door sliding. Just a quiet afternoon and my own uncomfortable heartbeat. I remember swallowing hard and thinking, maybe I'm being ridiculous. Maybe it's nothing. And then, almost as if the place wanted to prove it could offer something worse than confusion, I noticed the smell. It hit me as I stood at the kitchen sink. A stench, not just a mild unpleasant smell. It was the kind of smell that makes your face tighten, that makes you breathe through your mouth instinctively. It smelled like rotting vegetation, stagnant water, and mold all mixed together. Like something had been wet for too long and was now decaying. It reminded me of old drains, of swampy places, of the underside of leaves that have turned black in a puddle. The smell was coming from the kitchen sink. I assumed it must be a blockage in the pipes, maybe the sink trap. I boiled the kettle and poured hot water down the drain. Then I did the same with the other sink, trying to flush it out. Some of the smell faded, but it didn't disappear completely. It lingered, and it bothered me. I told Rex we'd have to mention it in the morning because it didn't feel like something you should ignore in a guest cottage. He agreed, but we were both busy settling in, and he was tired, and it was only one night, so we didn't make a big deal out of it. What felt especially strange was that we had not smelled anything unpleasant when we first arrived. Mary had been standing right there in the kitchen area, explaining the rules for using the facilities. If the smell had been that strong then, surely we would have noticed it immediately. Surely she would have noticed it. But there had been nothing. It was like the smell had appeared after we arrived, after we started moving around, after I'd been alone in the kitchen for a moment. Then there was the water bottle. Mary had told us there was fresh water in the fridge for us. When I opened the fridge door, I saw a red frosted bottle placed there. It looked like something nice, like something guests would appreciate. But when I picked it up, it felt almost empty. There was only a small amount left. I was thirsty, so I took a cautious sip. The taste was strange enough that I spat it out immediately. Not disgusting, not sour exactly, but wrong. It didn't taste like clean water. When I poured the remaining liquid down the sink, I noticed it looked slightly greenish. Not dirty green, not murky, just a faint tinge, like something had been infused in it. It reminded me of herbal water, or a very pale tea, like jasmine that has been brewed too lightly. It made me wonder if it was something left behind by the previous guests. Maybe they'd put something in it. Maybe Mary hadn't checked. Maybe it had just been sitting there. I didn't know. But it added to my growing sense that the cottage wasn't clean in the way it looked. There was another odd impression that I couldn't explain properly. I kept thinking the kitchen floor was sticky. Not visibly dirty. Just sticky in the sense that it felt unpleasant, like your skin wants to lift away from it. I found myself stepping carefully. At first I assumed I was picking up something on my feet or my sandals, something from the driveway or from outside. Later I was walking around barefoot, and it still felt like that to me. So I checked the soles of my feet. They weren't covered in grime. They looked fairly clean. That surprised me. I touched the slate tiles again with my bare foot, and I realized they were actually fine. They weren't sticky. They weren't wet. They weren't coated in anything. Yet I had this persistent impression that the floor felt dirty, anyway, like my senses were picking up something that my eyes and skin couldn't prove. It was like my body was reacting to the place in a way my mind couldn't justify. That was the pattern of the whole stay. Everything could be explained, maybe, but the explanations didn't soothe me. They didn't settle the feeling. That night, before turning off the lights, I did my usual habit of checking around the bedroom. I'm not obsessive, but in unfamiliar places I like to know where everything is. I like to know which door leads where, what's behind the curtains, where the switches are, and whether the room feels safe once the lights go out. The bedroom had an alcove area with a spare bunk bed tucked into the far corner. As I looked toward that corner, I saw a wispy shadow dart off from the corner of my right eye. It wasn't a full figure. It wasn't anything dramatic. It was like a quick movement of darkness, like something slipping out of sight. It wasn't terrifying, not in the way some experiences people describe are terrifying. It didn't make me feel attacked, but it made me feel warned. It gave me the feeling of, pay attention. Stay alert. Don't relax too much here. I went to bed and prayed quietly for protection and peace. I asked simply to be left alone. I asked for safety. I asked that anything negative keep away from us. I didn't do a long ritual. I didn't perform anything elaborate. I just spoke from the heart, because that is what I do when I feel uneasy and I don't know why. We fell asleep eventually, but it was not the deepest sleep. There was a thin edge to it, like I was listening even while resting. It must have been close to midnight when we were startled by a sound. The small bedroom window above the bed crackled loudly. Not once. Twice. A sharp crackling noise, like glass reacting to pressure or temperature. It was so loud it snapped us awake instantly. What bothered me wasn't just the noise itself. It was the way it didn't match the rest of the environment. The large sliding glass doors didn't make a sound. If it had been a temperature change, you'd expect the larger glass to react too, or at least to make some quiet shifting noises. But it didn't. Only that small window above us. The weather had been mild. There wasn't a storm. There wasn't a dramatic cold snap. The temperature didn't drop noticeably until close to 4 in the morning, and even then, when the air cooled, the glass didn't crackle the way it had earlier. It felt like the crackling happened on its own schedule, not the schedule of the weather. The same thing happened on the second night too, around the same time. And here's the part that surprised even me. Each time, I felt strangely reassured. Most people would hear a loud crackling window and feel alarmed. But my fear didn't spike the way I expected. Instead, I had this odd sense that the sound was like a sharp warning, like someone rapping on the glass to chase something away. It felt almost protective, as if something had come close and then something else drove it off. I don't know why I felt that. I can't prove it. But that was the feeling that settled over me as I lay there awake in the dark. I even had this comforting thought of a guardian spirit. I remembered my prayer. I remembered asking for safety on the trip. And I thought, maybe I'm not alone here. Maybe something is keeping us safe, even if this place is strange. In the morning, the kitchen sink smell was gone. Completely. I leaned over it and sniffed and found nothing unpleasant. That made me hesitate about mentioning it. I didn't want to sound like a complaining guest who makes a fuss over something that has already resolved itself. So I said nothing. But I felt relief when we went up to the main house for breakfast. The main house felt different. It felt cleaner, lighter, like the air moved more easily. The lights seemed more natural. The rooms felt lived in, not in a cluttered way, but in a human way. The cottage felt separate, like it belonged to a different mood. At breakfast we chatted with Mary's husband, Anton. He was friendly, the sort of man who speaks with pride about the work he has done. He told us he had built both the house and the cottage almost 30 years earlier. He said the land had been empty before then, and they had been running the place as a bed and breakfast for over 20 years. The house was on higher ground, and the guest cottage sat on the side of the hill, sloping down toward the valley. Hearing him speak so confidently about the place made me question myself again. Maybe I was overreacting. Maybe the cottage just had plumbing issues and old wood and damp air, like any rural building. Then Anton mentioned something that made my mind snag on it. He said that once, the whole area had been rainforest leading down to swampy land. Wet and damp. And I thought, wait a minute. That smell. That moldy, stagnant smell from the sink. That suddenly made more sense. Maybe the soil and the natural dampness around the slope contributed to smells in the pipes. Maybe the cottage being lower on the hill meant it dealt with more moisture, more drainage problems. Maybe it was a naturally occurring thing after all. Still, that didn't explain the figure. By the last day, I couldn't let that part go. At breakfast I asked Anton, as casually as I could, if neighbors were ever allowed to take a shortcut through their property, or if Mary had come by the cottage again the day before. I tried to make it sound like a simple question, like I was just curious about the layout. Anton said no. The neighbors were not allowed onto their land. There was no easy access. And Mary had not come down again. In fact, Anton said Mary had gone to play croquet immediately after she left the cottage when we first arrived. He also said she did not own any other white clothing. He said it like he knew it for a fact, the way spouses do when they know what the other person wears and doesn't wear. He repeated that there were no other guests staying at the property. I tried to give him an explanation that would allow it to be Mary anyway. I wondered out loud if it could have been her in a croquet uniform. But even as I said it, it sounded weak. A croquet outfit isn't usually a sleeveless white dress. Even if it were, she'd still have to move incredibly fast. The main house was at least a brisk 5 minutes climb up the hill. Not a gentle stroll. A climb. If Mary had left the cottage, walked up, changed, walked back down, and then past the window in the cottage, she would have had to do it quickly. Not impossible, but unlikely, especially when she supposedly went straight to croquet. And if she had come back down for some reason, she would have had to walk past Rex on the veranda because he was unloading bags from the car. Rex did not see Mary, or anyone else. There was also the question of the floorboards. Anyone walking past close enough to be seen in that window would likely have stepped on the veranda or near it, and that veranda and those boards creaked loudly. Yet the figure I saw was silent. Unnaturally silent. Anton insisted the figure had to be his wife. He didn't just suggest it. He insisted. He got emphatic, and then he sounded agitated, as if the topic annoyed him, or worried him, or struck a nerve. It made me uncomfortable. I didn't want to upset him. I didn't want to be the guest who suggests something paranormal in someone else's home and leaves them with an unsettled feeling. So I dropped it. But inside myself, the story didn't settle. On the morning we left, the cottage felt normal. That was one of the most confusing parts. There was no smell. The air felt fine. The room felt just like a room. No sticky feeling. No darting shadow. Even the view looked simply beautiful, as if nothing strange had ever happened there. And that made me question everything. Was it all in my head? Was it just tiredness and imagination? Had the plumbing smell been real and then resolved? Had the floor been fine the whole time and my nerves made me interpret it differently? Had I seen a trick of light outside the window and my brain turned it into a woman in white? Or had something been there, and then moved away? I also wondered about the small acts I'd done without much thinking. Pouring hot water down the sink. Praying for protection. Speaking quietly in my heart. Was it possible those simple actions changed the feeling of the place for me? Was the hot water a kind of cleansing, even if I hadn't intended it that way? Was the prayer enough to shift my own energy so I felt safer? I couldn't say. I still can't. All I know is that I sensed something there. I sensed it the moment we arrived. I sensed it in the way my body reacted before anything happened. I sensed it in that flash of a figure I couldn't explain. I sensed it in the sudden stench and in the way the cottage felt wrong even when it looked right. And the simplest truth I can give you is this: I don't want to go back. Maybe it was all natural. Maybe it was plumbing and old timber and damp land and reflections and a tired mind at the end of a long road trip. That is possible. I won't pretend it isn't. But even if it was natural, the place didn't feel good to me. It didn't feel welcoming. It didn't feel restful. And when you're traveling, and you have a choice, you don't have to force yourself to sleep somewhere that makes your instincts scream. So we left, we drove back towards Sydney, and with every kilometer the tightness in my chest eased. By the time the road began to feel familiar again, I realized I'd been holding my breath, in small ways, for 2 nights. I still don't know exactly what I saw. I still don't know why the window crackled when it did, or why it oddly reassured me rather than frightened me. I still don't know why the kitchen sink smell appeared and disappeared like it was deciding whether to reveal itself. But I do know this. Whatever it was that I sensed in that cottage in the Kayama hinterland, I don't want to meet it again. And that's why we will not be going back. Jubil and I have had a long run of strange little, vanishing acts in our home. You'll set something down, you'll go back for it, and it's simply not there. Then you search properly. You check the obvious places. You check the same place again, because surely you missed it the first time. Still nothing. And then, later on, the item shows up in the exact spot where it should have been all along, as if it's been returned with a smug little flourish. What makes these moments stick in your mind isn't just losing things. Everyone loses things. What makes it unsettling is the pattern. The way it happens when both of you are certain you've already checked. The way it often resolves after Jubil acknowledges it out loud, almost like a polite request has been heard and answered. Sometimes you can laugh it off as a brain glitch or a tired moment. But then another incident comes along that's just too neat, too pointed, too theatrical to brush away. And lately it feels like the prank has evolved. This time there was an extra level of style to it, the kind that makes you pause and think, okay, that was deliberate. That was not just something falling behind a cushion or being misplaced while distracted. This was staged. The instrument of torture, as I've come to think of it, was my mobile phone. My routine is the same every night. I plug the phone into its charger. It gives that familiar little beep. The screen wakes up and shows the battery percentage and the charging symbol. The charger is plugged into a power board, and the power board plugs into the wall. It sounds overcomplicated when I spell it out, but it's just practical. The wall socket is awkward to reach, and the board lets me use the outlets easily without crawling around in the dark. 2 nights ago, I did what I always do. I plugged the cable into my phone. Beep. The display lit up. It clearly showed 60% and charging. Normal. But as I lifted my head, something caught my eye. One of the wall switches was turned off. At first I stared at it, not really believing what I was seeing, because my mind was trying to file it under nothing. Then I followed the power lead with my eyes, tracing it the way you do when you're checking your own thinking. And yes, the switch that was turned off was the one feeding the power board. The power board that was feeding my charger. And instantly, 2 questions crashed into my head. How can a phone be charging if there's no power? And how did that switch turn itself off? I'm not someone who enjoys assuming the weirdest explanation first. I went straight into practical mode. Maybe the switch is faulty. Maybe the power board is faulty. Maybe the phone gave me a false charging signal for a moment because there was residual power, or because the connection triggered the display before the phone realized it wasn't actually receiving current. It's rare, but electronics do strange things sometimes. So I decided to test it properly. I unplugged my bedside lamp and plugged it into a spare outlet on the power board. If the board had power, the lamp should work. If it didn't, the lamp would stay dark. Simple, clear test. The lamp did not turn on. That narrowed things down, and also made the situation feel more serious, because now it wasn't just my phone doing something odd. It was 2 separate devices behaving as if the board had no power at all. That should have been the end of the mystery. The wall switch was off, so of course the lamp wouldn't turn on. Except, the phone had been showing that it was charging. That was the part that refused to behave. So I stopped thinking in circles and focused on the most obvious step. I reached for the wall switch and turned it back on. Immediately, the lamp lit up. And my phone continued charging, as if nothing unusual had ever happened. Out of curiosity, I flipped the wall switch off again. Both devices died instantly. Lamp out, phone no longer charging. I flipped it back on again. Lamp on, phone charging. In other words, the universe snapped back into proper order the second I touched that switch, like it had been waiting for me to notice the joke and fix it. At that point, I would normally have ended the story right there. I could have told myself it was a coincidence. Maybe I had accidentally nudged the switch earlier without noticing. Maybe it had been half loose. Maybe the phone display had lit up in a way that made it look like it was charging when it wasn't. Maybe the system had enough residual power for a split second to trigger the charging icon. There are plenty of boring explanations, and boring explanations are comforting. So I went to bed thinking, fine. Strange moment. Probably nothing. Don't give it too much space. But then last night happened. Last night I went through the same routine. I plugged in my phone. I switched on the lamp. Nothing. No lamp. No light. No comforting little glow. And this time, I didn't even have to guess what I would find. There was enough hallway light spilling into the room for me to see the wall clearly. The switch was off again. Not just the power board acting up. Not just the phone behaving oddly. The wall switch, off. Again. And that's the part that changed this from maybe a glitch to, okay, what is going on? Because a wall switch doesn't usually turn itself off. If it's stiff and properly fitted, it stays where you left it. If it's loose or faulty, it might flicker or fail to deliver power, but it doesn't normally move position like a finger pushed it down. And I know what someone might say, maybe one of you bumped it in the dark, maybe the switch is worn, maybe it's just loose enough to drop. I'd happily accept that explanation, if it hadn't happened in such a pointed, repeating way, and if it hadn't lined up with the same pattern we've seen with missing items, the feeling that something is trying to get a reaction. It wasn't even just the inconvenience. It was the timing. The little performance of it. Like the house was waiting until the moment I expected everything to work, and then pulling the rug out from under logic. So now I'm left with two possibilities, and neither of them is fully satisfying. One is practical and a little worrying. The switch or the wiring could actually be faulty. It could be cutting power intermittently or behaving unpredictably, and I've interpreted it as something playing with me because it happened at the same time as our other strange experiences. If that's the case, it's not a ghost story, it's an electrician story, and I'd rather not learn that lesson the hard way. The other possibility is the one that makes this feel personal, that this is another one of those "look what I can do" moments. Something with an interest in small, clever disruptions. Something that knows exactly how to create confusion without doing obvious harm. And the reason it feels like artistic flair is because it combines two things at once: your expectation that the phone will charge, and your certainty that the switch was not off a moment ago. Either way, it's unsettling because it pulls you into the same mental loop, checking, doubting yourself, checking again, then finding the world arranged in a way that makes you feel a step behind. If it happens again, I treat it as two problems running in parallel. Keep the story in your mind, but also protect yourself in the real-world sense. A switch that moves or loses contact can be a genuine electrical hazard. Even if you suspect something paranormal, it's still worth ruling out the mundane, because the mundane can burn your house down. But emotionally? I get why this one made you sit up and take notice. It's not just the lights going off. It's the way it seems to say, very clearly, I know what you expect, and I can change it. And that, more than the missing objects, is what makes you stop laughing. I don't even know how to explain this in a way that makes sense to someone who hasn't lived it, because if I had read this story before it happened to me, I'm not sure I would have believed it either. But I'm going to write it exactly as I remember it, because it was one of the strangest and most intense periods of my life, and I still don't have a neat label for it. For a while now I've felt like I've been going through what people call a spiritual awakening, or a Kundalini awakening. I know that phrase gets thrown around a lot, and I know some people roll their eyes at it, but I don't have a better way to describe what was happening to me. It wasn't just a vague sense of being more spiritual. It felt like my whole inner world had become loud, active, and wide open, like doors were swinging open inside me that I didn't even know existed. My senses felt sharper in some ways, and in other ways I felt like I was picking up on things that weren't part of normal everyday life. It started with little things. A feeling of being watched when I was alone. Random chills that didn't match the temperature. That odd sensation of someone being close to me, just outside my vision. Then it became more specific. I began hearing voices. Not like one single voice that came once and then went away, but a lot of voices over time, a constant background of commentary and discussion. Sometimes it was like faint chatter in the distance, like a radio in another room, and sometimes it was direct and clear, like someone standing right beside me and speaking into my ear. At first I tried to brush it off. I told myself maybe it was stress, or lack of sleep, or my mind filling in blanks. I tried to ground myself, go about my day, do normal routines, make meals, scroll on my phone, watch a show, talk to my husband, pretend everything was ordinary. But the more I tried to ignore it, the more it seemed to push forward. And eventually, instead of just hearing the voices, I started responding to them. Not because I wanted to be dramatic, but because it felt like being in a room where people are talking about you while you're standing right there. It's hard not to react when it feels like you're being addressed, questioned, judged, or discussed. One of the strangest patterns was that the voices seemed to have their own topics that they came back to again and again. It wasn't random. It wasn't just nonsense. It was like they had ongoing conversations, and I was somehow caught in the middle of it. One topic they kept circling was whether I could be classed as spiritual or satanic. That was the exact flavor of it, like they were debating what category I belonged to. I know how that sounds. It sounds like something from a movie or a weird online forum. But that's genuinely what they were discussing around me, like they were arguing over my type, my energy, my path, my alignment, whatever word you want to use. Sometimes they would speak about me as if I wasn't there, and other times they would speak to me directly, like they wanted me to answer. It wasn't always threatening. Sometimes it was almost casual, even gossipy, like a group of people having a debate and forgetting their voices were audible. Other times it was invasive, like I had no privacy in my own mind. I'd be trying to fall asleep and I'd hear them. I'd be in the shower and I'd hear them. I'd be alone in a room and I'd hear them. It started to feel like there was no place I could fully shut it out. Then one day, everything shifted. On that day, the voices were doing their usual back and forth about whether I was spiritual or satanic, like it was the most important conversation on earth. And in the middle of all that noise, I heard a voice that didn't match the others at all. It wasn't just deeper. It was so deep and guttural that my whole body reacted before my mind even caught up. It sounded like what I can only describe as Satan, or a demon, or something that humans imitate in horror films when they're trying to sound possessed. It was booming, dark, heavy, and it had this slow, thick way of moving through sound, like it wasn't coming from one direction. It felt like it came from everywhere at once. The strangest part was the way it arrived. It was like a presence entering a conversation that was already happening. It didn't need to announce itself. It just joined in, like it belonged there. First there was this low, slow laugh. Not like someone chuckling at a joke. It was more like a rumble, almost pleased, like something that had been listening for a while and finally decided to make itself known. And then it said, very clearly in that deep voice, "Oh, I love her, I love her, I love her." It meant me. I knew it meant me. And the way it said it wasn't sweet. It wasn't gentle. It sounded hungry. It sounded possessive. It sounded like a creature admiring something the way a predator admires prey. I hate even writing that because it makes my skin crawl, but that's the honest feeling it gave me. The sound shocked me so much that I jumped up. My heart was pounding like I'd been startled by a real intruder. I actually ran around the room, turning my head, trying to locate where it had come from, because it felt impossible that something could sound that loud and that close without a source. I checked corners. I checked behind me. I looked toward the doorway. I looked toward windows. I even looked behind furniture like that would make any sense. But there was nothing. There was only the feeling of sound swirling around me, like surround sound, as if my whole space had become an echo chamber for that voice. I remember standing there after, breathing hard, trying to talk myself down. I remember thinking, okay, I heard that, but where did it come from? Why did it sound like it came from everywhere? Why did it feel like it vibrated through the air and into me? I couldn't stop thinking about how real it sounded. It didn't feel like imagination in the normal way. It felt like something arrived. The next day, I was still shaken, but I was also strangely curious. That's something I feel ashamed of admitting, because I know curiosity can be dangerous. But I want to be honest about my state of mind. I wasn't only scared. I was also fascinated. I felt like I'd stumbled into something big, something hidden, something that most people don't experience. And when you feel like you're in that kind of strange territory, part of you wants answers, even if the answers frighten you. That day I was in the shower, and the voices started up again. The usual chatter. The same debate, the same poking and prodding, the same, "What are you?" energy. I don't know why I did it, but I decided to speak to them. Maybe I was tired of feeling bullied by invisible commentary. Maybe I wanted to test if I could control the interaction. Maybe I wanted to prove to myself that I wasn't powerless in it. So I started talking out loud, in the shower, like you might talk to yourself when you're alone, except I wasn't talking to myself. I was responding to them. I had only been talking for a couple of minutes when it happened again. That deep voice appeared, and this time it sounded like it rose up from the plug hole, the drain right under me. I know that seems ridiculous on paper, but that is exactly how it felt. Like the sound traveled upward through the pipe, like it came out of the drain's mouth. The shower noise was running, the water was hitting the tiles, there was steam, there was that sealed, echo-y feeling bathrooms have. And in the middle of all that, the voice came. But what happened next was even stranger than the first day. As I spoke, the voice spoke at the exact same time, word for word, matching me. It wasn't repeating me a second later like an echo. It was simultaneous. Like we were reading from the same script together, like it knew what I was going to say and said it with me as I said it. It sounded like my voice and this huge, demonic voice overlapping in perfect timing. I remember freezing mid-sentence because my brain couldn't compute it. I remember feeling my stomach drop, like the floor inside me had opened. I remember thinking, how is it doing that? How can something speak with me at the exact same time as me? Is it reading my thoughts? Is it predicting me? Is it controlling me? Is it inside me? That was the terrifying part, the question that landed like a stone. If it can speak with me, can it also steer me? It was one of those moments that feel impossible to describe because it's not just the sound, it's a whole body shock. Your mind tries to pull away from what's happening while your senses insist it's real. It made me feel exposed, like my thoughts weren't private anymore. Like something could anticipate me before I even finished forming a sentence. Later that night, I was sitting in my living room talking with my husband. We'd been discussing spirituality and Satanism and all of these heavy themes, partly because it had been on my mind so much, and partly because I needed to talk to someone grounded in the real world. I needed to say it out loud and hear my own words. I needed someone else present so I didn't feel like I was trapped in a private nightmare where I was the only witness. I was explaining the odd things that had been happening lately. I was describing the voices, the debate, the strange intensity, and I was trying to keep my tone calm, like I was reporting something strange but not losing myself. I wanted him to understand without panicking. I wanted him to believe me, but I didn't want to terrify him. And then it happened again. This time, the voice didn't just speak around me or with me. It spoke through me. I was in the middle of saying something to my husband, and suddenly my words transformed. The sound coming out of my mouth changed into that deep, demonic tone, as if something reached into my throat and used my vocal cords like an instrument. It didn't feel like I chose to do it. It felt like it slid over my speech and took over the sound of it. It kept saying what I had been in the middle of saying, like it had grabbed the sentence and decided it wanted to deliver it. And my husband heard it. He was right there. He wasn't asleep. He wasn't in another room. He was looking at me as it happened. At first my brain tried to insist it couldn't be happening. I tried to continue talking like normal, as if I could push through it, and my voice would return to mine. But the longer it went on, the more stunned I became. I could feel my face shifting between disbelief and this strange awe. because it was so dramatic, so strong, so unmistakable. It was like something out of a movie, but it was happening in my living room, coming from my own throat. And this is where I have to admit something complicated. I wasn't only horrified. A part of me was amazed. I know that's a risky thing to say, because it can make it sound like I enjoyed it or wanted it, and I didn't want it. I didn't invite it to use me. But in that moment, there was also this wild sense of, this is real, this is undeniable, this is not just in my head, because someone else can hear it. I had a witness. For once I wasn't alone with it. That awe mixed with shock made me laugh. Not because it was funny, but because sometimes laughter is what comes out when your mind can't find a safer reaction. I laughed in amazement, almost breathless, and I remember the sound of that laugh being wrong too, like even my laughter had this rough, deep quality to it. I don't remember every word that came out of my mouth after that. I remember flashes. I remember the feeling of my throat vibrating in a way that didn't feel like my normal voice. I remember asking my husband, half joking and half testing reality, if he liked my fun voice. Even as I said it, I knew it wasn't fun to him. I could see it in his face. His eyes were wide. He looked like he was seeing a stranger wearing my skin. Later he described it in a way that stuck with me. He said it sounded like the male lead singer of a Norwegian death metal band, or something like that. He wasn't trying to be funny. He was trying to find a comparison big enough to explain what it sounded like. He said it was the single most terrifying thing he'd ever heard. He kept saying, "That wasn't you. That wasn't you." And the more he insisted it wasn't me, the more it created tension between us, because on one hand I knew it was coming through me, but on the other hand I didn't feel like I was choosing it. It went on for about 10 solid minutes. 10 minutes is a long time when something feels wrong in your own body. 10 minutes is long enough for fear to settle into every corner of a room. It wasn't a quick burst and then gone. It persisted. It lasted. It turned the air heavy. And then we fought. A huge fight. Not a small disagreement, but one of those arguments where fear spills into anger, because fear has nowhere else to go. He was scared and felt helpless. I was scared and felt misunderstood. And under it all was that feeling that something had inserted itself into our home and into our relationship, like it wanted to create division, like it wanted to take the safety out of our space. The voice stopped after the fight escalated, but the aftermath didn't stop. The memory stayed. The feeling stayed. The question stayed. What was that? How did it happen? Why did it happen? The only explanation I could cling to at the time was that I must have been in some kind of high vibration state while thinking about heavy spiritual themes like Satan, demons, angels, and spiritual beings in general. It felt like the focus itself was a beacon. Like if you stare into certain ideas long enough, you get attention from whatever lives around those ideas. I don't know if that's true. I'm not stating it like a fact. It's just the only framework I had at the time that even slightly fit the experience. I also want to be clear that this didn't happen in isolation. It wasn't like one weird voice moment, and otherwise my life was normal. This was during a period where lots of other things were happening too, and some of them were just as disturbing in their own way. I was seeing what I can only describe as spirits and entities around everywhere. Sometimes it would be a shadowy figure in the corner of a room. Sometimes it would be a flicker of movement that didn't make sense. Sometimes it would be a presence that felt so strong it made me turn my head, expecting to see someone standing beside me. I was also hallucinating that people's eyes and faces were morphing or changing while I looked at them in real life. This wasn't a my imagination in the dark thing. It happened in normal lighting. I would be talking to someone, or standing in a shop, or passing someone on the street, and their face would suddenly look like something else was layered over it. Almost like an image had been superimposed. I could still kind of see their real face beneath, but over the top of it I'd see changes that were intense and unnatural. Sometimes the eyes would glow an almost neon blue. Sometimes they would shift to a bright gold, like molten metal. Sometimes they would become a deep, deep red. Sometimes they would look glossy black, like there was no depth. like empty pits with sunken sockets. It would last long enough for me to register it clearly, and then it would either snap back, or shift again, or fade as I blinked and tried to steady myself. And because this was happening while I was already hearing voices, it made the whole world feel unstable. I felt like I couldn't trust what I was seeing. I felt like reality had become too thin, like the ordinary layer had peeled back and something else was showing through, whether I wanted it to or not. On top of that, I was experiencing being touched. Not lightly, not vaguely, but strongly. It felt like hands on my skin, pressure on my body, sometimes a brush, sometimes a push, sometimes a grip. It happened regularly enough that I started anticipating it. I would flinch. I would tense. I would scan the room. But most of the time there was nothing there. And there were other Kundalini-type oddities too. Waves of energy up my spine. Sudden heat. Shivering cold. Pressure in my head. A feeling like buzzing in my body. Moments where I felt wide open emotionally. Like I could cry for no reason, or like I could feel the mood of a room before anyone spoke. Moments where I felt like my thoughts weren't only mine, like my mind was broadcasting. That's why I'm telling the full picture, because I don't think the demonic voice incidents make sense on their own. They were part of a bigger storm. What makes it harder is that the experience felt both unbelievable and intensely real at the same time. The demonic voice didn't sound like a normal voice. It didn't sound like my voice. It didn't sound like a random thought. It sounded like something with weight behind it, something that enjoyed being heard. And the fact that my husband heard it too is what made it so difficult for me to dismiss it afterward as just some private internal experience. I'm sharing this because I honestly want to know if anyone else has ever had anything like this happen. Not just hearing voices in general, but hearing a voice that seemed to enter the conversation like a separate presence, and especially the part where it matched speech word for word, and the part where it seemed to use my vocal cords. If you've had something similar, I'd like to hear how you made sense of it. Did it pass? Did you find a way to protect yourself? Did you find a framework that helped you understand it without making you feel like you were losing your grip on reality? Did you find any spiritual practices that helped, or did you find that stepping away from spiritual focus actually quieted things down? I know my story sounds like something out of a horror movie. I know it sounds incredulous. I know people might assume it's exaggerated. But it's not embellished. If anything, I've tried to describe it in a plain way because even writing it down makes me feel exposed. I'm not writing this for attention. I'm writing it because it happened, and because it left a mark on me and on my relationship, and because I don't want to carry it alone like some strange secret that has no language. Whatever it was, it felt like it responded to attention. It felt like it showed up more strongly when I was talking about Satan or demons or heavy spiritual themes. It felt like it liked being included. That, "Oh, I love her," line didn't feel random. It felt like a claim. And that's the part that still makes my stomach twist when I remember it. If nothing else, writing it out like this is my attempt to place it in a clear shape, to tell the story from start to finish, so it doesn't keep swirling around in fragments inside my head. Because the worst part of experiences like this isn't only the moment itself. It's what happens afterward, when you're left trying to decide what it meant, whether it can happen again, and whether you're safe inside your own mind and body. I've been living in this house for 3 years, and until this year it felt mostly quiet. I'm not saying nothing ever happened at all, because there was one incident that still sits in the back of my mind and I may share it another time, but day to day this home has been calmer than most places I've lived in. That mattered to me more than I can explain, because I've been around strange experiences since I was very young. When you grow up with things that don't fit neatly into logic, you learn to crave normal, boring nights. You learn to appreciate ordinary mornings. You learn to hold on to peace with both hands when you finally get it. So for a long time, I tried to enjoy that calm. I tried not to go looking for trouble. I tried to keep my focus on practical life, on my family, on my home, on routines. I told myself that even if I had always been sensitive, even if odd things had happened to me in the past, it didn't mean they had to keep happening forever. I wanted to believe that whatever followed me when I was younger had finally lost interest, or that I had finally learned how to keep my space protected without turning my whole life into a constant watch. Then this year, something shifted. It didn't start like a dramatic scene from a movie. It started small, like the beginning of a cold you can't quite name yet. A few little signs. A few changes in mood. A few nights that didn't feel right. Nothing that screamed danger at first, but enough that my body began to hold tension without me meaning it to. You know that feeling when you're in your own house and everything looks the same, but your chest feels tight anyway? Like your body is listening for something your ears can't hear? That's what it was like. Quiet, but wrong. The first clear thing I noticed was what was happening to my partner. They began waking up with scratch marks on their body. At first, we reacted the way anyone would. We tried to explain it with normal reasons. We checked bedding. We checked nails. We checked whether the scratches could be from restless movement during sleep. We looked for sharp seams, rough fabric, anything that could drag across skin. We tried to be calm about it. But there was one detail that kept coming back, and it made it harder to shrug off. The marks were only ever in twos. Not random. Not a mess of lines. Pairs. I know some people might say that doesn't matter, that marks are marks, and you can accidentally scratch yourself in your sleep and not remember it. I'm not denying that. I wanted it to be that. I wanted it to be something simple we could fix with a different blanket or a nail file. But the pattern nagged at me. 2 marks. 2 marks again. 2 marks again. It started to feel like more than coincidence, not because of one night, but because it kept repeating. Around the same time, my partner's sleep became darker. They were having violent dreams, the kind that leave your body tense even when you wake up. They started forgetting things that they normally would never forget. Little things at first, then bigger things. It wasn't just, I forgot where I put my keys. It was more like their mind felt foggy in a way that wasn't normal for them. They seemed unsettled, even when they couldn't explain why. Because of the conditions that have been affecting the world, we were sleeping separately. We weren't living in the way we would choose in a perfect world. We were keeping distance, doing what we felt we had to do at the time. So my partner was sleeping alone, and I wasn't always there in the same room, seeing every moment, feeling every shift in the air. That made me uneasy. Not because I didn't trust my partner, but because when you are dealing with anything strange, isolation makes it worse. Being alone in the dark with fear can turn a small thing into a huge thing. And the more the marks appeared, the more their dreams grew violent, the more they forgot, the more I felt like the separation might have to change, even if it was only temporarily. I didn't want to make fear-based decisions, but I also didn't want to ignore something that could be escalating. I started researching. I know people will roll their eyes at that, but when something is happening to your family, you try to gather information any way you can. You read, you compare, you look for patterns, you try to work out whether something fits a known explanation or whether you're dealing with something outside your usual understanding. In my head, I formed an idea of what I thought was happening. I also believed I had a way to deal with it, or at least a way to defend against it. At the time, I thought that was the main problem. But over the next 2 weeks, things got bigger, and they didn't stay limited to my partner. That was what frightened me most. It's one thing to feel like there's an issue attached to a person. It's another thing to feel like something has widened its reach and started testing the whole house. One night, I began to project myself unintentionally. This isn't new for me. It's a strange thing to say out loud, and I know not everyone believes in it, but I've had experiences like that enough times that I recognize the feeling. Usually, when it happens, I'm more annoyed than scared because it can be exhausting. It feels like your body and your awareness aren't lined up properly. It's disorienting. But it's also something I've learned to manage, so I didn't panic immediately. While it was happening, my cat appeared out of nowhere beside my body. At first, that didn't faze me. Cats do strange things. They appear quietly. They jump up without warning. They move like shadows even in full light. But then something hit me like a cold wave, and it was so sharp that it snapped my focus. My cat wasn't supposed to be with me. My cat was in the room with my partner. That realization shouldn't have mattered if everything was normal, but it mattered because in that state I wasn't meant to be in my partner's space. I wasn't meant to be there. And yet I was aware of my cat being there, like I had drifted into the wrong room without choosing to. I dropped back down fast, like falling. I pulled myself back into my body the way you might yank your hand away from something hot. I called out to my partner right away, because I needed grounding. I needed to hear their real voice. I needed them to answer in the way they always answer. I needed confirmation that I was safe and awake and not sliding into something I couldn't control. Immediately, my partner appeared at my side. That should have comforted me. Instead, it terrified me, because the behavior was wrong. They climbed onto my left leg and began kissing my thigh again and again. It wasn't playful. It wasn't normal affection. It was repetitive and strange, like a performance. My partner would never do that as a response to me calling out. If I call them in real life, most of the time they just yell, "What?" from wherever they are, half asleep or half distracted. This wasn't them. The whole thing felt like an imitation, like something wearing their shape and trying to interact with me the way it thought a partner should. It felt like something pretending, and the pretending was the part that made my skin crawl. Fear hit me fully then. I've had sleep paralysis before, and even though it's terrifying in the moment, it usually passes quickly. This did not. This lasted so long it felt unreal. Time got messy. Minutes stretched. My body felt heavy, like gravity had doubled. I felt trapped in a half-awake state where I could think clearly but couldn't fully move the way I wanted. I forced myself to fight. I threw the being off me. I don't mean I gently pushed. I mean I used every bit of willpower I had to reject it, to shove it away, to break the contact. I began vibrating on a higher frequency the way I have done in the past when I've needed to protect myself. It's hard to explain in plain language, but it's like shifting your whole inner state from fear to something brighter and stronger, like pushing your energy outward instead of collapsing inward. When it works, it's like a barrier. When it doesn't fully work, it's still something that can weaken whatever is pressing in. It helped, but not as much as I wanted. The thing kept trying to come back, as if it was circling, as if it was testing whether I would tire. I felt insulted by that too, not just scared. Because the imitation felt personal. It felt like someone had walked into my home and tried to mimic someone I love, like it was playing with my trust. After a while, it backed off. It felt like it gave up, not because it disappeared completely, but because it realized I wasn't helpless and I wasn't new to defending myself. I managed to wake my partner properly, and confirm what happened was not them. That mattered. I needed to know I wasn't only in my own head, that the behavior didn't match reality, that something had been off. After that, the imitation attack didn't happen again, at least not in the same way. For a short time, I thought maybe that was the end of it. Maybe it had tried, failed, and moved on. I should have known better, because in my life things don't always end neatly. Sometimes they shift direction. The real problem started when my daughter became involved. My daughter is 6. She is still young enough that her imagination is big, and her words can be simple, but she is also old enough to know the difference between a normal fear and something that feels wrong to her. 8 days ago, according to her, she began seeing something outside her window. She didn't tell me right away. She kept it to herself for days, which annoyed me and scared me at the same time. I have told her repeatedly that if she sees or hears something frightening, she needs to tell me immediately. Not because I want to make a big dramatic scene, but because I don't want her carrying fear alone at night. I don't want her lying there staring at a window, thinking she has to deal with it by herself. On the 5th day she finally told me. She said there was something outside her window that had no face. She described it as resembling a shadow person, except that its face had a white outline. That detail stuck in my mind like a thorn. A shadow's shape is one thing. Shadows can be explained away too easily by people who weren't there. But the white outline around the face made it feel specific. And when I tried to search for descriptions like that, I didn't see it spoken about in the same way outside of Australia. I don't know if that means anything, but it added to the feeling that I didn't understand what I was dealing with. When she told me, I checked inside her room first. I looked carefully, not rushing, not wanting to frighten her further. I saw nothing, but I felt something. That might sound vague, but if you've ever had that sense that the air is occupied, that your skin reacts before your eyes find a reason, you understand. It was like a pressure of attention, like something watching from a place you couldn't point to. Then I checked outside. I walked around, looked at the ground, looked at the fence line, looked at the angle of the window. I searched for anything physical that might explain what she was seeing. A tree branch. A garden ornament. A reflective surface. A gap where streetlight could create a strange silhouette. I saw nothing that matched her description. So I questioned her, gently but clearly, because I needed details. And what made me take her even more seriously was how quickly she answered. There was no long thinking. No dramatic pause. No shifting story. Just instant replies like she was describing something she had already stared at far too many times. I asked how long it had been there. She said 5 days. I asked what its features were. She said it was see-through and the face had white around it. I asked if it was a boy or a girl or something else. She said it was a boy. I asked if it had hair or if it was hooded, if it wore a hat, if it was tall. She said it had no hair, and she didn't know. I asked if it talked to her, if she had spoken to it, if it had done anything. She said no, it just stared. I asked how it made her feel. She said it freaked her out. For a 6-year-old, that was a lot of consistent detail, delivered fast. It didn't feel like a story she was building for attention. It felt like she was reporting something she wished wasn't there. I told her something I was unsure about saying, but I was trying to understand what was happening in the house as a whole. I told her that I cannot see the one she sees, but I can see another presence without the white outline. I told her where I felt it, where I sensed it. I told her that it was standing straight and looking right at me. She got frightened, but she didn't argue. She didn't say, "No, you're wrong." She said the other one was still there, and it was looking in the same direction, but at her height, not mine. She said it was looking toward her bed, the exact place where she sleeps. Then she said something that made my stomach turn. She said she hasn't been dreaming since it arrived. I know some people will say children don't always remember dreams, or that stress can affect dreaming, or that it could be a coincidence. But hearing it from her in that moment felt like a warning. It felt like something had changed in her sleep, not just in her imagination. Whether that's spiritual or psychological, a child saying that their dreams have stopped after a frightening presence appeared is not something I can ignore. For the next 2 days, I tried to work out what to do. I stood outside where she said she sees it, and I positioned myself exactly as she instructed, because I wanted to test whether the height she described was real. That's when I realized the thing wasn't standing at her height. It was crouching. The idea of something crouching outside a child's window, close enough that it stays in the same place, and stares, made my blood run cold. Standing is one thing. Crouching feels deliberate. It feels like hiding. It feels like watching without wanting to be seen by adults. I also wasn't sure about the other presence I'd sensed. I didn't want to wait and watch until something got worse. So I did what I know how to do. I cleansed the house. I made salterns for everyone in the house. I drew protective sigils, one for my partner, one for my daughter, and one for the lounge room. I also made one for my partner to take to work, because I didn't want whatever was happening to follow them outside the home. Then I drew an anti-demon sigil in olive oil on the main windows and on the front and back door. I know how this sounds to people who don't live in this kind of reality, but for me this is a form of boundary setting. It's a way of saying this space is ours, this family is protected, you are not invited. Even with that, there were 3 moments when it felt like something tried to enter the house. 2 happened before I finished all the protections, which matters to me because it felt like they were testing the house when it was most open. The first was around 4:15 in the morning. I heard movement, and when I checked, my fly screen door had been opened. That might not sound like much, but it was enough to wake every instinct in me. You don't want to find an open barrier in the dark, when you know you locked up. You don't want to wonder whether you forgot, or whether something else moved it. It makes you doubt your own memory, and that alone is unsettling. The second incident was the one that truly shook me. It was around 4:45 in the morning. I heard a knock at the front door. I didn't rush to open it, because at that hour there's no good reason for anyone to be knocking, not in a way that would be safe. I went to inspect, to listen, to check the lock. And as I stood there, I heard the squeaking of the latch to the back door, like someone was trying it. I cannot explain the rage I felt in that moment alongside the fear. It felt insulting. It felt like mockery. Like something wanted me to run to the front while it tested the back. Like it was playing a game with my attention. After that second incident, I stopped trying to be calm about it. I went on the offensive with protections. I drew everything up. I set the boundaries clearly. I also spoke aloud, because I have learned that silence can sometimes feel like permission. I asked what they wanted. I told them to leave. I told them they were not welcome. I did not invite conversation. I did not ask them to show themselves. I simply made the boundary. Then came the third incident. I was making dinner, waiting for my partner to return from work. There was a knock at the door that I didn't hear properly because I'm a bit deaf, but my daughter heard it and called out immediately. I checked, and there was no one there. The timing was what rattled me. It was the exact time my partner would normally show up, if the bus schedule hadn't shifted. That felt too clever, too deliberate, like something was trying to get us to open the door with trust because we expected a familiar person. At this point I felt like I had done everything I could do until the next full moon, which is May 14th here in Western Australia. I don't like feeling like I'm waiting for a date on a calendar when my child is frightened now, but I also believe timing can matter for certain removals, and I didn't want to rush something and make it worse. In the middle of all this, I noticed something that made me feel even more uneasy. The shadow I sensed next to the one I couldn't see felt darker in nature, and I came to believe it was something more harmful, because it was positioned at the only window where I had not yet drawn a sigil. Out of all the windows, it chose the one place that was unmarked. That might be coincidence, but when you've experienced patterns before, coincidence stops feeling comforting. I also started believing that whatever is attached to my partner is connected to what's happening in the house. I didn't want to jump to that conclusion at first, because I know how easy it is to link everything together when you're frightened. But after I said out loud that I would deal with it, I was attacked myself, and that felt like a warning, like something saying, if you interfere, you become a target. That kind of reaction makes you believe there is a direct connection. And still, the biggest problem remains the crouching figure with the white outlined face outside my daughter's window. I cannot identify it. It doesn't move like a normal person. It doesn't act like an animal. It doesn't shift or fade the way some shadow presences do. It is like a statue. No matter what I do, it seems to remain. And that is what makes me feel stuck. I can manage a presence that comes and goes. I can manage noise or flickers or passing shapes. But something that stays, that watches, that crouches, that feels focused on a child's sleeping place, is different. Then my daughter told me something new, and it shook me deeply. She said she heard one speak. Until then, she had said it never spoke, it only stared. But now she said it spoke and said, "This is our house." I know those words sound cliché. I know that. If I heard someone else say it, I might even think they were influenced by movies. But she is 6, and she said it plainly, like reporting weather. And whether it was truly spoken by something external, or whether it was heard in that strange place between sleep and waking, it still matters because it frightened her and because it changes the situation in my mind from watching to claiming. I don't want to be stuck waiting until the full moon, hoping that removing the attachment from my partner will remove the others too. I keep turning over the same fears. What if it doesn't work? What if the ritual fails? What if the one at my daughter's window is separate? What if I remove one thing and another remains? I hate the feeling that I'm gambling with my family's safety. I'm trying to stay vigilant. I'm trying to keep protections up. I'm trying not to spiral into panic because I know fear can make everything feel bigger. But I'm also tired. I'm protective. I'm scared in a way that sits under the skin, because it involves my child. It's one thing to feel like something is bothering me or testing me. It's another thing to feel like something is watching my daughter and affecting her sleep and her dreams. I'm here because I need advice, and I need it without judgment. I know my writing can be messy because when I'm frightened my thoughts rush, and I forget details until later. I know some of this sounds far-fetched to people who have never lived through anything similar. But I'm not trying to write a story for attention. I'm trying to document what is happening in my home and ask for help because I don't want to make it worse by doing the wrong thing. I have never felt this stuck before. In the past, I have been able to defend myself and my space. I have been able to push things away, cleanse, reset, protect. But this time feels different because it feels organized, like it tests doors, mimics routines, imitates people, and stays positioned outside a child's window without moving. Right now, we are safe, but I feel like safety depends on me staying constantly alert, constantly maintaining barriers, constantly watching for patterns. And that's not how a home should feel. A home should feel like a place where you sleep, a place where your child dreams, a place where your nervous system can rest. So I'm asking for guidance. I'm asking for practical steps that don't rely only on waiting for a date. I'm asking for help understanding what to do about a presence that does not move, that crouches, that stares, and that seems to be focused on my daughter's bed. And I'm asking because I don't want to find out the hard way what happens if I get it wrong. This is my mum's experience, told from her point of view, in her own words. When I first started dating him, I honestly thought I'd hit the jackpot. He was kind, funny, and the kind of man who could make a bad day feel lighter just by being in the same room. In those early weeks we were still learning each other, still figuring out what was real and what was just flirting and jokes, and one day he casually mentioned that his parents' house was haunted. It was said like it was nothing. Like he was telling me the kettle was broken or the neighbor had a loud dog. I laughed. I didn't even try to hide it. Not because I wanted to mock him, but because he'd already pranked me not long before with some ridiculous story about a ghost with a chainsaw in the woods. He told it so straight-faced that I'd actually jumped, and then he'd laughed himself breathless at my reaction. So when he brought up a haunted house, my first thought was, here we go again. Another storyline. Another joke. I told him he was full of it, and I remember feeling pleased with myself for not falling for it. I didn't understand then that he wasn't joking. As time went on, our relationship deepened in that steady way that feels both surprising and inevitable. We fell in love without needing to force it. It just happened, like one day you realize someone has become part of your daily thinking, your future, your comfort. And once he felt sure about us, he started talking more seriously about practical things. Money. Saving. Plans. The future. His parents were going on an extended holiday, and he suggested we move into their house while they were away. I refused straight away. Not because of the haunting. I still didn't fully believe him, at least not in a way that sank into my bones. I refused because the house was old and honestly, the bathroom situation was disgusting to me. It had one of those pan toilets, and the thought of using it made my stomach turn. I'd grown up with certain standards, and that toilet felt like stepping backward in time in the worst possible way. I told him no. Flat out. But he kept talking. Calm, logical, persuasive. He said it would be cheaper. He said we could save more money. He said it wouldn't be forever, just long enough to get ahead, long enough to put more aside for our own place. He made it sound like the sensible choice, the responsible choice, the kind of sacrifice you make when you're building a life with someone. I wrestled with it for days. Part of me didn't want to move into someone else's family home. Part of me hated the thought of that toilet. Part of me still had this little voice saying, what if he's not joking about the haunting part? But another part of me wanted to be brave and practical and grown up. Another part of me didn't want to be the difficult girlfriend who always says no. I wanted to support him and move forward together. So after a lot of thinking, I agreed. We moved in a week later. From the very beginning, the house felt strange. It's hard to explain without sounding dramatic, but it wasn't just old house noises. I know old houses creak and groan. I know pipes rattle and timber shifts. I wasn't naive about that. But this felt like the house had a personality, like the air inside it held something you couldn't see but could definitely feel. Things would move on their own. Not constantly, not in some obvious movie way, but enough that you'd notice. You'd put something down, and it wouldn't be where you left it. You'd hear a small sound in another room and go to check, and nothing would explain it. There were weird noises, footsteps when no one else was home, the kind of footsteps that made you pause mid-breath because your brain knew the difference between your own movement and someone else's weight on the floorboards. And the worst part, the thing that got under my skin the quickest, was the feeling of being watched. Not watched like a person watches you, but watched like a presence watches you. Like something in the corners, something in the quiet gaps, something that was aware of you even when you tried not to be aware of it. I remember looking at my boyfriend and seeing his expression change too. He wasn't acting. He wasn't trying to scare me. He looked tense sometimes, like he was listening without wanting to listen. Like he was waiting for the house to do whatever it did next. That's when I realized the haunted house comment hadn't been a joke. He told me the truth in the most casual way because for him it was normal. He'd grown up with it. He'd learned to shrug and live around it. And somehow, I did too. That's the strange part. You can get used to almost anything if you feel you have no choice. At first I felt uneasy all the time, like I couldn't fully relax. Then over weeks and months, it became background noise to my life. I didn't like it, but I learned to function. We were young and in love and building something, and I kept telling myself that it was just a house. Just old walls. Just weird sounds. Just imagination. A year later, life moved quickly in the way it does when you're young and everything feels urgent. I got pregnant. I had my first child. We decided to get married not long after. The future was happening whether I felt ready or not. There were bills, responsibilities, sleep deprivation, that constant new parent exhaustion that makes everything slightly blurry. Through all of that, I was never really afraid of whatever was in that house. Not truly. I didn't like it. I didn't feel comfortable. But fear is a different thing. Fear is when your body reacts before your mind has a chance to argue. Fear is when your stomach drops and you know, you are not safe. I didn't feel that, not at first. Until one morning. It was July 1992. It was around 5 in the morning. My fiancé had already left for work. I remember the way the house felt after he walked out the door, like the warmth went with him. I had put my baby daughter down in the bassinet beside my bed, and she had finally drifted back to sleep. I was lying there, exhausted, trying to grab whatever sleep I could before the day started properly. The room was dim. It was that pre-dawn darkness where you can't see details, only shapes. The street lamp outside cast a faint glow through the curtains, just enough to make out lines. Shadows. Corners. The kind of light that makes everything look unfamiliar even though it's your own bedroom. I was just starting to doze off when I heard a creak from somewhere inside the house. That part didn't bother me. Old house. Timber. Temperature. You learn to ignore those sounds, especially at night. I breathed out and settled deeper, trying to let my body go heavy. Then, a few seconds later, there was a sudden loud crash that echoed through the room. It wasn't a gentle thud. It wasn't a small bang. It was violent. It sounded like something had charged at a wall like a bull and hit it with its whole body. The noise was so loud it felt like it shook the air. I gasped and sat straight up, every muscle tight. My heart slammed against my ribs so hard it was like it was trying to jump out of me. I listened. That's the part one remembers so clearly, the listening. Trying to hear anything over my own heartbeat. Trying to catch footsteps, breathing, movement, anything that would tell me what had made that sound. But nothing happened. The silence afterward was almost worse than the crash itself. It went on for what felt like forever. In reality, it was probably a minute or two, but time stretches when you're frightened. When nothing else happened, my mind started doing what minds do. It tried to protect me by offering explanations. Maybe something fell over. Maybe a car backfired outside. Maybe the neighbors dropped something, slammed a door, knocked over a bin. Maybe it wasn't as loud as it sounded. Maybe I imagined it. I stayed sitting up, tense, and then gradually, very gradually, I started to believe my own rationalizing. I even laughed a little, nervous and shaky, because laughing is sometimes the only way to push fear away without admitting it's real. I told myself it must have been my imagination. I told myself I needed to sleep. I told myself I was being silly. So I lay back down. I pulled the covers up. I tried to relax my shoulders. I tried to let my eyes close again. I tried to focus on the fact that my baby was asleep and I needed rest too. A few minutes passed. Just as I felt my body soften, just as I felt that heavy drift towards sleep again, it happened again. Bang. The same sound. The same violent slam. The same shock through my nerves. This time I didn't sit up slowly. I shouted. I leapt out of bed like my body moved before my thoughts could catch up. I grabbed my baby from the bassinet and pulled her close, my hands shaking so badly I almost couldn't steady her. I closed my bedroom door, fast, like the door was the only thing between us and whatever was out there. Then I climbed back onto the bed and curled around my daughter, making myself a shield with my own body. My baby started crying, and I knew she wasn't only crying because she'd been woken. Babies sense panic. They feel it in the way you hold them, the way your heart is racing, the way your breath comes in sharp gasps. She could feel my terror the way a little animal feels danger. I tried to soothe her, whispering, rocking, but my voice sounded thin and broken to my own ears. And then I waited. I lay there, covers up, baby pressed to my chest, listening like my life depended on it. The bangs kept happening, not constantly, but regularly. About every 15 minutes, another violent slam somewhere in the house, like something moving through rooms and throwing itself against the walls. Each time it happened my whole body jolted, like my nerves couldn't get used to it. I prayed. I prayed in a way that wasn't polite or gentle. I prayed the way you pray when you're cornered. I begged for whatever it was not to come into the room. I begged for it to leave us alone. I begged for the sun to rise faster, because daylight felt like the only thing that could push the darkness back. That night didn't end with a neat conclusion. It didn't end with someone walking in and saying, "Oh, it was just this." It didn't end with me finding a broken picture frame or a fallen cupboard that would explain everything. It simply stopped when morning came. When the sky began to lighten, when the first gray-blue glow seeped into the room, when the world started waking up, the banging stopped. Like whatever it was had lost its power or its interest as the night faded. But I didn't feel relieved. Not truly. Because something had changed inside me. After that, I begged my fiancé not to leave in the mornings. I didn't want to be alone in that house when it was still dark. I didn't want to lie there listening, waiting for the first sound that would tell me the nightmare was starting again. I asked him to stay, and sometimes he tried to reassure me, but the truth was we needed the money. We were trying to build a future. We were trapped by practicality, by bills, by the promise we'd made to ourselves that this sacrifice would lead to something better. And the worst part was that it didn't happen only once. It happened many times during the period we lived there. Not every morning, not on a predictable schedule, but enough that I began to dread the quiet hours before sunrise. Enough that I began to measure my peace in small pieces, like I was holding my breath until the sky lightened. Enough that I started to feel like the house wasn't only haunted, in some harmless, quirky way. It felt like it could turn on you when it wanted. It felt like it enjoyed the fear it created. From then on, I hated the dark. I hated the way evening would creep in, slow and certain, because it meant night was coming, and night meant that feeling of being watched would thicken again. I started to feel like the house belonged to something else after sunset, like the shadows were its hiding place, and the silence was its invitation. I had lived with the weirdness for a long time, shrugging and coping and pretending it wasn't a big deal. But after that morning in July 1992, I understood something clearly. Some places don't just feel old. Some places feel occupied. And once you feel real terror in your own home, it changes you. It changes the way you sleep. It changes the way you listen. It changes the way you hold your child, wondering what kind of world you've brought them into. Back in 2011, I was living in a small 2-bedroom unit in Adelaide. It wasn't fancy, but it was mine, and it felt steady and safe. Around that time, a friend of mine was struggling and needed a place to stay. I had a spare room, so I told him he could move in. At first it felt like the right thing to do. We got along well enough, he had his own space, and for a while it was just normal housemate life. He stayed about 6 months. Then, near the end, things started to feel a bit off. For the last 3 weeks he didn't really come home at all, and he was behind in rent. I messaged him and asked what was happening. Was he going to pay what he owed, or was he moving on? I wasn't trying to be cruel, but I needed to know where I stood. Bills don't stop just because someone disappears. Not long after that, I came home and found his room cleared out. At first it was almost a relief, like, okay, he's made a decision and this is done. But then I started noticing other things. Random things of mine were missing too. And it wasn't even the kind of stuff you'd expect someone to take if they were stealing. He'd taken brand new bottles of shampoo and conditioner from the bathroom cupboard. He'd taken a packet of earbuds. I can't even remember now what else went missing, but those things stuck in my mind because they were so strange. It wasn't like he took the TV or something big that you'd sell. It was the little everyday things, like he'd grabbed whatever he could in a hurry, or whatever he felt he needed right then, without thinking how weird it looked. I was furious. Honestly, I was boiling. I felt used. I'd opened my home to him, given him a room, tried to be decent, and he repaid it by disappearing and stealing from me on the way out. I walked around the unit for ages, checking cupboards and drawers, trying to work out what else was missing, and the anger just sat in my chest like something hot and heavy. Then I noticed something else. On top of the TV cabinet in the lounge room, he'd left behind his epilepsy medication and his repeat script. That detail is burned into my mind. It was like he'd taken shampoo and earbuds, but left the one thing that actually mattered. I remember staring at it and thinking, what are you doing? How do you forget something like that? But at the time, I was too angry to think deeply about it. I just kept replaying the theft in my head. I stewed on it for days, like my brain couldn't let it go. I felt humiliated more than anything, like I'd been made a fool of. 2 weeks later, I woke up and opened Facebook like I always did. And the first thing I saw was RIP posts. Message after message. People saying they couldn't believe it. People sharing memories. People saying goodbye. They were talking about him. I remember just staring at the screen, trying to make it make sense. My mind couldn't hold the two versions of him at the same time. The guy who stole my shampoo and vanished, and the guy everyone was suddenly mourning. I scrolled more, and the details started to come through. He'd had an epileptic fit overnight, and died out the front of his mate's house. I can't even explain the feeling properly. It wasn't one emotion, it was like 5 emotions tangled together. Shock, confusion, anger, guilt, sadness, numbness. I didn't know what I was supposed to feel, and I didn't trust any of my feelings because only 2 weeks earlier I'd been so angry I could barely think straight. Looking back now, I can see how silly I was to stay stuck on the stolen stuff. Not silly like my feelings didn't matter, but silly in the sense that life had just done something huge and final, and I was still holding on to a petty rage because it was easier than facing grief. At the time though, I didn't grieve him properly. I couldn't. My brain was still stuck in that angry place. I kept thinking, why did you do that? Why did you steal? Why did you leave your medication? Why didn't you just talk to me? and that's when things in the unit started to change. At first it was small things. Noises that didn't fit. The kind of creaks you notice more when you're alone and already on edge. Banging sounds that made me sit up and listen. Then doors started opening and closing on their own. Not always fully slamming, but swinging, like someone had pushed them. Sometimes I'd be in one room and hear a door move in another. I'd go to check and everything would look normal, but the air would feel unsettled. Like the unit wasn't quiet anymore, even when it was quiet. One night I saw something that I still can't explain away. A white glowing light floated from the hallway, through the dining area, and into the kitchen. It didn't flash like a car light. It didn't move like a torch beam. It was more like a soft shape, almost drifting, and it moved with purpose, like it was going somewhere. I froze when I saw it. I remember my heart going cold, not in a horror movie way, but in a stunned, disbelieving way. Like my brain was saying, "You are not seeing this," and my eyes were saying, "Yes, you are." After that, I didn't feel comfortable sleeping in my room. I started sleeping in the lounge room instead, closer to the front door, closer to the open space, like somehow that made me feel less trapped. I'd lie there listening to the building settle, trying to convince myself it was just an old unit, just random noises, just stress. But the feeling of being watched wouldn't leave me. And the door swinging started happening more often, like the unit was trying to get my attention. Then one day, maybe about 2 months after he died, something happened that was so vivid and strange that I still get that tight feeling in my chest when I think about it. It was around lunchtime, from memory. The day was quiet. I was lying on the couch in the lounge room, exhausted, and I drifted off. Not a deep night's sleep, more like that light nap where you're half aware of your surroundings. I woke up to a knock at the front door. That part wasn't strange. People knock. Delivery drivers knock. Neighbors knock. But the moment I heard it, my whole body went alert, like some instinct inside me knew something before my mind caught up. I got up and opened the door. And it was him. My old housemate. Standing there like it was normal. Like he'd just come home after being away. He looked solid. Real. Not see-through, not glowing, not ghostly. Just him, right there at my door. I felt like the world tilted. I was shocked, but not in a screaming way. More like I couldn't process it fast enough. I said, "Come in." Like I was on autopilot. Like my mouth was following an old script. I told him, "Let's have a smoke together. I'll make you a cuppa." And then I started repeating myself, because I couldn't hold on to the moment without saying it out loud. "This is real. Oh my God, you're really here. This isn't a dream." I kept saying it over and over, almost like I was trying to anchor myself. Trying to make it stick. Trying to prove to myself I wasn't losing it. He didn't say much. He sat on the couch like he'd done 100 times before. He looked at me calmly. And I felt this strange mix of comfort and disbelief. Like my body wanted to accept him, but my mind was screaming, "He's dead." Then something in me clicked. Like a switch flipped. All the anger I'd been carrying rushed up. The stolen stuff. The feeling of being used. The resentment I hadn't let go of. It all surged back, right there in that moment when I could have chosen something softer. And I heard myself say it. "Hang on, you stole from me." And then, without even thinking it through, I said, "You know what? I think you should leave." He looked at me and asked, very quietly, "Is that what you want?" And I said yes. He stood up from the couch and walked toward the front door. Then he paused, like he wanted to be sure, and he asked again, "Are you sure this is what you want?" And I said, "Yes." "Just go." He walked out the door and slammed it. And the slam wasn't a gentle dream slam. It was loud. It echoed through the unit like the walls were hollow. The glass pane next to the door rattled hard, like a real impact. The sound rolled through the house and seemed to vibrate in the air for a second too long. As the slam echoed, I snapped awake. I was sitting upright on the couch, staring straight at the front door, my heart pounding. The silence that followed was thick. I could still hear the echo in my ears, like it had happened in the room, not in my head. I sat there for a long time, breathing hard, trying to understand what had just happened. Because it didn't feel like a dream. It didn't have that fuzzy, sliding quality dreams usually have. It felt like an event. Like a visit. Like something had come into my space, and then left. After that day, everything stopped. The banging stopped. The random creaks felt normal again. The doors stopped swinging open and closed. The unit felt quiet in a way it hadn't felt since he died. It was like whatever was there had done what it came to do, and then it was gone. And that's the part that gets me. If it was just stress or imagination, why did it end so suddenly, so cleanly, right after that moment? Why did the activity fade like a switch had been turned off? For years I told myself I should have acted differently. That I should have been kinder. That I should have said I was sorry. That I should have told him I forgave him. That I should have let him sit there a little longer and just be. I carry regret about it, because if he truly came to say goodbye, then I sent him away with anger instead of peace. But I also know I was only human. I was still hurt. I was still young enough to think stolen shampoo mattered more than final goodbyes. Grief does strange things to people, and so does anger. Sometimes anger is the only emotion you can hold on to because the others are too painful. Over the 9 years since, I've never experienced anything like it again. Nothing that strong. Nothing that clear. And in a way, I'm grateful, because I don't know if I could handle it twice. I think I've made peace with him in other ways. Not by pretending it didn't happen, but by growing up. By learning to let things go faster. By understanding that people can be messy and broken and still deserve compassion. By remembering that life can end overnight, and then all the little grudges you were holding suddenly look small and pointless. Life really is too short to hold grudges. And if he did come to say goodbye, I hope, wherever he is, he knows that now. Growing up in Southeast Asia, the 7th month of the lunar calendar always carried a strange weight. Even if you weren't religious, you still felt it in the way people spoke, the way older relatives warned you not to do certain things, the way someone would lower their voice when the Hungry Ghost Festival came up. Buddhists and Taoists believed that during this period, the king of hell released spirits from his realm to wander among the living. They were said to roam in search of food, attention, and entertainment, and because they were restless, people were told to be careful. Don't stay out too late. Don't whistle at night. Don't invite trouble by being careless. The unseen, during that month, was treated like it could brush right up against the everyday world. I wasn't Buddhist or Taoist, so I never felt deeply tied to those beliefs. I grew up around them, respected them in a general way, and then kept living my life. Ghost Month came and went each year, and I didn't give it much thought beyond maybe noticing offerings placed near bins or seeing joss paper smoke drifting up the air. It was part of the cultural backdrop, like monsoon season or Chinese New Year crowds. I didn't dismiss it exactly, but it wasn't my framework for understanding the world. This year felt different. These have been sad and worrying times, the kind that make everything feel thinner around the edges. As the weeks moved closer to Ghost Month, I started noticing a strange shift in myself and in the way the days felt. Nothing dramatic, not at first. It was more like the world had a faint haze over it. Like things were slightly blurred around the borders. Just a fraction off. Not enough that you could point at it and say, "Here, this is wrong," but enough that your body could sense it. Off-kilter. Unsteady. As if the normal rules were still there, but not as firm as they usually were. Not long before Ghost Month started, I had a dream about my childhood home in Singapore. That alone was unusual. I haven't dreamt of that place in years. It's still part of my history, of course, but it doesn't usually show up in my sleep, and when it does, it's normally vague, more a feeling than a full scene. This time, it was sharp and specific, like I had been dropped back into a real room with real light. In the dream, I was in the back bedroom of our Queenstown flat, the one next to the kitchen. I could see the doorway on my right and the window on my left. The walls looked buttercup yellow, though I couldn't tell if they were really painted that color or if the early sun was doing something to the room. There was that particular soft brightness you get in the morning, gentle, almost dusty, the kind that makes familiar rooms look calmer than they feel at night. I was lying on my back on a narrow single bed. In the dream, it felt completely normal, like that was simply where my body belonged. In the other bed, positioned against the wall that adjoined the kitchen, someone was climbing in. My mind automatically assumed it was my elder sister. I didn't question it. In dreams, you don't always see a clear face, but you know who someone is. The person tugged at the sheets near my feet. At first I thought she was just straightening the bedding, the way people do without thinking. But the tugging became firmer, more deliberate. The sheets weren't being smoothed. They were being pulled off me. I remember feeling instantly irritated. Not frightened. Annoyed, like I was being bothered for no reason. I told her to cut it out. The person didn't answer. No voice, no explanation, no familiar sibling reaction. Just that quiet persistence. Then she grabbed my left foot. It wasn't a casual grip. It wasn't playful. It was hard, sudden, and painful, like fingers clamping down with intention. The pain wasn't dream pain, the kind that feels fuzzy and distant. It was sharp enough that it snapped me straight out of sleep. I woke up sitting upright in my real bed, heart thumping, my body disoriented for a second as my brain tried to bridge the gap between Singapore in the dream and my actual bedroom now. The room was dim. Rex was beside me, asleep. The air felt too still, as if it had paused to listen. That's when I saw it. To my right, in the darker part of the room, there was a small shadowy figure. Not a full clear shape like a person standing in bright light, but distinct enough that I knew it wasn't just a trick of my eyes. It was like darkness had gathered into a form. My first thought was immediate and strange. Did something follow me out of the dream, or was it the reason my foot hurt in the first place? My left foot was throbbing. I could still feel the memory of that grip. The pain made everything more real. It stopped me from simply rolling over and telling myself I'd imagined it. I didn't scream. I didn't call out. I didn't want to wake Rex yet, not until I understood what I was dealing with. Instead, I did something I didn't even know I was capable of doing so quickly. Silently, in my mind, I called on whatever powers that be might exist. The idea of a guardian presence, protection, a higher authority, anything that felt safe. It wasn't a formal prayer. It was an instinctive reaching outward, like putting up your hand when something comes too close. Then, still lying there, I told the shadow to go away. The words didn't come out of my mouth, but they were firm in my mind, like a command. Almost immediately, two loud cracks sounded from the glass door at the back, sharp and sudden, like someone had clapped hard right against it. Not a gentle creak from temperature change, not the settling noise of a house. These cracks sounded like a warning, like a dismissal. Like something had snapped its fingers and said, "Enough." The shadow was gone when I turned on the bedside lamp. The light filled the room in a normal, domestic way, washing the corners clean. Rex was still asleep, unmoving, the same calm face as always. Nothing looked disturbed. No curtain moved. No door swung. No object had shifted. If you walked in at that moment, you'd see only a woman sitting up in bed, looking slightly shaken, in an ordinary bedroom. But my foot did not feel ordinary. The pain was intense enough that I rubbed it for several minutes, trying to soothe it the way you would after a cramp. It didn't ease properly. It felt tender, like something had been strained or bruised. Finally, I got up and went into the bathroom so I could see it in stronger light. I turned on the bathroom light and looked down. My left foot was visibly swollen. Not dramatically like a severe injury, but clearly bigger than the right. The skin looked puffy, tight in a way that made me frown. It wasn't something I could dismiss as, "Maybe I imagined it." It was there. Then I noticed something else. On my right foot, not the one that had been grabbed, I saw a small round bruise. About the size of an Australian 5-cent piece. Darker in the center, like a finger mark. The shape struck me more than the bruise itself. It didn't look like I'd bumped into furniture. It looked like pressure. I went back to bed feeling unsettled in a quiet, heavy way. Rex slept through the whole thing, though when I mentioned it later, he did recall being roused briefly by the sound of glass crackling. He hadn't woken enough to register anything else. Later that day, I messaged a friend about what had happened. I told him about the dream, the pain, the shadow, the cracks. He replied that it sounded like a guardian spirit might have responded when I called for protection and dealt with whatever was in the room. I didn't know whether to believe that, but the idea was comforting in a cautious way. Not comforting like a fairy tale, but comforting like the thought that if something unwanted can show up, maybe something stronger can show up too. And then, as if the conversation had been overheard, the same glass door went crack again, one sharp crack, right after I read his message. I froze. It could have been coincidence. Glass doors do crack sometimes. Temperature changes, pressure, the house shifting. I know that. But the timing was too perfect, too pointed, like the sound had punctuation. Some days passed. I tried to return to normal life, but I found myself listening more carefully, noticing more, wondering if the world really did feel thinner right now or if I was just primed to see signs. Then one morning, I was standing at the kitchen sink washing up. It was ordinary daylight, the sort that makes everything look clean even when you know there are dishes and chores. I was rinsing something, hands in warm water, mind half elsewhere, when I saw movement on the granite countertop to my right. A large blue flask was sliding to the right. On top of it was a glass, sitting neatly as if someone had placed it there. Both the flask and the glass shifted together. Not toppling. Not wobbling. Moving as one unit, like they were being nudged along. The movement was slow enough that I could track it clearly. It wasn't a flicker. It wasn't a vibration. It traveled about an inch, and I could tell because it had been positioned right in front of the knife block. Now it wasn't. The shift was just enough to be undeniable. I immediately did what any practical person would do. I picked up the flask and checked the base. Maybe there was water under it. Maybe it had been sitting on a slick patch. I ran my fingers across the granite where it had been. Both the flask and the countertop were dry. Completely dry. I put it back down, staring at the spot, trying to figure out what else could explain it. While I was still looking, an empty vanilla essence bottle moved too, along with two small plastic containers stacked on top of each other. They slid to the right about an inch, the same as the flask had. The stacked tubs didn't topple. They stayed perfectly balanced, which, if anything, made the whole thing feel more deliberate. Like whoever, or whatever, was doing it was careful. Like the point wasn't to smash things or scare me with a crash. The point was to show me something, just enough for me to notice. I felt, very clearly, that I wasn't alone. Not in the dramatic sense of a horror film. More like the sense of someone standing just outside your peripheral vision, waiting to be acknowledged. It felt like attention. Like a presence saying, "Here, look." I didn't panic. I didn't run. I was startled, yes, but another part of me was impressed. That's the only word I can think of. It felt like a demonstration. So I said aloud, half under my breath, "Cool. Neat trick." And the moment I said it, everything stopped. No more movement. No further sliding. The countertop was still. The kitchen felt normal again, except for the fact that my heart was beating faster than usual. What struck me afterward was what didn't move. There was an empty IXL jam jar near the edge of the sink. It didn't budge at all. If something had been casually shaking the counter or pushing indiscriminately, you'd expect the jar to move too, maybe even tip. But it stayed put. That made it feel even more intentional, as if the presence was careful not to break anything. Not chaotic. Not reckless. Almost considerate. The next morning, my cousin in Singapore emailed me with news that hit like a sudden wave. My much-loved Auntie May had passed away in Hong Kong. I stared at the message for a long time before I could properly take it in. Auntie May was my mother's eldest sister, and in many ways she had been like a second mother to my mum when they were growing up in post-war Singapore. She had that strong, capable energy, someone who didn't crumble under pressure, someone who could take charge without making a show of it. She was vibrant, full of spirit, sometimes blunt, but always sincere. The kind of person whose advice didn't float in airy language. It was practical, grounded. The sort of wisdom you remember because it works. When the sadness finally hit me, it hit hard. It wasn't just grief for the fact of death, but grief for the absence of her voice in the world. For the feeling that someone solid had left. I sat at my laptop thinking about her, and I kept going back to the timing. Allowing for the time difference, I realized her passing might have been close to the time I saw the items moving on the kitchen counter. I didn't want to leap to conclusions. I didn't want to make a neat supernatural story out of something as serious as death. But the connection pressed on my thoughts anyway, because the movement at the sink hadn't felt random. It had felt like an attempt to be noticed. Like a tap on the shoulder. I sat with that sadness, and then something else happened, something softer, but just as striking. I smelled sandalwood. It wasn't faint. It wasn't the kind of smell you catch for 1 second and then doubt. It was distinct, warm, woody, familiar in a way that made my throat tighten. Sandalwood always makes me think of temples, incense, prayer, meditation. It carries that calm seriousness, that feeling of ritual and respect for things beyond the visible world. And yet, as far as I know, none of my neighbors burn incense. Not regularly, and certainly not in a way that would drift into my home at that exact moment. I walked around checking, half expecting to find a candle or a stick of incense I'd forgotten about. But there was nothing. Just that scent hanging in the air, like someone had lit something sacred, quietly, for a reason. That was when Ghost Month stopped being a background cultural story for me. Because whether or not I understood the mechanics of it, whether or not I believed in the king of hell or wandering spirits in the traditional sense, I couldn't ignore how this period had started to feel like a doorway. Not a dramatic doorway you can point to, but a subtle thinning of the everyday world. Dreams becoming sharper. Sounds arriving at strange moments. Objects shifting with purpose. Scents appearing out of nowhere like messages you're meant to recognize. I don't know if what I experienced was a spirit passing through, a guardian presence stepping in, my mind under stress noticing patterns, or something I don't yet have language for. I only know what it felt like inside my body when it happened, the sudden fear in the bedroom, the sharp cracks like a warning, the tenderness in my foot that didn't make sense, the careful movement of items on the kitchen counter, the timing of the email, and the sandalwood scent that arrived like a quiet ritual. If nothing else, it has made me more respectful of that old Ghost Month caution. Not because I suddenly believe every story word for word, but because I'm beginning to understand why people once spoke about this time of year with lowered voices. Because sometimes, whether you ask for it or not, the boundary between worlds can feel thinner than you expect, and when it does, even the most ordinary moments can start to feel like they carry a message. I'd only just started the job, still in that phase where you're learning everyone's names, figuring out which machines make which noises, and trying not to look lost when you walk across the floor. It was a big automotive accessory factory on the outskirts of Brisbane, the kind of place that feels half like a warehouse and half like a working maze. Long rows of shelving, stacks of cartons on pallets, work tables set up in islands, and a constant background of hums, rattles, and the occasional metallic bang that makes you glance up even when you're trying not to. I was on the afternoon shift. I'd clock in at 2 p.m., take smoko later in the evening, and most nights I'd be walking out sometime around 11 or midnight depending on what the workload was like. At first, it was pretty normal. The usual new job nerves. The usual exhaustion from doing manual work in heat. A bit of friendly banter, a bit of that workplace sarcasm where people test you out to see how you'll take it. Nothing weird enough that I would have ever thought to connect it to ghosts or spirits, or anything like that. If you'd asked me then, I would have said the place was just a factory. Old, loud, and hot, but still just a factory. That changed after my first encounter with the one they all called Bobby. It was one of those sweltering summer nights where the heat doesn't really disappear after sundown. The air in the building had that sticky quality, like it's been sitting there all day soaking up warmth from the roof and the concrete. I was working in the rear section that night, more or less by myself, because there were only 5 or 6 of us on the whole shift, and we mostly stuck to the front half of the factory where the active lines were. The back was used for storage, overflow jobs, and whatever odd task needed doing without getting in anyone's way. I was standing at a table wrapping weather shields in plastic for shipping. It was repetitive work. Pull the plastic, fold it, tape it, make sure the edges are tight, stack it. I remember the table surface was slightly rough and the tape kept sticking to my fingers because of sweat. I was in that half-focused, half-daydreaming state you get into when your hands know what to do but your mind is somewhere else. Then, right behind me, clear as a bell, I heard someone say, "Hiya, John." It wasn't a whisper. It wasn't a vague noise that could have been anything. It sounded exactly like a person standing close behind my right shoulder, speaking in a cheerful, familiar tone. And what made it even stranger was the accent. It was distinctly American, and not just a faint hint of it. It had that southern twang, like something you'd hear in old war movies or from someone who grew up in the States and never lost the sound of home. For a split second, my brain went into automatic mode. I started to turn, already expecting to see someone behind me, already forming the response in my mouth. Then the second thought hit. Nobody I worked with sounded like that. We didn't have Americans on the crew. I'd barely been there long, sure, but you notice accents fast. You know what voices belong to who, especially when you're new and you're trying to remember everyone. I turned fully, tape still in my hand, and there was no one there. The aisle behind me was empty. The shelving was still. The back of the factory was dimmer than the front, but not dark. There was enough light to see clearly. No footsteps, no rustling, no carton shifting, nothing that would suggest someone had ducked away. If a person had been standing behind me a second ago, there was nowhere they could have gone without me noticing. I stood there for a moment, feeling ridiculous and slightly unsettled. The sensible part of me started throwing out explanations. Maybe someone had called out from farther away and it echoed weirdly. Maybe I'd misheard. Maybe it was someone on a radio. Maybe I was just tired. But it didn't feel like an echo. It didn't feel like a distant call. It felt like a voice right there in my space. When Smoko came around, I mentioned it in that casual way you do when you don't want to look like you're making a big deal out of something. I said something like, "Hey, did anyone walk down the back earlier? I thought someone called out to me." One of the blokes barely looked up from his drink and went, "Oh, that's just Bobby. He's harmless." The way he said it was so casual, like he was telling me the vending machine sometimes eats your coins. I actually laughed, thinking he was taking the piss. But then another person nodded, totally serious, and someone else said, "Yeah, you'll get used to it." That was the first time I realized they weren't joking. After work that night, I went home and did what most people do when something doesn't make sense. I Googled the place. I looked up the industrial estate, the history of that part of Brisbane, anything I could find. It wasn't hard to stumble onto the World War II connection. During the war, that whole area had been busy with military logistics. And our factory building, specifically, wasn't always an automotive accessory factory. Back in 1943 to 1945, it had been a tank repair workshop for the Americans operating in the Pacific Theater. Once I read that, the accent didn't feel so random anymore. It still didn't explain why something would be speaking to me in a modern factory, decades later, but it gave the experience a shape, a context, a story that could exist behind the walls. After that first night, I started noticing things I probably would have ignored before. When you don't expect anything strange, you file out sounds under factory noise and keep moving. But once you've had a voice speak your name like it's standing right behind you, your attention changes. You listen differently. You look up more often. You feel the empty spaces behind you in a way you didn't before. Because we only had a handful of staff on the night shift, we mainly worked in the front half of the building. The back section stayed quiet, darkish, and mostly unused. And in a huge factory, quiet doesn't mean silent. Quiet means you can hear the building's own sounds more clearly, distant settling, the occasional ping of metal cooling, the soft creak of something under tension, the thud of a carton shifting slightly on a pallet. But some nights, the noises from the back weren't the usual random sounds. You'd hear a knock, like knuckles on wood, or a bang, like something had been bumped. Sometimes a shout, brief and sharp, like someone calling to a mate. Every time it happened, you'd pause and look, and then the floor would be empty again. A few times, I saw movement down the aisles between the shelving. Not a clear person, but a shadowy shift, like someone stepping from one gap to another. The kind of movement you'd normally blame on your eyes until you realize it happened at a height and pace that feels human. And then there was the smell. Factories have smells. Oil, cardboard, ink, rubber, dust, sweat, cleaning chemicals. You get used to them. But every so often, on certain nights, an awful smell would drift out from the screen printing section. It wasn't just ink or solvent. It was sour and rotten in a way that made your stomach clench. It reminded me of something left too long in the sun, or something organic that shouldn't be in a factory. At first, I assumed it was a drain issue or something in the waste bins. But the smell would come and go. Some nights, nothing. Other nights it would hit you hard for a few minutes, then vanish like someone had opened a door somewhere, and then shut it again. One night, a coworker and I were both up near the front, taping cartons and sorting paperwork, when we heard what sounded like a full conversation happening down the back. Not just one voice. More than one. And not Aussie voices. It was clearly American accents, distinct enough that we both looked at each other with the same expression, like, "Are you hearing this too?" We stood there, listening. The voices rose and fell like normal talking, like 2 or 3 people chatting while working. It wasn't loud enough to pick up words clearly, but the tone was unmistakable. It had that easy, casual rhythm of blokes talking while doing a job. Then it faded out, and the back section was just empty factory again. We didn't go charging down there. Not because we were terrified, exactly, but because there's something deeply unsettling about walking toward voices when you already know there shouldn't be anyone there. The clearest thing I ever saw happened late one January night. I was near the front half of the building, taping up boxes. My coworker was a few meters away, doing his own thing. The factory lighting at that hour has a strange feel to it, because the bright areas are bright, but everything beyond them falls off into shadow. Your eyes always keep trying to adjust, and the spaces between the racking can look like tunnels. I noticed movement at the far end of the factory. At first I thought it was one of the forklift drivers or someone walking through from the back. But it was too quiet. No engine noise. No footsteps that sounded right on the concrete. Just a figure moving steadily toward us. I pointed without really thinking, and my coworker turned to look. The person walking toward us looked like a young guy, probably around my age at the time. He was fairly skinny. He had ragged-looking coveralls on, like work gear that had been worn hard. And under his left arm, tucked close to his body, was what looked like a leather helmet. Not a modern hard hat. A leather helmet, the kind you picture from old military mechanics or tank crews, something meant to protect your head in tight metal spaces. He kept walking at a steady pace. Not rushing, not creeping, not dramatic. Just walking as if the factory was his workplace, and we were nothing unusual. When he got to about 40 or 50 meters away, he slowed slightly, turned his head, and looked toward us. Then he faded. There's no better word for it. He didn't duck behind anything. He didn't turn into a shadow. He didn't disappear like someone switching off a light. He just thinned out, like mist, like the air swallowed him. 1 second there was a young man in coveralls looking at us, and the next second there was only the aisle, the racking, and the normal empty distance of the factory. My coworker and I stood there in stunned silence. Not speaking. Not moving. Just looking at the spot where he'd been, as if we could force logic back into the scene by staring hard enough. Eventually my coworker let out a breath like he'd been holding it, and said something under his breath along the lines of, "Well, that's that." After that, I didn't even need anyone to tell me Bobby was real, at least in the sense that something was there. The factory had a history, and it felt like parts of that history hadn't left. Even then, it's important to say this, downstairs never felt evil. It never felt like something wanted to hurt us. It felt busy at times, strange and active, but not hateful. It was like there were echoes of workers who still moved through the spaces they once knew, occasionally letting themselves be noticed. The upstairs offices were different. The offices sat above the factory floor, and in the daytime they were just dusty old rooms used for storage, paperwork, and occasional meetings. But at night, they felt wrong in a way that was hard to explain. It wasn't about seeing things or hearing voices. We never did. It was the atmosphere. Like you weren't supposed to be there. Like the air got heavier the closer you got to the top of the stairs. It wasn't dramatic fear. It was the kind of discomfort that makes you quicken your pace and avoid looking into corners. The kind that makes your shoulders tighten for no reason. A silent pressure that says, don't linger. Then there was the bunker. That was what everyone called it, because that's what it used to be, a World War II-era air raid shelter. By the time I worked there, it was basically a storage room for cleaning equipment and random supplies. Mops, buckets, chemicals, old rags, boxes of things nobody wanted to deal with. The bunker felt worse than the offices. The air inside seemed colder, even in summer. The sound changed when you stepped in, like the room swallowed noise. I didn't spend time there unless I absolutely had to. I personally never had a clear experience in the bunker. I never got grabbed. I never felt a hand on me. But several of the women I worked with told me they had. Not gently either. A touch that felt like someone trying to get their attention, or worse, like someone pulling at them. They refused to go near it after that. If something needed to be fetched from there, they'd ask someone else. They didn't laugh about it. They didn't tell the story like a fun ghost tale. They told it with that tight expression people get when they're still angry that something crossed the line. About a year or so later, I was chatting with a family friend, and the conversation drifted to World War II stories and Brisbane history. I mentioned the factory and its old role as a tank repair workshop. That's when he said something that made a lot of pieces click into place. He told me that during the war, his family had housed a few officers connected to the repair depot. And the screen printing section of the factory, where we'd sometimes get that awful rotting smell, had once been where they hosed out the tanks before repairs started. Out in the field, crews cleaned the tanks as best as they could, but you can only do so much under combat conditions. By the time damaged tanks reached proper repair shops back in Australia, whatever had been left inside them, old fuel, grime, blood, biological mess, things you don't want to picture, could become rancid. The smell that sometimes drifted through our modern factory might not have been a plumbing issue at all. It might have been an echo, triggered by certain humidity, certain heat, certain air conditions that made something old press up into the present. He also said something else, quietly, as if he wasn't sure how it would land. He'd heard that the dark atmosphere in the upstairs offices might be connected to an officer who had shot himself after finding out his son had been killed in Italy. I don't know if that story is fact, rumor, or something that grew with repetition, but I can say this. The offices did feel like grief, like shock, like a place where something ended badly. Whether it was psychological suggestion or something more, I can't prove. But it matched the feeling too well to ignore. As for the bunker, he said nobody really knows. It was an air raid shelter, a place built for fear. A place designed for people to hide while bombs could fall. I can imagine that kind of purpose leaving a mark all by itself. I eventually left that job, but the experiences stuck with me in a quiet way. Not because they terrified me, but because they felt oddly human. Like the past wasn't gone. Like sometimes it still walked the aisles in ragged coveralls, carrying a helmet under its arm, glancing toward you before fading out. Then, a while later came Wackle. June 2020. One of my hobbies is metal detecting, especially on World War II sites. There's something about it that combines history and patience. You walk slowly, you listen for the tone changes, you dig carefully, and sometimes you pull up something that hasn't seen daylight in 70 or 80 years. A button. A shell casing. A bit of rusted gear that makes you wonder whose hands last held it. That weekend I set aside time to go out to an area of bushland that had once been part of Camp Cable. Back in the day it was one of the biggest US camps in the country. Later, parts of it were used by Australians during Korea, and possibly into the early Vietnam era. Now, what's left is mostly bush reclaiming space, with bits and pieces of old layouts still visible if you know what you're looking for. I arrived around 9 a.m. on a crisp winter day. That winter crispness in Queensland isn't freezing, but it's enough to make the air feel clean. I picked the cooler season partly because I didn't want to deal with snakes. I've got respect for snakes. I'm not interested in stepping on one while I'm daydreaming through headphones. I wandered into the bush, put my headphones on, switched on the detector, and started sweeping. The bush was quiet except for birds and wind and the occasional dry crunch underfoot. After about 2 hours, I dug up around a dozen fired .30-06 shells. Not unusual for an area like that. Each find felt like a small handshake with the past, a reminder that what looks like harmless bush now had once been packed with men, tents, engines, training, and war. Around lunchtime, I decided to take a break by the creek. I picked a nice spot, sat down, and ate my sandwiches. While I was eating, I noticed movement on the far side of the creek. It was indistinct, more like shifting shapes between trees than clear people. But the movement had rhythm, like figures moving from right to left, weaving through the bush. My first thought was practical. Other people could be out there. Maybe hikers off the trail. Maybe other detectorists. Maybe someone just exploring. So I didn't react much. I finished lunch, stood up, and went back to sweeping. A few hours later I was getting tired and decided I'd head out and come back the next day. As I was trekking back, I saw the same hazy figures again, moving between the trees in a similar direction. This time, I paused longer. Not because I was scared, but because something about it didn't match how people normally move through bush. They didn't seem to break branches or disturb grass in any visible way. It was like the movement belonged more to the space than to bodies passing through it. There was still plenty of daylight, so I decided to check it out properly. I crossed the creek and walked over to the area where I'd seen the movement. It took longer than it should have, because the terrain wasn't straightforward, but I made it to roughly the right spot. There was nothing there. No footprints. No crushed grass. No wrappers. No disturbed scrub. And it was a long way from the designated walking trail. If a group of people had been moving through that area, you'd expect some sign. What I did notice were rows of old logs marking boundaries, old camp edges, old road lines, the kind of layout markers that wouldn't mean much to someone unless they knew what they were. It was like the bush still remembered where the camp lines had been, even if the tents and people were long gone. That was when I got this strange, calm thought: maybe whatever I'd seen wasn't people, in the normal sense. Maybe it was something like the factory. Not scary. Not threatening. Just activity in a place that had once been full of life and motion. I called it a day and went home. The next day I went back and did another sweep. I saw the hazy movement again a few times, always at a distance, always between trees, never close enough to make out faces or clothing. And I found myself thinking, as long as I'm doing my thing and they're doing theirs, I'll leave them alone. It felt like a fair arrangement. Respectful. I wasn't there to stir anything up. I was there to find old bits of metal and walk through history. If the place still held some echo of old movement, I could accept that without trying to chase it down. Then, later in 2020, came Archerfield. October 2020. This is the part that pushed me to look up this site again after years, because it wasn't just one workplace. It was like I'd stepped into a pattern: World War II spaces, old buildings, and the feeling that some pieces of the past still lingered, not always visible, but present enough to interact with the living. My new workplace was another World War II-era warehouse. Big open space, high ceiling, racking stacked tall, long aisles, and that warehouse smell of cardboard and timber and dust. It didn't take long before I started noticing weird little things, but it happened gradually, the way it did at the factory. At first you blame yourself. You assume you're distracted. You assume you misremembered where you put something. I'd be assembling furniture, laying out tools in a sensible order. I'd set something down for 1 second, maybe a screwdriver or a tape measure, because I needed both hands to line up a piece. Then I'd reach back for the tool and it wouldn't be where I'd put it. I'd look around, annoyed, thinking I was losing my mind, and then I'd find it sitting on the desk behind me, as if someone had calmly picked it up and relocated it. The first few times, I assumed a coworker was messing with me. That's normal workplace stuff. But it happened when nobody was close enough to do it without me noticing. It happened on nights when the warehouse was quiet and everyone was spread out. And it happened in a way that didn't feel like a prank meant to embarrass me. It felt like mischief. Like someone enjoying the tiny confusion of it. On night shifts, it wasn't unusual to smell cigarette smoke. Not constantly, and not near the break area where you might expect someone to sneak one, but drifting through empty sections of the warehouse where smoking would be stupid because the place was full of flammable materials. Sometimes you'd even see a faint red glow way down the back, like the end of a cigarette burning in the dark. The first time it happened, we reacted exactly as you would in a warehouse full of cardboard and timber and flammable liquids. We sent someone down to give whoever it was an earful. But every time someone went down there was no one. No cigarette butt. No person. No sign anyone had been there. Sometimes people would get prodded or poked, like a light jab in the side when no one was close enough to do it. You'd turn around ready to tell someone off, and there would be nothing but racking and boxes. And there were shouts. Random, sharp calls from empty aisles. Not right next to you, but not so far away that you could dismiss it as someone outside. You'd look up, expecting to see a forklift driver or a bloke calling to a mate, and there'd be nothing but the long warehouse corridor and the hum of lights. The forklift drivers out the back started telling stories too. They said they'd seen someone standing out near the container section, wearing a singlet and khaki shorts, just watching them work. Then the figure would turn and walk off out the back. The container section is fenced. There's basically only one way in and out, and it's surrounded by a high barbed wire fence. If a real person walked out there, you'd notice. You'd see them leave. You'd hear the gate. You'd spot them crossing the lit areas. But according to the forklift drivers, this figure would simply walk off and be gone. One night, 3 of my coworkers and I all saw someone dressed in period clothing walk through the racking. It wasn't a shadow this time. It looked like a person moving normally, weaving through the gaps. We watched him wave to someone, casual as anything, like he was acknowledging a mate across the floor. Then he kept walking and disappeared behind the racks in a way that didn't make sense because there was no exit path that would explain it. And the strangest thing about all of this was that it never felt scary. It was weird, yes. It made you pause. It made you question yourself. It made you exchange looks with coworkers that said, "You saw that too, right?" But it didn't feel heavy or sad the way the upstairs offices at the old factory did. It didn't feel like grief. It didn't feel like rage. It felt cheeky. Busy. Almost friendly in a rough Aussie way, like the place had a personality, and it liked being used. Like whoever was there enjoyed the noise of work and the presence of people, and maybe got bored when the warehouse sat empty and silent. We actually started thinking that whoever was in Archerfield liked having us around. It wasn't a haunted house vibe. It was more like an old workplace that still had old workers in it, doing their thing, poking at the living now and then for amusement. And honestly, that was the part that made it easier to live with. If it had felt threatening, I don't think I would have lasted. But because it felt mischievous rather than cruel, it became another layer of the workplace. Something you talk about carefully, sometimes with humor, sometimes with that cautious respect people have when they don't fully understand what they're dealing with. Over time, I stopped trying to force a neat explanation for every single event. Sometimes tools go missing because you set them down without thinking. Sometimes smells drift in from odd places. Sometimes the mind fills in gaps in low light. But then there are the moments that don't fit into those boxes, like hearing a clear "Hiya, John," in a southern accent from empty air, or watching a young bloke in ragged coveralls fade out like mist, or seeing a figure wave in a warehouse aisle where nobody should be. What I can say, without dressing it up, is that these experiences have followed a pattern for me. Old World War II places, especially. Sites where a lot of men lived, worked, worried, sweated, swore, and sometimes died. Places that weren't just buildings, but part of a massive machine of war and survival. Whether it's history leaving an imprint, or my own awareness tuning into something, or something spiritual that doesn't care what I think, I don't know. But I do know this: in all of these places, I've never had the feeling of pure evil or danger the way some people describe. I've had unease in certain rooms, sure. I've had moments of shock and disbelief. I've had that prickly feeling that tells you you're not alone when you should be. But overall, what stands out most is that these presences feel like they belong to the places they're in. Like they're not hunting people. They're just there, still moving through familiar space, sometimes making themselves known in small ways, sometimes in ways you can't explain even when 4 people see it at once. And once you've seen something like that, you don't really go back to believing the world is only what you can measure and hold. You start leaving a little room in your mind for the idea that some places remember. Some places keep echoes. And sometimes those echoes say hello like they know you, even when you've only just started the job. The Hungry Ghost Festival falls on the 15th day of the 7th lunar month. Many people think of it as a frightening time, but at its heart it is also about devotion, duty, and compassion. There is an old legend that explains why. It says a Buddhist monk loved his mother so deeply and showed such strong devotion to her that it moved even the king of hell. Because of the monk's devotion, his mother's suffering in purgatory was eased, and the souls in that domain were given a brief period of relief. In Buddhist and Taoist belief, the 7th lunar month is sometimes called Ghost Month. People believe that during this time, spirits may wander through the earthly world. Some say these are souls who did not receive proper rites when they passed away. Others believe they may be ancestors whose families have forgotten to honor them, or spirits who are restless because no one has prayed for them. In Singapore, it is common to see offerings placed outside, or by the roadside, and to see prayer money being burned. The idea is not only to appease wandering spirits, but also to give them comfort, respect, and peace. Whether a person fully believes it or not, the rituals carry a message: do not forget the dead, and do not abandon what came before. This year feels different for me. During and around Ghost Month, I have experienced a number of strange moments that I can't easily explain. They were not dramatic in a movie-like way, but they were strong enough to stay in my mind, and they felt oddly timed. I kept catching myself wondering whether it was all coincidence, or whether Ghost Month somehow made me more aware, more sensitive, or more open to noticing things. In mid-August, one of the first strange experiences happened in a very ordinary way. I was in bed, enjoying a late morning sleep-in. I wasn't fully asleep, but I wasn't fully awake either. I was half dozing, comfortable, warm, and peaceful. The TV was on in the background, and the sound was soft enough that it blended into the room rather than demanding attention. I could hear my husband, Rex, in the bathroom, brushing his teeth at the sink. It was the kind of moment that feels safe and familiar, nothing unusual, nothing threatening, just a slow start to the day. Then in the next moment, without warning, I was somewhere else. I found myself standing curbside on a footpath, as if I had stepped into a completely different place. I was looking at a spot between 2 residential properties, like a narrow strip of land that separated one home from another. There was tall, lush grass along the brown fence. I couldn't tell for sure whether the fence was timber or color bond, but it looked solid and weathered, the kind of fence you see in suburban areas. In that grass, I saw a cat moving slowly and carefully, creeping forward with its body low, like it was stalking something or trying not to be noticed. This was not an ordinary house cat. It looked wild, and it was larger than a normal cat. The markings reminded me of a snow leopard, and the body size made me think of a lynx cub. It had pointed ears, and at the tips of its ears was white wispy fur. Not thick tufts, not like big brushes, but fine pale strands that caught the light. What shocked me most was how real the whole scene felt. It didn't have that fuzzy dream quality. It didn't feel like a distant memory or a confused imagination. It felt like being awake. I could see the details clearly, as if it was daylight right in front of me. I could feel the firm footpath beneath my feet. I could smell the fresh green grass, and there was also a slight dampness from the soil, like the ground had been watered recently or there had been rain earlier. Even the air felt real, like the coolness you get in a quiet suburban street. And at the same time, I could still hear the TV in the background, like it was part of the moment. I could hear the murmur of the newsreader's voice, steady and distant, as if it was coming from somewhere behind me. That detail is what unsettles me the most when I think about it, because it felt like two realities were overlapping for a few seconds. It wasn't that I had fallen into a deep dream and left the room completely. It felt like I was still connected to my bedroom, and yet standing somewhere else. For a few moments, I stared at the cat, and I felt myself wanting to step toward it. Not to chase it, but to get a closer look, like curiosity pulling me forward. But before I could move, before I could even take one proper step, I was suddenly back in bed again. Just like that. One moment there was grass and a fence and a wild-looking cat, and the next moment there was my bedroom, the TV, and the familiar sound of Rex moving about in the bathroom. I lay there for a while after that, trying to understand what had just happened. It was too sharp to dismiss easily, but also too strange to explain. I told myself it must have been a dream, because what else could it be? But it didn't feel like any dream I'd had before. It had weight to it. It had texture and smell and solid ground under my feet. And it stayed clear in my mind long after I fully woke up. That same afternoon, I had another moment, different but just as unsettling. Rex and I were in the basement car park of our building. I was waiting near the lift while he was locking up the garage. The car park is familiar to me. Our apartment building is over 20 years old, and we have lived there for 19 years. I know the smell of the concrete, the way sound travels down there, the angle of every corner. It is not a place that usually surprises me. I was standing in front of the lift doors, and to my left was the emergency exit area that leads up the stairs to the street level. As I waited, I noticed a woman walking toward me from that left side, coming from the corner near the fire door. At first it felt completely normal. She looked like someone who belonged there, like a resident or maybe someone visiting. She looked to be in her late 20s or early 30s. She was medium height and slim, with straight dark hair cut in a short bob. She had a pale complexion. Her outfit caught my attention immediately because it looked like office wear or some kind of uniform. A white blouse with short sleeves and a small black and yellow print, and a straight black skirt that reached her knees. What struck me most was that it was the middle of winter in Australia, and her legs were bare. No stockings, no tights. Just bare legs as if it was summer. As she walked, I caught myself thinking how cold she must be, and at the same time, I also became aware of social distancing. I wanted to see where she was going and make sure we kept space between us, especially because the basement area can feel narrow when someone approaches. So I turned slightly to look more closely at her, and that was when everything went wrong in my mind. She was gone. It wasn't like she ducked behind a pillar. It wasn't like she turned a corner quickly. I did not see the heavy fire door open, and I did not hear it either. That door makes a sound when it moves. It is heavy and solid, and it doesn't open silently. But there was no sound. There was no movement. She was simply not there anymore, as if the car park had swallowed her. For a second, my stomach dropped with confusion. I looked at the gray wall where she had been walking. I looked around the corners. There was nowhere she could have gone in that short time without me noticing. And yet she had been there clearly, walking toward me, and then she wasn't. The image of her, even when she was there, had felt slightly unusual. I remember her head was turned at an angle away from me, not fully facing me. And there was something about the way I saw her that now feels distorted when I think back on it. It was almost like I had been looking at her through a pane of glass, or as if the air between us had been bending to view. Like a reflection, or like light refracted through water. When Rex came back, I didn't make a big scene about it. I didn't want to sound silly, especially because it could be so easy to blame it on tiredness or on catching only a glimpse. But inside, my mind kept circling it. Who was she? How did she vanish? Why did she not seem to notice me at all? Later, when we were home, I remembered something Rex had said before about our building. He said that an insurance building used to be on the same site years ago, before our apartment block was built. It is possible the builders used part of the same foundations. It is possible people worked here long before we lived here. When that thought came to me, I began to wonder if what I saw was not a living person at all, but something like an imprint. An echo from another time. A moment replaying itself in the space, without awareness of the present. And then another thought followed, even stranger. If she was an echo, was I also an echo to her? Was I the one who didn't belong in her moment? That idea made my skin prickle. It felt too large and too odd, but it also felt strangely possible in the way the experience had unfolded. That evening, when we came in through the door, I glanced at the calendar near the front entry. I saw the date clearly, and I realized we were still in Ghost Month. The timing made me pause. I didn't want to jump to conclusions, but the thought was there. Is this connected, or am I only connecting it because of the season? Is Ghost Month doing something, or am I simply noticing more because I have that idea in my head? A week or so later, another strange thing happened in the kitchen, and this one felt different because it involved objects moving in a way I could not explain away as easily. I was preparing lunch, planning to make mie goreng, the Indonesian fried noodles. I put a small pot on the stove and placed a few eggs inside to boil. I turned to the bench near the sink where the knife block sits, looking for scissors to cut open the noodle packets. There were 2 pairs of kitchen scissors in the usual spot. One pair was partly blocked by some bottles sitting close by, so I chose the second pair, which was easier to reach. It was a simple decision, not something I had to think about. I picked up the scissors and turned back toward the stove to check the eggs. And that's when I noticed the pot was covered with a glass lid. For a moment I froze. My first thought was that I must have done it without thinking, that I had placed the lid there automatically. But the more I tried to accept that explanation, the less it fit. I am not in the habit of covering the pot when boiling eggs. It isn't part of my routine. If I was running on autopilot, I would usually follow my normal habits, not suddenly change them. Still, I didn't want to overreact. I told myself maybe I had absent-mindedly covered it to speed up boiling, even though I don't normally do that. I lifted the lid and turned slightly toward the sink, thinking I would rinse the lid and set it aside. And then I saw something that made me certain I wasn't imagining things. The first pair of scissors, the one that had been blocked by bottles, was now sitting on the kitchen counter to the left of the sink. Not in its usual place. Not behind the bottles. It was sitting there like someone had thoughtfully placed it for me, almost as if the message was, "Here, use this one." And I knew, without any doubt, that I did not put it there. I had already chosen the second pair. I had no reason to move the first pair, and I certainly would not have reached around the bottles to pull it out just to place it on the bench when I wasn't going to use it. Also, the bottles were still in the same position, meaning I hadn't moved them to get access. The scissors had changed places without any step from me that could explain it. The feeling that came over me wasn't terror. It wasn't dread. It was more like surprise mixed with a strange calm. If anything, it felt as though someone was trying to be helpful rather than harmful. So I simply said, "Thank you," quietly out loud, as if speaking to an unseen helper, and then I replaced the scissors and continued making lunch. I didn't feel the need to panic. It felt like a small moment, a gentle nudge, the kind of thing that is odd but not frightening. Still, it stayed in my mind, and it added to the growing sense that something unusual was happening around that time. Around the end of August, Rex and I started watching the SBS drama series Hungry Ghosts. It was centered around an Australian Vietnamese community during Ghost Month, and the story included traditional practices, family grief, and spiritual beliefs. As we watched, I found myself thinking more about the season, more about spirits and memory, and more about how culture shapes what we notice and how we interpret it. During the second episode, there was a scene where the main character burned joss sticks at a family altar for her recently deceased grandmother. And then, out of nowhere, I smelled sandalwood. It was immediate and unmistakable. That warm, deep, spiritual scent that makes me think of temples and incense smoke and quiet prayer. The first time I smelled it earlier in the year, it had made me think of Auntie May, because the timing had seemed connected to her passing. This time, it felt like the scent came right into the room and wrapped around me. I jumped up, suddenly alert, and tried to find the source. We were upstairs in the bedroom. I checked near the window, thinking perhaps someone outside had lit incense. I moved toward the stairs, wondering if the smell could have drifted up from the corridor. But it didn't feel like it was coming from outside at all. It felt very local, very close, like it was only near my side of the bed. And then it dissipated. It lasted maybe a minute, maybe slightly less, and then it was gone, leaving only my confusion and that lingering sense of being reminded of something important. Again, my thoughts went to Auntie May. Her funeral service had taken place recently, and our family had been scattered across countries, unable to gather properly because of the pandemic and travel restrictions. So many of us had wanted to pay respects in person. Instead, we had to settle for a Zoom service streamed from Hong Kong to relatives around the world. What hurt me most, if I'm honest, is that I didn't make it in time. I received the Zoom details late, and by the time I tried to join, the service was already ending. I missed the part where people spoke about her. I missed the prayers. I missed that feeling of closure that comes from witnessing the goodbye, even if it is through a screen. When I smelled sandalwood during that episode, it felt like a reminder of her, and also of that regret. It made me think about how the dead are remembered, how they are honored, and how sometimes, even when we are far away, the feeling of them can still reach us. I don't know what any of it means in a strict, logical sense. I can't prove that the scene with the wild cat was anything more than a strange dream state. I can't prove that the woman in the basement was a spirit rather than a trick of perception. I can't prove that the scissors moved by themselves or that the scent of sandalwood had any connection to Auntie May. But I also can't ignore how these moments felt. They were clear. They were timed. They carried a weight that ordinary coincidence doesn't always carry. And the fact that they clustered during Ghost Month, a time that is already filled with stories and rituals about spirits wandering close to the living, makes it even harder to dismiss. Maybe Ghost Month doesn't cause anything. Maybe it simply reminds people to look more closely at what they normally ignore. Maybe grief makes the mind more sensitive to memory, scent, and symbolism. Or maybe there really are moments when the world grows thinner at the edges, and we briefly glimpse something we can't properly name. All I know is that this year, Ghost Month hasn't felt like a distant cultural story. It has felt personal. And whether it was spirits, echoes, or simply my own mind picking up on details in a different way, it has left me thinking about family, respect, and how the living and the dead might still touch each other in small, quiet ways. I'm waiting for my sister to arrive for a visit right now, and the waiting has put me back in a very specific memory of her. It's strange how that happens. You can go months without thinking about a certain moment, and then something small like checking the time, listening for a car, or feeling that familiar mix of excitement and impatience brings an old scene back so clearly that it almost sits in the room with you. This memory is one of those. It's a memory I have returned to many times, not because it was dramatic or loud, but because it was quiet and unsettling in a way I still can't explain. It was the kind of thing where nothing happened, and yet something changed in you. Something shifted in the way you look at the world, the way you trust what you see, and the way you understand how thin the line can feel between normal life and something that sits just outside it. We live in a small town in South Australia. If you've lived in a small town, you know what I mean when I say the streets feel familiar in your bones. There are certain corners you've turned 100 times. Certain houses you can picture even with your eyes closed. Certain routes you take without thinking because they're the safe and normal ones. You don't always realize how much your mind relies on that familiarity until you take a different road, or until you see something in a place where it doesn't belong. That evening, my sister and I decided to take our dog for a walk. It wasn't a big planned thing. It was one of those casual decisions people make when they're restless, when the air feels nice, and when you want to move your body after being indoors too long. We started at our parents' house. Our parents' house has always been one of those places that feels like a center point, like a starting place. Even when you're older, even when your life has moved on in other directions, there is something about beginning a walk from your parents' home that makes you feel like you're still part of the old map of your childhood. You're not only walking through streets, you're walking through versions of yourself. We planned to walk around the block and end up near our grandparents' place. That was the basic idea. It was simple. Our dog was happy, doing that eager dog thing where the lead becomes a promise of adventure, and every smell is a story. The streets were quiet in that early evening way where the day isn't fully gone, but the energy has dropped. It wasn't the busy time of afternoon errands, and it wasn't the deep night either. It was that in-between time where the world feels softer. We didn't take the direct route. For whatever reason, we decided to walk the long way. I can't remember if it was because we wanted more time outside, or because we were talking and not paying attention, or because my sister suggested a different way. But we did. We went the long way, which meant that by the time we reached our grandparents' street the light had changed. It had become that strange kind of twilight that makes everything look slightly hazy without being dark. It's hard to describe twilight properly unless you've stood in it and really noticed it. It can be bright enough to see clearly, but the colors start to fade and blend. Edges soften. Distance looks different. Shadows become more active. Your eyes keep adjusting, not because it's too dark, but because the light doesn't behave the way it behaves during the day. Everything takes on a quiet, almost unreal quality. It can make ordinary places feel like sets in a play. It can make the familiar feel like it's been moved half a step to the left. The street where our grandparents lived was one I knew well. I had seen it in all kinds of weather and all kinds of moods. I had walked it in full sun, and in heavy rain, and in the bright glare of summer evenings. I had been there as a child, and as a teenager, and later when childhood was gone, but you still return because family pulls you back. It was never a strange street to me. It was normal. That's part of why this memory stays with me. It happened in a place that should have felt safe and predictable. On that street is the Christian Baptist Church. It sits on a large block, and in our town, blocks can be quite spacious. There's room for a wide yard, a generous lawn, trees set back from the road, and a proper car park. The church itself is set near the back of its land rather than sitting right on the street. It gives the front of the property a calm feeling, almost like a buffer zone. A strip of peace between the road and the building. That church was familiar to me for another reason too. My great-nana's funeral had been held there. Even if you're not religious, a funeral in a church tends to imprint itself on you. A church becomes more than just a building after you've sat inside it during a goodbye. The smell, the quiet, the heavy softness of voices, the way people look different when grief is on them, the way the air seems thicker. You carry those things even if you don't consciously think about them. So when I walked by that church, I didn't just see a building. I saw a place that already held family memory. As we walked past the front of the church property, the yard looked especially serene. The lawn was open. The trees were scattered, not dense, not wild. It felt tidy and cared for. There wasn't any movement that I noticed right away. No lights were on. No obvious signs of activity. It looked closed. It looked like the kind of quiet property you'd expect at that hour. And then I noticed her. At first, it was just a figure among the trees. In that twilight light, shapes can trick you, so my mind did the normal thing and tried to decide what it was. A person? A post? A shadow? A branch moving? But it wasn't any of those. It was clearly a woman walking between the trees, moving at a steady pace, like she belonged there. Not running, not sneaking, not lost. just walking, calm and purposeful. Because of the light, she was difficult to make out at first. She wasn't close enough for clear details the way you'd see someone under a streetlight. She was in that middle distance where you can see a person but not read their face. Still, something about her stood out instantly, and that's what made my attention sharpen. She was dressed like a nun. Not in the usual habit people imagine when they think of a nun. Not the classic black and white look. What she wore was different. It was a green tartan-style skirt, and a matching kind of veil or head covering. It wasn't modern casual clothing. It looked old-fashioned to me, the kind of uniform you would have seen on nuns in earlier decades. The kind of dress that, in my mind, belonged to a different time. That alone was strange, because in our town, the nuns people remembered were linked with Catholic life, and even then, it wasn't something you saw often anymore. The idea of a nun walking in the yard of the Christian Baptist church at twilight felt out of place on multiple levels. It was like seeing the wrong symbol in the wrong setting, like a detail from another story dropped into this one by mistake. My first thought was practical. Maybe there was some event. Maybe someone had left the building. Maybe there was a meeting or a gathering. But that thought didn't hold for long, because there were no cars in the car park. Not even one. The church looked completely closed. There were no lights on. No glow from windows. No sign of someone unlocking doors or packing up chairs. There was nothing that suggested human activity was happening. Also, the way she moved didn't feel like someone finishing an event and heading home. It felt more like someone moving within a space they already owned, like a person walking through their own garden. Calm. Unhurried. Familiar with the ground. I remember that I kept walking, but part of my mind had stopped with her. I kept looking in that direction as we moved past. I didn't stare in a rude way, but I watched the way you watch something that you don't understand. I felt that odd pull of curiosity mixed with caution. There was also a strange feeling in my chest, like the moment carried a warning. Not a loud warning, not a screaming danger, but a quiet sense that something wasn't lining up. I thought briefly that it might have been wise to call out to her. Even just a greeting. A simple hello is normal in a small town, and it would have been polite. It might have snapped the moment back into something ordinary. If she had turned and waved, or if she had answered, then she would have become just another person in the street, and that would have been the end of it. But I didn't. And part of why I didn't call out is because calling out would have required me to fully commit to what I was seeing. It would have required eye contact. It would have required stepping into the moment instead of watching it from the side. And I didn't feel able to do that, because she didn't seem to notice us at all. That's one of the details I remember most strongly. We were walking past on the footpath. We had a dog with us. Dogs make small sounds even when they're calm. Their tags might jingle. Their paws scrape lightly. They sniff and move. Two people walking together also create presence, even if you aren't loud. Most people, even if they're distracted, would register that someone is passing. They might glance over. They might shift their posture. They might show some sign of awareness. This woman did not. She moved through the trees as if we didn't exist. It wasn't even that she avoided looking at us. It was like the idea of us wasn't part of her world at all. Like she wasn't ignoring us, but simply walking through her own moment, completely separate. My dog didn't notice her either, which is something that still bothers me when I think about it. Dogs notice people. Even calm dogs notice movement, scent, sound. A dog might not bark, but they will often look. They'll prick their ears. They'll pause. They'll lean toward a smell. They'll track with their eyes. Our dog did none of that. The dog walked as if the yard was empty. And yet I could see her. At least, I believe I could. The image in my mind is clear enough that I can still picture the green tartan, the shape of the veil, the way she moved between the trees. I remember that twilight haze and how it made her slightly blurred at the edges, but not blurred enough to erase what she was. The strangest part was the feeling that came with it. It wasn't just surprise. It was that uncomfortable sense of something being out of place, like the world had briefly misfiled a detail. I felt like I was looking at something that wasn't quite real, or wasn't meant to be seen in that way. I know that sounds vague, but it's the closest description I have. It felt like a scene I wasn't meant to walk through. Like I'd stepped into the wrong room and accidentally seen something private. My sister and I kept walking. We continued toward our grandparents' place. I didn't say anything right away. I think I assumed my sister had seen the woman too. It felt obvious to me, like how could she not notice a nun-shaped figure moving through the churchyard? But I also didn't want to say it out loud and have my sister look at me like I was being dramatic. Sometimes you keep things in your head for a few seconds just to check whether they settle into normal. But the feeling didn't settle. When I think back, I realize I was watching my sister's behavior as well as watching the yard. I was looking for any sign that she had noticed. A glance, a pause, a comment, anything. But she didn't react. She kept walking like nothing was there. She kept talking, or at least she kept moving in that normal way she always moved. If she did glance into the yard, it didn't register as important to her. We reached our grandparents' house not long after, and the mood shifted into something more ordinary. There's a certain energy grandparents have, especially in small towns, especially when you show up later than expected. We got told off for being out walking so late. Not in a cruel way, but in that familiar, slightly scolding way older relatives have when they worry. They care, and their care comes out as annoyance because it's easier than saying they were scared something could have happened. Pa ended up driving us home. Again, normal small-town family behavior. You walk somewhere, get told off, and then someone insists on driving you back because that's what family does. On the drive back, we passed the church again. I remember looking over, expecting, in a strange way, to see the woman again. Or maybe expecting not to see her, and feel relieved. But the yard was empty. No movement. No figure among the trees. The church looked completely closed and still. The car park was empty. The property looked like it had been asleep the whole time. That should have been comforting, but it wasn't. It made the earlier moment feel even more unreal, because if she had been a real person, where did she go? How did she vanish without a car? Where would she have walked in those few minutes that would take her out of sight so completely? Later, when I brought it up with my sister, I realized we didn't even share the same version of the event. That's another reason this memory stays stuck in my mind. If my sister had said, "Yes, I saw her too," then even if we didn't know what it meant, at least we would have shared reality. It would have been a strange thing witnessed by two people. But my sister didn't say that. She said she remembered the walk itself, because we didn't usually go that way. She remembered the twilight. She remembered the general feeling of that evening. But she swore she didn't even look into the churchyard. She also said I didn't mention seeing a nun at the time. That part is important, because it means either I stayed silent, or I thought I spoke and didn't, or I spoke so casually she didn't register it, or she genuinely didn't hear me. I can accept that I might be mistaken about what I assumed in the moment. I can accept that my sister might not have been paying attention, because it was just a walk, and sometimes you're in your own head. But what I struggle with is the fact that if a person dressed like that had been there, in that setting, at that time, it feels like my sister would have remembered. It would have been odd enough to stick. At the very least she would have noticed a person moving in the churchyard, even if she didn't notice the clothing. And yet she didn't. That difference between our memories is part of what makes it unsettling. It puts you in that lonely space where you start questioning yourself. Was it a trick of light? Was it my mind making a shape out of shadows and trees? Was it something about the twilight that turned ordinary movement into something else? Was it my memory blending with old images of nuns from my childhood, and my brain simply filling in gaps? But then another part of me resists that explanation, because the image wasn't vague in my mind. It wasn't a quick glance that could be easily misread. It felt like several seconds of seeing her. It felt like a clear impression. And it carried a feeling with it that I don't usually get from a simple optical mistake. It also makes me think about how some experiences aren't shared, even when you are standing right beside someone. Two people can walk through the same space, and one can see something the other doesn't. Not because one is lying, but because perception is strange and selective. Sometimes one person's mind is open to a detail, and the other person's mind filters it out. Sometimes one person is looking in the right direction at the right second, and the other person is distracted by something else. Or if you believe in more unusual possibilities, sometimes the experience itself isn't meant for both. Sometimes something is seen by one person and not another, as if it chose who would notice. That idea makes me uncomfortable, because it suggests intention. And intention is what often separates weird from scary. The other detail that sticks with me is the setting itself. A churchyard in twilight is already loaded with meaning, even if you don't want it to be. Churches carry emotional weight because of weddings and funerals and prayers and rituals. Even for people who don't go often, churches still sit in the mind as places where life and death are acknowledged. They are places where people speak to the unseen, whether they call it God, or spirit, or memory. So seeing something that looked like a nun on church land triggered a deeper layer of feeling than if I had seen her on an ordinary street. It also raised quiet questions in me that I didn't fully form at the time, but that I feel now when I look back. Why that clothing? Why that place? Why that hour? Why did she seem to move as if she belonged to another time? And why did she not notice us at all? Sometimes when I replay it, I wonder if what I saw was not a person, but something like a leftover image. Like a memory held in the space. A place can hold echoes of what happened there, especially places with long histories, places where people gather for intense emotional events. Maybe it was nothing supernatural, just the way the mind reacts to light and familiarity and old associations. But maybe it was something else. Something that briefly appeared in the thinness of twilight, when the day is leaving and the night hasn't fully arrived, when the world is changing shifts. What makes it even harder to dismiss is how the moment felt. I remember that sense of out of place. I remember that slight internal chill. Not a physical cold, but the kind of chill you feel when your instincts pick up a mismatch. Your brain can't explain it, but your body reacts anyway. Your muscles hold tension for no reason. Your mind goes quiet for a second, as if it's listening for what it can't hear. Even now, years later, I can't fully decide what I believe about it. Some days I lean toward the simplest explanation. The light was strange, the trees made shapes, my brain did what brains do and turned a pattern into a person. Other days, especially when I'm already thinking about unusual experiences, I feel more certain that I saw what I saw, and that it was not normal. The fact that nothing else happened that night is also part of what makes it linger. There was no follow-up. No big reveal. No dramatic moment where we ran back and searched the yard. We didn't call anyone. We didn't go into the church grounds. We didn't hear a voice. We didn't see lights. We didn't find anything in the morning. The moment just sat there, unexplained, like a sentence without an ending. And that's sometimes the most unsettling kind of experience. Not the ones that come with proof or drama, but the ones that simply leave you with a question you can't close. The ones where the world looks normal right after, but you don't feel normal. You feel like you've been reminded that your understanding of reality might not be as solid as you thought. Now, as I'm sitting here waiting for my sister to arrive, I keep thinking about how strange it is that she and I can remember the same walk but not the same detail. I wonder if she will ever remember it differently. I wonder if she would feel unsettled if she did remember. Or maybe it's better that she doesn't. Maybe it's better that the memory belongs only to me, because it means the weight of it doesn't spread. Still, I can't help but glance toward the idea of twilight whenever it comes up, that hazy light where things can be seen and yet not fully trusted. It makes me aware of how easily the world can feel altered without anything actually changing. We walked past a quiet churchyard in that strange soft light. I saw a woman who looked like she belonged to a different time. My dog didn't react. My sister didn't notice. And when we passed again a short time later, there was no one there. That's all it was. That's all that happened. But it has stayed with me for years, and I still don't know what it was. We have known our neighbors, Dean and Miriam, for more than 15 years. They were one of those couples who made you believe in steady love. They were in their 70s, had been together close to 50 years, and they carried that long history in the quiet way they moved around each other. Dean was gentle and devoted. Miriam was everyone's favorite. She had that rare mix of warmth and grace that makes people naturally soften in her presence. She was beautiful, generous, and caring, the kind of woman who remembered birthdays, checked in when someone had been sick, and somehow made you feel seen even in a quick hallway conversation. Then the news came that didn't seem possible. Miriam had late-stage pancreatic cancer. She fought it for as long and as hard as she could. She told me once that her biggest reason for staying mentally strong was Dean. She wanted to protect him from the worst of it, even though she was the one going through it. Rex spoke with her often, especially because he understood what it meant to live with that shadow. He'd had his own battles with cancer, and he would talk to her in a steady, grounded way, encouraging her, sharing what had helped him, making her feel less alone in it. During that time, baking became one of the things that gave Miriam comfort. It wasn't just a hobby for her. It was almost like a way of holding on to herself. She baked constantly, like she was determined to keep giving even when she had every reason to stop. She would bring things to people in the building, small gifts wrapped in normal everyday kindness. During the pandemic lockdown, she baked a rich chocolate mud cake for my birthday. I still remember how touched I felt, because that was Miriam in a nutshell. Even when she was exhausted and unwell, her mind still went to someone else. Another time, Rex and I opened our door to find 2 fresh sultana muffins, perfect for afternoon tea. Then there was the fruit cake she gave us for our anniversary, a proper, lovingly made cake, the kind that smells like spice and warmth the moment you cut it. It felt like she was pouring her love into batter and sugar because it was something she could still control. In the middle of all this, Dean and Miriam decided they would get married that year. It wasn't because they hadn't been committed. Everyone could see they had been committed for decades. But it was like they wanted a moment that marked their life together properly. Something they could hold on to. Something that made a difficult year feel meaningful. It would give them a memory that was theirs, a celebration rather than just endless appointments and treatments. Because of COVID restrictions, their families in New Zealand couldn't attend. They also couldn't invite everyone in our apartment complex the way they might have wanted. The guest list had to be small. Rex and I were honored to be there, among the few people who were invited. I'll never forget the look on their faces that day. They glowed. Even with everything looming in the background, they looked genuinely happy. It was one of those moments where you realize how brave people can be, choosing joy even when life is being cruel. 7 months later, late one night, Dean rang us. He told us Miriam had fallen in the bathroom while she was at the hospital for chemo. She had cracked her skull. It was one of those phone calls where your whole body reacts before your mind catches up. Your stomach drops. Your face goes hot. You can't quite breathe properly for a few seconds. It didn't seem real. Chemo alone is brutal, and then to add something like that on top of it felt so unfair it made me angry. The next day, Rex was on the phone telling another neighbor about Miriam's fall. I was at home with him, listening to his voice through the other room, and then something happened that I still struggled to explain. A wave of pain hit me in the chest so sharply it felt like my heart was being stabbed. I wasn't having a sad thought in that moment. I wasn't even actively thinking about Miriam. It was just pain and grief crashing over me, sudden and overwhelming. Tears poured out of me without warning. It wasn't like normal crying where you build up to it. It was instant, like someone had opened a tap inside my body. My heart felt shattered. But the strangest part was the feeling that the grief wasn't mine. It felt like it had come from somewhere else. Like I had stepped into an emotion already happening. Like I had walked into a room filled with grief and it wrapped around me. I remember thinking, almost calmly underneath the panic of it, this isn't me. This is someone else. 2 hours later, Dean told us that Miriam had slipped into a coma. The hospital had moved her into palliative care. They were no longer administering a drip feed. It was the beginning of the end. It wasn't entirely unexpected given everything, but it was still devastating. When Dean said it, My mind went back to that earlier wave that had hit me. Had I somehow tapped into what Dean was feeling? Or was it Miriam herself? Was it her fear, her sadness, her leaving? I didn't know, but the timing shook me. Rex went out to buy ready-made meals for Dean. Dean was staying at the hospital, exhausted, barely sleeping, and Rex wanted to make it easier for him when he came home. He also stayed ready to drive Dean back if he needed it, because Dean was in no shape to be doing anything alone. I was alone at home when the phone rang. There was no caller ID. The display just said, "Private." My first thought was that it was one of those scam calls, the kind that comes through with no number, and you pick up only to hear a pause before a robotic voice starts talking. At the same time, I noticed the scent. It was perfume, strong enough to stand out clearly. Not a light modern perfume, but a classic musky fragrance, the sort an older woman might wear. Something elegant and familiar. It hit me in a way that made my mind search for it instantly, because it wasn't a smell that belonged to my apartment. I could almost picture it in my head, like a memory. I was sure I had used something similar years ago, or smelled it on someone often enough that my brain recognized it. I picked up the phone. There was no voice on the line, but I had the strange impression that someone was there. Not like a person breathing, not like a normal silent call. More like presence. I hung up quickly. The scent lingered in the air. A few minutes later, the phone rang again. Private number again. I felt annoyed this time, and also uneasy. It's a weird mix when you feel like something isn't right but you're also trying to stay sensible. On the third call, I picked up and said, "Hello?" A voice answered, but it was hard to place. It sounded like it could have been a woman, but also like it could have been a teenage boy. It said, "Hello? Hello?" in a way that didn't feel quite steady. For a second, the thought came through me so sharply it made my skin prickle. Could this be Miriam? It was such a strange thought that I almost dismissed it immediately, but it didn't leave fast enough. I asked who it was. I asked where they were calling from. I didn't get a clear answer. The voice didn't respond properly, almost as if it couldn't, or as if it wasn't meant to. I suddenly felt spooked, and the logical part of me kicked in hard, like it was trying to regain control. I quickly said, "You've got the wrong number," and hung up. The moment I hung up, the perfume scent disappeared, like someone had taken it away. Miriam never woke up from the coma. The next day, Dean told us she had passed. There is a particular kind of silence that follows news like that. Even when the world continues around you, even when people still speak and cars still move, everything inside you goes quiet. It felt like that for me. Heavy and still. About an hour after we heard the news, the phone rang again. Private number. One more time. Rex was home then, and he was ready to grab the phone from me as I picked it up, like he didn't want me dealing with it. But the call disconnected the second I said, "Hello?" No voice, no pause, just immediate disconnection. That night, I looked through the wedding photos I had taken of Dean and Miriam. I sat with them on my phone, scrolling slowly, feeling that dull ache that sits in your ribs when someone kind is gone. Miriam looked so happy that day. She looked like herself. While I was looking, a thought came to me. It was about something else that had happened the year before, when I had been in our basement car park and seen a woman walking toward me, then suddenly disappearing. At the time it had felt strange and distorted, like the image wasn't solid, like it had been refracted somehow. The woman had looked a lot like Miriam, but younger. Similar hair color, similar height, the same general outline. It had stuck in my mind because of how thin she looked, almost skeletal, and it reminded me, looking back, of how Miriam's body had changed during chemo. I didn't know what to do with that thought. It felt too strange to say out loud. But it sat there while I stared at the wedding photos, like my mind was trying to connect dots that might not connect. A few days later, we met Dean for coffee. He looked exhausted and hollow, the way people look when they've been carrying grief day and night without rest. We talked gently, trying to keep him anchored in normal conversation, asking about practical things, asking how he was coping. At one point, I asked him what Miriam's favorite perfume had been. He named a few, but one stood out: Estee Lauder's Beautiful. The moment I got home, I went hunting through my things, because I suddenly remembered I still had a small bottle of that perfume tucked away. I found it. I opened it. And there it was. That exact scent. Beautiful. That was what I had smelled during the private phone calls. It wasn't a vague match. It was the same. Miriam's funeral service was simple and lovely. COVID restrictions in New South Wales had just been eased, so more people were allowed to attend than would have been allowed earlier. That mattered. It matters to be there in person. It matters to sit in a room with others who loved the same person. It matters to hear the words out loud, to see the flowers, to have the ritual of goodbye. There was a big bunch of white roses for the casket, sent by the company Miriam used to work for. They looked pure and gentle, like they belonged with her. One of her work colleagues and a supervisor gave eulogies that were genuinely moving. You could tell Miriam had made an impact wherever she went, not just in her family but in the lives of people who worked alongside her. Tears came easily for many of us. The priest read messages from her sisters and niece in New Zealand, since they couldn't be there. That part was especially painful, hearing their words but knowing they were far away, missing their chance to hold her hand and see her one last time. There was also a moment during the service that made people chuckle, and it was almost a relief. Dean's son had trouble lighting the tall church candle. He tried a few times, and it just wouldn't properly catch. There was that awkward pause where everyone waits, not sure what to do with it. Eventually they realized the wick was bent, and once that was fixed, the candle lit. There were a few soft laughs, even the priest had a small, rueful smile, and the mood lifted for a second. It felt oddly like someone being playful, as if something gentle had nudged the moment so it wasn't only heavy. It didn't feel disrespectful. It felt like a small reminder of Miriam's spirit, like she was the kind of person who would have loved the idea that even her funeral had a bit of personality. After the service, the small group of people who had been at the wedding ended up going with Dean, his son, and daughter-in-law to the pub across the road from our apartment building. We sat together, ordered drinks and lunch, and did what people do after a funeral when they don't want to go straight home to emptiness. We talked. We remembered. We told little stories. We found comfort in each other's company. At one point, while the others went to get their food, I had a brief moment alone with Dean. It felt like one of those small windows where you can say something honest without an audience. I told him about the perfume smell and the private phone calls. I didn't make it dramatic. I didn't push an explanation. I just told him what happened. Dean went quiet, then told me something that made my stomach twist. Around the same period, he had seen a missed call on Miriam's mobile phone. He didn't recognize the number. He rang it back, left a message. Later there was another missed call. Again, no message left. He still didn't know who it was. It could have been a wrong number, something harmless. But the timing, the way it lined up with everything, made it feel strange. We didn't try to force meaning onto it, but we both felt the weight of it. About 2 weeks later, Rex picked up a parcel for Dean at the post office. Then he met Dean for coffee at the cafe downstairs. The parcel was Miriam's urn. Rex picked a table and set the urn on a spare chair beside him. It was a normal, practical thing to do. But the moment Dean saw it there, something in him broke open. He was choked up instantly. He pulled out his phone and showed Rex the last photo he had of Miriam. In the photo, Miriam was sitting in the same cafe, at the same table, in the same spot. Same chair. Same angle. As if it had been set up deliberately. It hit Dean hard, the way a coincidence can hit when grief is already raw. It felt like Miriam had returned to sit with them for a moment, like she had slipped into the familiar shape of an ordinary coffee meeting. Rex told Dean, gently, that Miriam was probably still with him in her own way. Dean agreed. He said he had been feeling her presence around him, watching over him, close enough that he didn't feel completely alone. I don't know what the right explanation is for any of this. I know how easy it is for people to dismiss stories like this, especially the perfume and the phone calls. A private number could be anything. Scammers exist. Wrong numbers exist. Perfume can linger on fabrics, and our minds can connect sense to grief. I know all the logical options. But I also know what it felt like to smell that scent so clearly in the moment, and then to confirm it later without even trying. I know what it felt like to be hit by grief that didn't feel like my own. I know the timing. I know the strange pattern of the calls stopping after Miriam passed. I know the way the candle wouldn't light until people laughed about it. I know the way the urn ended up on the same chair as Miriam in Dean's last photo. Maybe it was Miriam saying goodbye in the only ways she could. Maybe it was Dean's grief reaching out and my body reacting to it. Maybe it was coincidence layered on coincidence at a time when everything felt heightened. Or maybe it was simply what love does when it has nowhere else to go. It leaves traces. It lingers. It finds small ways to remind you that someone mattered. What I'm sure of is this: Miriam was the kind of person who would not want the story to end in darkness. She baked for people while she was sick. She married the man she loved even when she knew time was against her. She brought sweetness into other people's lives because that was her nature. If she did reach out, if she did leave a sign, I don't believe it was to frighten anyone. I think it was to comfort, in that gentle, familiar way she always had. This story goes back to my childhood, somewhere in the late 1970s. When being a kid meant you could disappear into the bush for a day and the only thing anyone really worried about was snakes, broken bones, or whether you'd be home before dark. I grew up in an area where the land still felt bigger than people, where creeks ran through gullies and the hills seemed to stretch forever, and where there were places adults talked about in that careful tone that told you they weren't trying to scare you, but they also weren't lying. One of my closest friends back then was a boy I'll call Luke. His family had land in a way that felt unreal to me at the time. Not just a big backyard or a few paddocks, but proper land, the sort that made you feel small when you stood in the middle of it. His parents owned a huge amount of property that included, as Luke liked to say, half a mountain. Even as a kid, I knew that wasn't just a brag. When you stood up near the house and looked out, the land seemed to roll and rise and disappear into scrub and trees until the hills swallowed the horizon. The place had a kind of silence to it in the daylight, the sort of silence that isn't empty at all, but full of insects, birds, wind in the leaves, distant water, and things moving where you can't see. Before Luke's family had it the way they had it then, the area had been heavily worked. It used to be old banana country. In those days, banana plantations dominated hillsides in parts of Australia, and Luke's half a mountain was part of that story. The more I learned as I got older, the more I understood what that meant. Bananas were sprayed hard. Chemicals were used again and again, and nobody talked about what that might do to the soil, to the waterways, to the creeks and the little gullies that carried water down the slopes. Even as kids, we'd sometimes notice things, patches where nothing grew properly, spots where the creek smelled strange after heavy rain, areas where the ground looked sickly. We didn't have the language for it, but we felt it. It's funny how children can sense when land has been pushed too hard, even if they can't explain why. Luke and I had already had one strange experience together before this story happened. I won't go into it properly here, but it was something spooky enough that we both carried it around in our heads afterward. Not the kind of thing you forget. Because of that, Luke liked to joke that we were experienced, as if we were little bush detectives who'd already earned our badges. At the time it made us feel brave. Looking back, I think it just made us more curious, and maybe a bit reckless in that way kids can be when they think they've survived something unusual once already. Luke's dad, Jim, was a practical man. He wasn't the kind of adult who told you stories to entertain you. When he spoke, you listened, because his voice had that tone of someone who meant what he said. He warned us not to head too far out into the back blocks. He told us straight that there were king browns out there, and yellow-bellied black snakes as well, and that if you got bitten in the scrub you might not make it back in time. He didn't say it dramatically. He just said it like it was. But Luke and I were bush kids, or at least we thought we were. We knew how to look where we stepped. We knew not to stick our hands in holes. We knew to listen for the sudden silence that sometimes happens when you get too close to something that wants to stay hidden. We were confident in the way boys that age often are, confident enough to ignore warnings because we wanted the adventure more than we wanted caution. We decided we were going to camp out for a couple of days. Nothing extreme, nothing that would have put us completely out of reach. We weren't going out for weeks, just a little expedition. We planned to stay in the scrub, no more than a few kilometers from the main house. We wanted to explore the region properly, do some yabby fishing, muck about in the creek, and feel like we were living in our own story. Luke made it sound like we were going to the edge of the world, even though we were still on his family's land. It was Luke who told me where we'd be sleeping. Not a tent, not under the stars, but in an old abandoned packing shed. He said it casually, like it was nothing. He'd seen it before. He'd been there before. It was just part of the property. He told me it used to be a banana packing shed, in its past life. Which made me laugh, because even then Luke talked like that, like old places were living things that changed skins. He also told me something that grabbed my attention immediately. He said the shed went back to the time when Italian prisoners of war were working the land. He said there had been Italians out there during the war, laboring in the fields and around the property. Luke said a lot of them stayed after the war ended, married locally, and became part of the wider community. He spoke about it in a matter-of-fact way, the way stories are handed down in rural places where history isn't only in books but in people's families. Then Luke added something else, almost like an extra prize to make the adventure feel bigger. He said there was an old graveyard not far from the shed. A boneyard, he called it. He told me some of the prisoners were buried there. He said some had been bitten by snakes and died before they could be saved. I remember feeling a kind of thrill when he said it, and I'm not proud of that now, but as a kid you don't always understand the weight of what you're excited by. To me, it sounded like a mystery. It sounded like a hidden place in the bush where old stories lived. I remember thinking it was the most fascinating thing in the world. We set off with our gear like we were explorers. Sleeping bags rolled tight, food packed in a way that made it seem like we were self-sufficient. We weren't, not really. We were kids. But we had enough to get through a couple of nights. The walk out to the shed wasn't easy, but it wasn't impossible either. The bush around us had that familiar smell of dry leaves, earth, and green growth, mixed with the sharpness of old tin and rust that you sometimes catch near abandoned structures. The sky was clear when we started, bright enough that everything looked harmless, even the deeper scrub. When we finally reached the shed, I understood immediately why Luke had chosen it. It was solid in an ugly way. A corrugated iron tin shed, weathered and rusting, but still strong. It didn't look like it would collapse if you leaned on it. It looked like it had survived decades of rain and heat out of sheer stubbornness. The roof was dented in places. The walls were stained with time. The door hung slightly crooked, and you could tell it hadn't been opened in ages. The lock was rusted nearly beyond recognition. Luke picked up a rock and started bashing at it with the confidence of someone who'd already decided it would work. I joined in because it felt like that's what you did. You acted like you knew what you were doing until the world agreed. Eventually the old lock gave way. It wasn't a clean break. It was more like the metal surrendered after too many hits. The door creaked open with a sound that made my skin tighten. The kind of long, groaning creak that sounds like it belongs in a horror movie, except it wasn't made for drama. It was just old metal complaining. The smell hit us straight away. That stench of enclosure, of air trapped for years. Dust, rust, old wood, and something stale that felt like it was clinging to the walls. The inside was dim, even in daylight. The light that came through the gaps in the tin made thin lines on the floor. I remember stepping in and feeling like we'd crossed into a different world, one where time moved slower. Inside, there were still steel tables bolted to the floor, coated in thick spider webs and years of dust. They looked like the kind of tables you'd use for sorting, packing, working fast with hands that knew the job. There were a few old tools scattered around, rusted beyond repair but still fascinating, because they felt like artifacts. You could imagine someone picking them up, using them, putting them down, then walking away and never coming back. Luke and I cleared a space. We found a broom leaning against the wall, more like a bundle of sticks than a broom at that point, but it did enough. We swept the floor so we could unroll our sleeping bags without lying directly in dust and grime. We set our gear down, took stock, and for a moment it felt fun, like we'd found a secret clubhouse that belonged only to us. But even in those early minutes, I had a strange feeling. Nothing I could point to. No sound, no movement, no shadow. Just the sensation that the air was heavier in certain corners. Like you weren't fully alone, even when you were. I didn't tell Luke. I didn't want him to call me a wimp. That mattered to me back then, ridiculous as it sounds now. So I swallowed it and acted normal. We went outside and started exploring. We wandered around the area near the shed, pushing into scrub, looking for the creek, checking out the tracks and trails that cut through the bush. The day started to shift as afternoon moved on. The sun lowered and the air changed, cooler in the shaded spots. We were still excited, still talking, still laughing like kids do when they feel like the world is theirs for the taking. At one point, Luke pointed toward a trail that snaked away into thicker scrub. It wasn't a proper road, more like a worn path that suggested enough feet had walked it over the years to press it into existence. Luke said, almost casually, "That track there, that's where the boneyard is. We'll check it out in the morning, yeah?" I agreed, but then something came out of my mouth before I could think about it. I asked him if anyone else lived out here. Not the main house, not neighbors in the usual sense, but people around the back blocks. I don't know why I asked. Maybe because I'd felt that watching sensation earlier. Maybe because the place felt too big, too quiet, too layered with stories. Luke said yes, there were people around sometimes. He explained it in the way kids repeat what adults say. He told me local Aboriginal people sometimes camped by the creek for a few days, did a bit of hunting, and then moved on. He said his dad didn't mind and even respected it, that they looked after the land while they were there. Luke made it sound like it was part of the natural rhythm of the place. I asked if they were around right now. Luke shook his head and said no, they usually came around the end of winter. Then he looked at me and asked why I was asking. I tried to explain that I'd had a weird feeling earlier, like someone was watching us, and the moment I said it, Luke's whole body language changed. He glanced around quickly, like a dog checking the wind. He didn't laugh. He didn't tease me. He just said we should head back to the shed. So we did. We went back to the shed as the light faded. The sky darkened into that thick bush twilight where everything still has shape, but the details start to blur. It began to rain, lightly at first. The smell of wet earth rose up almost immediately. The tin roof of the shed started to tick and ping as the first drops hit it. Luke and I weren't bothered. We were on higher ground. We weren't going to be cut off by floods. And we were close enough that if the weather turned ugly, Jim could come in the 4WD and get us without too much trouble. Inside, we ate our dinner like we were soldiers on a mission. Lukewarm baked beans and toast that was more soggy than crisp. It didn't matter. Everything tastes different when you're camping. Luke had brought a pack of cards, so we sat at one of the old tables and played games, mostly euchre and whatever else we could invent. We laughed. We argued about rules. We pretended the shed was ours. But the rain got heavier. The wind picked up and started making the tin walls shudder. The sound of water hitting the roof became constant, like a drum. In the gaps between that noise, you could hear the bush itself moving, branches rubbing, leaves whipping, and occasionally the long groan of the shed shifting slightly, the way old buildings do when weather presses on them. By the time it was close to 10 o'clock, the mood had shifted. Not sharply, not like someone flicked a switch, but gradually. The fun energy faded and was replaced by tiredness and a kind of quiet focus. We were ready to crawl into our sleeping bags, ready to stop talking and let the rain lull us to sleep. And then we heard it. At first, we both thought it was the wind doing something strange. The bush can create weird sounds. It can make echoes bounce in ways that don't make sense. It can turn a branch snapping into something that feels like a voice. So we listened, trying to sort it out. But the longer we listened, the more it changed. It became clearer. It became human. Or not human. Something like human voices, but twisted, layered, crowded. It started like distant shouting. Then it grew into screaming. Not one scream, not one voice. Many voices. Women. Men. Children. All at once. It sounded like people being slaughtered. That's the only way I can describe it without dressing it up. It wasn't a normal argument, or a drunk person yelling. It was terror. It was pain. It was desperate, raw fear. Then came other sounds mixed in. What sounded like gunshots. Dogs barking and growling. Men shouting. Men laughing. A kind of ugly laughter that made my stomach go cold. And the rain battered the shed and the wind howled around the tin walls like the weather itself was part of it. The whole thing felt like it filled the air, like it wasn't coming from one direction but from everywhere outside, pressed right up against us. Luke and I sat frozen. I remember us both looking at each other in that dim light, our faces pale even though we were just kids. We didn't speak at first, because speaking felt impossible. It felt like if we made noise, whatever was happening out there would notice us. The sounds went on. They didn't stop quickly. They didn't fade after a minute. They kept going, wave after wave, as if a whole violent scene was playing out in the scrub around us. I remember thinking, this can't be real. But I also remember my body believing it was real. My skin prickled. My mouth went dry. My hands felt numb. My chest felt tight, like I couldn't get enough air. At some point, one of us whispered something, maybe, "What is that?" Or, "Do you hear it?" But it was barely a sound, more like breath shaped into words. We didn't go outside. We didn't open the door. We didn't even move much. We just sat and listened, trapped in the shed like two small animals hiding in a hollow log while predators fought outside. It lasted about half an hour. That's what it felt like anyway. It could have been less, it could have been more, but in my memory it was long enough that it became unbearable. Long enough that you stop expecting it to end and you start thinking maybe this is just the new reality. Then, slowly it faded. Not like a switch turning off. More like a storm moving away. The screams thinned out. The shouting became distant. The laughter vanished. The gunshots stopped. And suddenly there was only the rain again and the wind, and underneath that, the normal night sounds of the bush. Cane toads croaking. Night frogs somewhere in the darkness doing their steady, mindless calls. The kind of sounds that usually make you feel like the world is ordinary and alive. But after what we just heard, those normal sounds felt wrong. Too calm. Like the bush was pretending nothing had happened. Luke and I didn't sleep. We tried. We lay in our sleeping bags with our eyes open, listening to every creak, every tap of rain, every shift of wind. Every time the shed groaned, my heart kicked hard. Every time something rustled outside, I imagined footsteps. We didn't talk much because talking meant admitting how scared we were, and we were both trying to hold on to whatever dignity boys that age think they need. When morning came, we moved like we were escaping. The light of day should have made everything feel better, but it didn't, not at first. We were exhausted and jittery, and the shed looked uglier in daylight, like a place that should have been left alone. We didn't even bother with breakfast. We grabbed our things and got out of there fast, stumbling over each other in our rush to leave. Two sleepless boys, scared out of our wits, heading back toward the main house like it was the only safe place left in the world. We talked about it as we walked, trying to make sense of it. We kept replaying the sounds, trying to explain them. Was it people? Was it animals? Was it the wind playing tricks? Could it have been a radio somewhere? But it hadn't sounded like a radio. It had sounded like life and death. It had sounded close and far at the same time, like it wasn't traveling through air the way normal sound does. We didn't tell Jim. We didn't tell Luke's mom. We kept it to ourselves. Partly because we didn't want to be laughed at, and partly because some part of us knew it was serious. We felt it in our bones. We weren't ready for adults to explain it away. We weren't ready for someone to say, It was nothing. Because we knew it wasn't nothing. Years passed. Life moved on. Luke and I grew up, drifted in and out of contact the way people do. That land remained in the back of my mind, not as a fun camping place but as a place with a wound under its skin. I didn't have words for that then. I do now. A few years back, I went to Luke's father's funeral. Jim had been a steady presence in my memories, the kind of man who warned you about snakes because he'd seen what snakes could do. The funeral brought back old faces, old stories. Luke and I ended up talking more deeply than we had in years, the way grief can crack open old doors in people. At some point, without planning to, we started talking about that night in the packing shed. It came up like something that had been waiting in both of us for decades. Luke looked at me and said he'd never forgotten it. Neither had I. We spoke about it carefully at first, like naming it might bring it back. That's when Luke told me what he'd learned over the years. He said his father had told him bits and pieces, and Luke himself had also dug into the history later, trying to find out what the hell it was we heard. Luke said what we heard that night were echoes of time. Not a ghost in the simple sense, not one spirit tapping on a wall or walking a hallway, but something bigger and darker, like the land itself replaying a moment it couldn't forget. He said there had been a massacre there. Not folklore. Not a rumor. A real event, a real atrocity, carried by that place. Luke said it happened in 1921. White settlers, angry over a dead cow, gathered together, got drunk, and went out looking for someone to punish. They didn't look for truth. They looked for a target. And they took it out on Aboriginal people, innocent people, families. Luke told me the number he'd heard, over 60 killed. Men, women, children. Shot down because of a dead animal. And the most sickening part, the detail that made my stomach twist even all these years later, was that the cow hadn't been murdered at all. It died of old age. Luke said the men who did the killings were never brought to justice. They lived out their lives, and their descendants remained in the area. The land carried it. The creek carried it. The scrub carried it. And on that rainy night in the late 1970s, 2 boys in a rusting banana packing shed heard the past screaming. When Luke told me that, something in me went cold, and at the same time something in me finally settled into place. Because what we heard that night had never felt random. It had felt like a scene, like an event, like a moment too big to stay buried. It wasn't just noise. It had emotion in it. Panic, rage, cruelty, horror, that ugly laughter, those layered screams. It didn't feel like imagination. It felt like memory, but not ours. Like the land was remembering for the people who never got justice. Luke told me that later, after Jim passed, Luke and his siblings sold that land back to the local Indigenous Land Council. They also sold the house Jim had built. Luke said it plainly. There was too much blood soaked into that place. Too much history that didn't belong to them. Too much sorrow in the soil. I've thought about that a lot since. I've thought about how people talk about hauntings as if the only haunting that matters is the one that scares you in the dark. But some hauntings aren't about a thrill or a spooky story. Some are about wounds. Some are about violence that was never acknowledged properly, never faced, never repaired. Some are about a place that holds grief the way a body holds trauma. And if I'm honest, I don't like the idea that Luke and I heard the past screaming for justice, because it sounds dramatic when you say it out loud. But it also feels true. It felt like something wanted to be witnessed. Like something wanted to be remembered. Like something wanted to be named, even if only between 2 grown men standing at a funeral decades later. That land wasn't just dirt and trees. It held stories older than Luke's family, older than banana farming, older than that shed, older than the wartime labor stories, older than all of us. And some of those stories were painful in a way that doesn't go away just because time passes. People say the bush keeps secrets. I think the bush keeps everything. The good, the ordinary, the cruel, the unspoken. Sometimes it stays quiet. Sometimes it leaks out in ways you can't explain. And sometimes, if you happen to be in the wrong place at the wrong time, you hear it. I don't know why we heard what we heard. I don't know why that night, in that rain, those sounds came through so clearly. I don't know if it was the weather, the shed acting like some strange amplifier, the shape of the hill, the wind hitting just right, or something more than that. I can't prove anything. All I can tell you is what it felt like, and what it did to us. It took two boys who thought they were tough and turned them into silent, shaking kids who ran home at dawn and never looked at that land the same way again. And when I think of Luke's choice, selling that land back, I don't see it as superstition. I see it as respect. As an acknowledgement that some places aren't meant to be owned the way people claim ownership. Some places carry histories that deserve truth more than they deserve profit. Some places deserve to be returned, cared for properly, and held by the people whose stories are written into them. Even now, when I remember the sound of that laughter mixed with screaming, it makes my chest tighten. It wasn't the kind of laugh you hear from someone having fun. It was the laugh of cruelty. The laugh of people who had decided other lives didn't matter. That sound stays with you. It doesn't fade the way normal memories do. So that's the story. Two boys, an old banana packing shed, a stormy night, and a sound that didn't belong in the present. And later, the truth that made it all make sense in the worst way. Too much blood is soaked into that land. That's the simplest way to say it. And whether you believe in ghosts or not, a place like that can feel like it weeps for justice. Several years ago, my wife and I were living in an outer suburb of Sydney. Life at the time was simple and predictable in the way most adult life can be. Work during the day, home in the evening, dinner, a bit of television, then bed. Nothing dramatic had happened. There wasn't any argument, no alcohol-fueled night, no strange movie that could have planted a seed in my head, no big emotional moment that could have put either of us into some heightened state. It was just an ordinary weekday that blended into the next, the kind of day you barely remember because it didn't stand out for any reason. That's part of why the experience that followed stuck to me so strongly. It didn't feel like it grew out of stress or excitement. It arrived in the quietest hours, when the world is still and you expect nothing but sleep. And even though I've had other unusual experiences throughout my life, this one felt different in a way I still struggle to explain properly. Because I've never seen anyone describe quite the same thing, and I've never personally experienced anything exactly like it again. It was early morning, those hours before sunrise when the house feels like it's holding its breath. The air is cooler. The street outside is silent except for the occasional distant car, or the faint rustle of wind through trees. Inside, everything was dark and soft-edged. The curtains were drawn but not perfectly, so a thin glow of moonlight or streetlight leaked through, creating vague shapes and faint outlines. It was the kind of light that doesn't fully illuminate anything, but gives the room just enough definition that you can tell where furniture is, where the door is, where the edge of the bed is. I was lying on the left side of the bed. At that moment, I was turned toward the wall, resting on my left shoulder. My face was toward the paintwork, and my body was in that comfortable, half-asleep position where you're not completely unconscious, but you're also not alert. I remember feeling the warmth of the mattress, the steady weight of the blankets, and that thick, heavy feeling of sleep sitting on my body. At some point, for no special reason, I decided to roll over. Maybe I was adjusting because my shoulder was sore. Maybe I just wanted to check where my wife was. Maybe I was drifting in and out and my body moved on its own. I can't honestly say why. I only know that I did it the same way you might turn over any other night, without thinking, without expecting anything. My wife was on the other side of the bed. She was face down, lying on her stomach. That had always been one of her habits from childhood, sleeping on her stomach, face turned down or partly to the side. Some people sleep like that and never grow out of it. For her it was normal, almost automatic, like her body felt safest and most comfortable in that position. So I began to roll from my left side to my right side, turning toward her. And the moment my eyes opened more fully in that direction, I saw something that stopped my brain cold. What I saw, as clearly as I can describe it, was my wife floating out of her body. I don't mean it in a vague poetic sense. I mean that, in that instant, I saw her in what felt like two forms at the same time. One form was her actual physical body, still on the bed, still face down, still in her usual sleeping posture. That part was normal. But above that, just a short distance above the mattress, there was another version of her. It wasn't hovering 3 feet in the air, and it wasn't drifting across the room. It was close. It was as if she had lifted out of herself by inches at first, maybe rising by no more than a foot, if that. The distance was small, but the shock of it was enormous because it wasn't a blur or a shadow. It wasn't a trick of light that disappeared the moment you blinked. It looked like her. This second, her, was turned on her side, facing me. And that detail is important because it made the whole moment feel direct, like an interaction rather than a random visual glitch. The physical body was face down, but the other version was facing me, on her side, with her attention locked onto me as if she was fully aware. It felt like we were looking at each other, eye to eye, for a brief moment in time that stretched in my memory. I remember her gaze most of all. It wasn't empty. It wasn't the blank stare of someone sleepwalking or dreaming. It was focused. Intent. There was a seriousness in it that I can't put into neat words. It was as if she was doing something, or concentrating, or simply existing in a state where she was not bound by the usual rules of the body. I wish I could tell you exactly what her expression meant. I've turned it over in my mind again and again. Sometimes I think she looked calm, and sometimes I think she looked as if she was in the middle of a task. The truth is, I don't know. I only know that the look in her eyes had a kind of weight to it. It didn't feel like my imagination casually throwing up a picture. It felt like I had walked into a moment that was already happening. Another strange detail that lodged itself in my memory was her hair. My wife's hair in everyday life had changed over the years, like most people's does. But in that floating version, it looked thicker, fuller, more like it had been in her youth. It wasn't just slightly different. It was noticeably thick, healthy, abundant, the way hair looks in old photographs when someone is younger, and time hasn't taken anything away. Her face also looked younger. Not like she was a completely different person, but like a softened version of her, as if she had shifted back to an age somewhere around her mid-30s to 40. She was recognizably herself, but not exactly the same as the wife I had gone to bed beside. It reminded me of how sometimes you look at an old picture of someone, and you can see the same essence, the same eyes, but something about them is brighter or more youthful. That's what it felt like. The floating version was not fully solid, but it also wasn't transparent like a mist. It was somewhere in between, what I would call semi-physical. I could see her skin tone. I could see the color of her hair. I could see the shape of her face, the outline of her body, the details that made her her. But there was a translucence to it, a faint lightness, as if she wasn't made of the same dense matter as the body lying on the bed. It was like looking at something that existed in the same space but on a different layer, if that makes sense. Not a hologram, not a reflection, not a bright glowing ghost. Just her, but not fully anchored. The room itself was still dark, but the moonlight gave enough contrast that I could see her outline. I remember thinking the lower part of her looked darker, maybe because of the way the light fell, maybe because of clothing or shadows. I can't remember exactly what she was wearing, and that bothers me now because I wish I had every detail. But in those seconds, my mind wasn't calmly recording. It was scrambling to understand. The first emotion I felt was shock. The second was a quick stab of fear, not the fear of something evil or a monster, but the fear you feel when you think someone you love might be in danger. For a split second I wondered if she was having a medical emergency, or if this was some kind of near-death thing happening right beside me. It wasn't a slow, dreamy, curious reaction. It was instant. What is happening to her, and is she okay? And then, almost as quickly as that thought appeared, another part of my brain tried to rationalize. Is this a trick of sleep? Am I half dreaming? Am I seeing a shadow and turning it into a story? The human mind does that sometimes in the dark. When you wake suddenly, your eyes can misread shapes. Your brain can fill in gaps. But the problem was, this didn't feel like that. It didn't feel like confusion. It felt like seeing. If I'm honest, what I regret most is how quickly I reacted, because my reaction was not the reaction of a calm investigator. It was the reaction of a startled man who wanted his wife safe. Instead of staying still, instead of watching longer, instead of trying to speak gently and see what happened, I moved fast. I rolled onto my back quickly, almost instinctively, and reached over with my right hand. I tapped her physical body a few times on the back, lightly, in the way you might if you're trying to wake someone without scaring them. And I said something like, "What are you doing?" But what I really meant underneath that was, "Hey, get back in your body." It wasn't a dramatic shout. It wasn't a scream. It was a confused, urgent question. At the time, it didn't occur to me to say, "Are you okay?" or, "Can you hear me?" I was thinking in blunt, simple terms. The idea that she was out of her body hit me like an alarm bell, and my immediate response was to try to pull her back, the same way you might grab someone's arm if you thought they were stepping into traffic. As soon as I did that, the moment changed. That's what frustrates me. Because after I moved and tapped her, I can't honestly say how long the dual version remained. It's as if my own action broke the scene. Maybe it ended naturally. Maybe it snapped back. Maybe my eyes adjusted and my brain returned to normal waking state. I don't know. I only know that I lost the chance to observe it properly. My wife did not wake fully. Or if she did, it was only on the surface. She stirred, maybe shifted slightly, but she didn't sit up or speak. She didn't suddenly turn to me and say, "Yes, I'm floating, what's the problem?" She remained in that sleepy state. I remember feeling relieved that she seemed okay, at least physically. At some point she may have turned on her side, but even that detail is fuzzy now because my mind was racing and I was trying to calm myself down. I lay there afterward, staring into the darkness, trying to understand what I had just seen. In those minutes, my mind bounced between disbelief and certainty. The disbelief said, "You were half asleep, your eyes were in low light, you imagined it." The certainty said, "You know what you saw, and it wasn't normal." I wish I could say I fell back asleep easily. I didn't. I lay awake, listening to the house, listening to her breathing, trying to decide whether to wake her properly and ask right then and there. But part of me didn't want to scare her, and part of me worried she would laugh it off and I'd feel foolish. Mostly, I think I was just stunned. Hours passed. Morning came closer. Eventually my wife got up for a bathroom visit. I remember feeling my heart thumping as soon as she moved, because I knew this would be my chance to find out if there was any connection between what I saw and what she experienced. If she remembered something, anything, it would help validate that it wasn't purely in my head. If she remembered nothing, I would be left in that uncomfortable gray zone where you can't prove it even to yourself. When she came back to bed, I couldn't hold it in. I wanted to be careful, but I also wanted answers. I asked her if anything strange had happened during the night. I didn't tell her what I saw straight away. I wanted to hear her response without guiding it. To my surprise, she said yes. She told me that she remembered feeling like she was floating off the bed. She didn't describe it with 100 details. It wasn't like she said, "I hovered exactly 10 inches and I saw you staring at me." It was more like a memory of sensation rather than an image. But she remembered the floating feeling, and she also remembered hearing a muffled voice. The voice, according to her, said something. I can't even remember now what she said she heard, because time has softened the edges of that conversation. I only remember that it wasn't exactly the same words I remembered saying. And at first that bothered me, until I thought about how sleep works. If she was deeply asleep, she might have heard my voice as if through water. The words might not have come through clearly. Or her brain might have translated the sound into something similar but not exact. The fact that she remembered hearing a voice at all felt significant to me, because it lined up with my memory of tapping her and speaking. Still, she didn't remember seeing me. She didn't remember looking at me. She didn't remember being out of her body and staring into my eyes. That part was only mine. And for a while, that bothered me because it felt like the most intense part of the experience. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized that if the experience was real in some way, her consciousness might not have been functioning with the same memory system we use when awake. If she was in some other state, maybe she wouldn't remember the details the way she would remember a normal event. I started to think about the possibility that what I saw was something like an out-of-body state, or a light body, or whatever you want to call it. Some people might call it the soul. Some might call it the higher self. Some might call it the astral body. I'm not trying to force a label on it, because labels can make people roll their eyes. But I couldn't ignore the oddness of it. I've always been someone who tries to balance skepticism with openness. I don't like blindly believing every strange story. But I also don't like dismissing everything just because it doesn't fit into neat, everyday logic. And this experience sat right in the middle. It wasn't something I could easily shrug off, because it involved the person I love most, and it wasn't just a sound or a feeling. It was a visual event, and it was so personal that it left a kind of imprint. After that night, I noticed something else over time. Something that didn't seem important at first but grew more interesting the more I thought about it. My wife stopped sleeping face down on her stomach. For years, that had been her habit, almost impossible to change. People don't usually break lifelong sleep habits without some reason. But after that particular night, the stomach sleeping stopped. At first, I didn't connect it. I assumed she just changed naturally as she got older. Bodies change. Comfort changes. But recently, I asked her about it directly. I asked if she still ever slept face down, because I realized I hadn't seen her do it in years. She said no, not ever again after that experience. That detail landed in my chest like a small weight, because it suggested that, even if she didn't remember the moment the way I did, something about that night affected her enough to change a habit that had been with her since childhood. Maybe sleeping on her stomach made her feel too vulnerable after that. Maybe she subconsciously associated it with the sensation of floating. Maybe she simply didn't want to risk it happening again. Or maybe it's coincidence. I can't prove any of it. But the timing is hard to ignore. Sometimes I replay the moment in my head and wonder what would have happened if I'd reacted differently. If I'd stayed still. If I'd whispered her name calmly. If I'd tried to speak to the floating version, not the sleeping body. If I'd tried to reach out slowly, not tap her in alarm. Would the scene have held long enough for me to understand more? Would I have seen her return to her body? Would she have spoken? Would she have remembered more the next day? Or would it have vanished anyway, leaving me with the same questions? The strangest part is that, in the moment itself, it didn't feel like a dream. It didn't have that fuzzy, shifting quality dreams often have. It felt grounded. It felt like something happening in the room, in the same space as me. The physical body was there, clear as anything. The second body was above it, clear enough that I could recognize facial features, hair, the direction of her gaze. It didn't feel like I was imagining my wife younger. It felt like I was seeing a version of her that wasn't bound by time the way her physical body was. That sounds dramatic, I know, but it's the closest I can come to describing it. I also think about the intent I sensed in her eyes. That focused look. I can't fully explain it, but it didn't seem random. It didn't seem like she was drifting aimlessly. She seemed aware. As if she knew what she was doing. Or at least, as if she was present in a way that the sleeping body wasn't. I've read bits and pieces over the years about out-of-body experiences, about people leaving their bodies during sleep without realizing it, about lucid dreams and astral travel and all the rest. A lot of it feels too fanciful, too full of confident claims and not enough honesty. But every now and then you come across a description that resonates. The sense of floating, the feeling of separation, the idea of being both in and out at once. And I can't deny that my wife's memory of floating matched what I saw. If I had to summarize what troubles me most, it's not fear, exactly. It's the lack of certainty. If it was imagination, it was the most vivid and specific imagination I've ever had in that kind of state. If it was real, then it suggests something about us that is bigger than what we're taught to believe, that we might not be only the body. that there might be another layer to us, a layer that can slip free in sleep, that can look younger, that can exist for a moment in the same room as our physical form. And if that's true, then it raises questions I don't know how to answer. Why did it happen that night? Why did I see it when I did? Was I meant to see it? Was she in trouble, or was she simply doing something natural that most people do without noticing? And why did it seem like she was staring at me with such intensity? Was she aware of me? Was she trying to communicate? Was she startled to find me awake and watching her? I'll be honest, sometimes I wonder if my tapping her back was the wrong thing to do. Not because it harmed her, but because it might have forced her back abruptly. If that was truly an out-of-body moment, maybe it should have ended gently on its own. I don't know. But in that moment, my protective instinct took over. I didn't want her to drift further away. I didn't want her stuck. I didn't want her lost somewhere unreachable while her body lay beside me. Even now, years later, when I think of that scene, I can still picture it, her physical body face down, the way she always slept back then, and above it, the other her, turned toward me with thick hair and a younger face, half lit by faint moonlight, watching me like she had something to do or something to say. It plays in my mind like a short clip that never got finished. Since then, we've talked about it more than once, especially recently. We've both grown older. We've both become more reflective. Some things matter less now, and some things matter more. The story still fascinates us, not because it's a party trick or a spooky tale, but because it feels like one of those rare moments where the ordinary world cracks slightly, and you glimpse something you can't explain. I don't claim to know exactly what it was. I can't stand here and tell you it was definitely her soul leaving her body, because I don't have a way to prove it. But I also can't tell you it was nothing, because both of us remember something connected to that moment. I remember seeing her in duality, and she remembers floating and hearing a voice. And perhaps most curious of all, her lifelong habit of sleeping face down ended after that night, as if some part of her decided, quietly and permanently, that she didn't want to be in that position again. That's as honestly as I can tell it, keeping it close to what happened without dressing it up or cutting it down. Whether it was imagination, a shared sleep event, some kind of out-of-body experience, or something else entirely, it remains one of the strangest and most personal accounts I've ever had, because it wasn't just something I felt, or heard. It was something I saw. And even now, I still don't know what I was truly witnessing. Leo passed away on the 1st of May, and even writing that sentence still feels strange, like my mind wants to correct it. I keep expecting him to be somewhere nearby, stretched out in a patch of light, or sitting just out of sight where he could watch me without being watched back. He was my cat, my best bud, and honestly the funniest, oddest, most full of personality animal I've ever lived with. He wasn't just a pet in the background of my life. He was a presence, a character, a routine, a constant. And now the house feels like it has an empty space shaped exactly like him. Leo's history was always a bit of a mystery. He turned up around 2018 as an older stray, and from the very beginning you could tell he'd had a rough run. Not in a dramatic, movie story way, but in those small, undeniable signs that make your stomach twist. The way he reacted to certain movements. The way he flinched at odd times. Little scars and physical signs that didn't match the life of a spoiled, loved house cat. He was neutered, which is common enough, but he didn't have a microchip. And for a purebred-looking cat in modern times, that's just weird. People don't usually have a cat like that, take the trouble to desex him, and then never chip him, never claim him, never look for him. It always left me wondering what happened before he found us, and how he ended up wandering around like he had no one. But however he got to us, he did. And the truth is, we didn't really adopt him so much as he adopted us. Leo arrived with that stubborn, "I live here now" energy, and we sort of looked at each other and went, "All right then." He wasn't shy about it. He didn't come in like a timid guest. He came in like a slightly battered Viking who'd chosen his next kingdom. And over time, Slowly at first, then all at once, his health improved, his behavior softened, and the tension he carried in his body began to ease. He still had his quirks, and he always would, but he became relaxed, affectionate, and comfortable in a way that made me feel like we were doing something right. Leo was a Norwegian forest cat, and I know that sounds like a fancy way of saying a big fluffy cat, but he really did have that look. He wasn't delicate. He wasn't fine-boned. He was solid and tough, like he'd been built for cold weather and hard living. His coat was thick and dramatic, his tail had the confidence of a feather duster, and he had that big cat presence where you'd hear him jump down from a chair and the floor would actually feel it. It wasn't just that he was large. It was that he moved like he owned the place, like the house was his stage, and we were lucky enough to be in the audience. And he was funny. Not. Cats are funny. Funny. Leo was a comedian. He had bits. He had routines. He had jokes he repeated because he liked the reaction. Over time he earned an official title in our house, the kind of title you give a cat when you've stopped pretending you're normal people, and just accepted that your pet is a full-blown member of the family with a job description. He became Leopold the Funny Duke of Watford. Most of the time we just called him the Funny, like it was a surname, or a rank. He didn't like normal cat toys, or rather, they were a choking hazard for him. Leo played rough. He didn't delicately bat at things like a polite little kitten. He committed to play the way some dogs commit to chewing a stick. So cat toys didn't really work for him, not safely. But tennis balls? Tennis balls were perfect. Ribbons too, because he could chase them and wrestle them and carry them around like he'd achieved something important. And then there was his absolute favorite category of toy, rugs. Any rug. Any size. Any texture. If you put a rug on the floor, Leo would eventually decide it had personally insulted him, and he needed to deal with it. He used to go surfing on rugs, and I'm not exaggerating. He'd grab the edge and drag himself along, or fling himself onto it and slide. He'd beat them up like he was in an argument with the fabric. Sometimes he'd do the same thing with his bed, which was even funnier because it made no sense. He'd hop into his bed, then start attacking the bed while still inside it, like he was both the customer and the problem. I'd be standing there watching this cat aggressively body slam his own bed and thinking, "What is going on in your brain, mate?" And he looked so pleased with himself afterwards, like he'd solved something. He also loved peeking around corners. He wasn't just hiding, he was performing. He'd stick his head out, eyes bright, then vanish again, then wait until you walked past and launch himself out like a furry ambush. He loved that moment of surprise. You'd hear him thump down, and then he'd sprint off as if he'd just pulled off the greatest prank of the century. Half the time he'd come back and do it again, just to see if he could get the same reaction. And then there was the special game we had with him. It sounds ridiculous when I write it out, but it was very real in our daily life. We discovered early on that Leo responded to a certain tone, like he understood the vibe even if he didn't understand the words. So we'd yell, playfully, not harshly, things like, "Are you being funny?" and, "I think you might be a little bit on the funny side." The moment he heard that tone, he'd absolutely lose it. He'd go mental. He'd tear around the house, launch himself at rugs, attack air, leap onto furniture, then come back looking at you like, yes, I am being funny, and you're welcome. A lot of that play ended with the swivel chair. That chair was his throne, his carnival ride, and his personal amusement park all at once. He figured out that if he jumped on it, and shifted his weight just right, he could spin himself. So he'd jump up, start spinning, then meow at one of us to spin him again. And we would, because how do you say no to that? He'd sit there, dignified as anything, spinning like a tiny furry king, then look over like, again, please. He loved it so much that even when he got older and his body started to slow down, he still had a little spark when he looked at that chair, like it represented joy. We got him a cat tree once, thinking we were doing something nice, thinking he'd love it. Leo broke it in about 2 weeks. Not by slowly wearing it down. He snapped it spiritually. He somehow took one of the posts off, like he dismantled it out of spite. I remember seeing it and thinking, how? How have you done this? He was tough as all get out. A bloody Viking, honestly. He didn't feel like a fragile pet. He felt like a companion with muscles and opinions. Because he was such a hunter, we eventually had to bar him from going outside unattended. It wasn't safe for wildlife, and honestly it probably wasn't safe for him either. He killed everything, and not because he was starving. He did it for fun. He'd come back looking proud, like he just completed a mission. So we made a rule, no outdoor time without a human. Except Leo was too big for normal cat harnesses. Cat stuff didn't fit him properly. So we got him a dog harness and a leash, and weirdly, he took to it instantly. I expected drama, because lots of cats hate harnesses. Leo acted like it was his birthright. Like, yes, obviously I am the kind of cat who goes on a lead, thank you for finally noticing. Every day, weather permitting, one of us would walk around the yard with him for about 20 minutes, or until he decided he was done. Sometimes it was a leisurely patrol. Sometimes it was chaotic, because he'd spot something and go into hunter mode. But it became part of our rhythm. It became one of those small daily rituals that makes life feel like life, because you're not just existing, you're sharing a routine with another living creature who has his own preferences and expectations. When my husband and I separated, Leo became this strange little center point in the middle of heartbreak. We almost tossed a coin for who would take him, because we both loved him. That's how loved he was. He wasn't my cat or your cat. He was ours. But reality was reality. My ex is from California and was heading back there, and we had to decide what was best for Leo, not what was best for us in that moment. In the end, we agreed that Melbourne's climate was better for the funny. He was a cold climate cat, built for chillier air, and California heat didn't feel right for him. My ex, to his credit, offered to pay for half of Leo's travel expenses to Australia. That was a huge relief because moving an animal safely isn't cheap. In return, I promised to keep him updated on Leo's escapades. Which is both sweet and funny, because what does updating someone on a cat even look like? But it became a real thing. FaceTime with a cat, basically. Videos of him doing something dumb. Messages like, "He's being funny again." It was our shared thread of affection that survived the split. Leo settled in remarkably well after the move, which surprised me because I'd worried about him. Cats can be sensitive. Older cats especially. But he adapted quickly, like he decided, alright, new place, new kingdom, where's my chair? He found his spots. He claimed the furniture. He returned to his routines like he'd always been here. It felt like a small miracle, honestly, because so much was changing around me at the time and I needed something stable. Leo gave me that. He didn't fix my life, but he anchored it. He made the days have shape. Earlier this year, I started noticing signs that he was getting old. It wasn't dramatic at first. Just subtle shifts, the way he moved, the way he played, the way he slept longer. Then the weight loss started, and it started quickly. You can tell when a big cat loses weight because suddenly their size doesn't look powerful anymore, it looks fragile. Their fur is still there, but the body underneath changes. The vet warned me that the end could be soon. And I nodded like I understood, but inside I had this heavy sinking feeling because I already suspected it. You can feel it sometimes, even before you have proof that a chapter is closing. Even though his rough play had become more subdued, he was still happy for a while. Still active. Still interested in being near me. Still himself. And that's what makes the decline so cruel, because it's not like they disappear all at once. They are there, and then they are less there, and your mind keeps trying to hold on to the version you know. Last Thursday he was sleeping more. Friday he slept even more, and he ate less. When a cat stops eating properly, it hits you in the gut. It's not just a sign, it's a statement. I knew it was time. I made an appointment for Monday morning. Part of me wanted the weekend with him. I told myself I wanted one last weekend together. And now, looking back, I feel sick about it because I wonder if I should have taken him in on Friday instead. I keep replaying it, thinking, "You should have done it sooner. You shouldn't have waited. You should have spared him that last stretch." But at the time, I wasn't trying to be cruel. I was trying to give him comfort and familiarity. I wanted to be with him. I wanted to have time to say goodbye properly. I wasn't prepared for how fast things would shift. Usually Leo slept in his bed in the lounge room or on a chair. Over that weekend, I moved his bed, him in it, onto my bed so he could be close and so I could check on him through the night. I didn't want him alone in the lounge room if he was fading. I wanted him where I could reach out and touch him, where I could hear his breathing, where I could know immediately if something changed. At about 12:30 a.m. Monday morning, he started meowing and moaning. It woke me up instantly because it didn't sound like normal Leo. It lasted about a minute, and then he seemed to settle again, going into this shallow breathing sleep. His paws and ears felt cold, which scared me because it felt like his body was already beginning to withdraw. I got up and turned the heater on, moved him in his bed beside it, put a blanket over him. I was trying to create warmth, comfort, a safe little cocoon. I called my ex, because he'd wanted to be kept in the loop. That call lasted about an hour, and through that whole hour Leo didn't really change. The nearest emergency vet was about 40 minutes away. I thought about taking him there, but I was afraid that if I moved him, I'd wake him, and waking him might mean pain. It's such a horrible choice to make in the middle of the night. Do you move them to try and help, or do you keep them still because stillness looks like peace? I didn't want his final hours to be filled with panic and motion and car rides. So I stayed up with him. I sat near him and talked to him softly and patted him. I told him he was a good boy. I told him he was loved. I told him it was okay. And hours passed like that. No big change, just the slow ticking of time and the sound of the heater and the weight of dread sitting in my chest. Then, around 3 a.m. I heard, mentally, one of my guardians speak. Not the tweed one. The other one. And the message was simple. Let him go. That hit me hard, because it made me wonder if I was holding Leo here by sheer will. Not in some dramatic supernatural way, but in the emotional way humans do, where we cling so tightly that we can't even relax our grip in our own minds. I wondered if by staying awake with him, hovering, constantly checking, constantly touching, I was keeping him anchored to me when maybe he needed to drift. The idea that my love could accidentally prolong suffering made me feel sick. But he was asleep. He seemed quiet. So I stayed up longer anyway, because I couldn't bear leaving him. At 5:30 there was still no change, and I was exhausted. I went back to bed to get a few hours of sleep, leaving Leo by the heater with a lamp on. I didn't like doing it. I hated it. It felt like walking away from someone at the exact moment they might leave forever. But I also couldn't stay awake indefinitely, and part of me kept thinking about that message, let him go. Then at around 6:10 a.m., I woke up to Leo meowing so loudly it didn't feel real. It was insanely loud. It sounded like pain. It sounded like distress. It sounded like his voice was projecting in a way I genuinely didn't know cats could do. It startled me so badly I jumped up, heart pounding, and for a moment I thought he was wandering the house screaming. It sounded like it was behind me, over there, next to me, like it was coming from everywhere at once. It was so disorienting it felt like a bad dream, that weird dream logic where sound doesn't match location. I ran around calling him, looking here and there, trying to find him, and then I realized, he was exactly where I'd left him. He was in his bed by the heater, blanket on, not moving around at all. The sound was coming from him, but it didn't feel like it should be possible, like his body looked too still for the volume of that cry. When I got to him, he quietened down. Almost instantly. I patted him and told him it was okay, and I told him to go towards the light. I don't know why I said that in that moment, it just came out. It was like the part of me that believes in something beyond the body took over and started speaking the language of goodbye. After a minute or so, he took one big gasp, or maybe it was a long release of air, and it frightened me so much I stood up and stepped back automatically. But I kept talking to him, trying to keep my voice steady and gentle, trying not to sound like I was panicking even though inside I was shaking. And then something happened that I still can't neatly fit into any explanation. I was looking down at Leo in his bed, and suddenly it looked like something white was covering him. The best way I can describe it is like white crinkled crepe paper, or ruffled white tulle, the kind of airy fabric that looks soft and layered. It also had a smoky quality to it, like mist but not exactly mist. It wasn't a beam of light. It wasn't a bright flash. It was more like a thin veil that appeared over him and the bed. It didn't seem to move much. It was just there, draped over him in a way that made no practical sense. I could still see Leo beneath it, but he looked paler than usual, like even his fur had lightened. My first thought was that I was hallucinating from exhaustion, grief, and lack of sleep. That's what your brain does when you're overloaded. It tries to make you doubt yourself, because doubting feels safer than accepting something strange. So I looked away. I forced my eyes onto the floor, the wall, anything solid and normal. I blinked hard. I told myself, "You're tired, you're emotional, don't do this." But when I looked back, it was still there, covering him. I stared at it for what felt like 5 or 10 seconds, maybe longer. Time went weird. And then it faded. Not like someone yanked it away, but like it dissolved, thinning out until it was gone. I knelt down again. Leo was gone. I stayed there talking to him anyway, because part of me couldn't accept it instantly, and part of me hoped that maybe, in some way I don't understand, he could still hear. I told him he was loved. I told him he was brave. I told him he could rest now. Then I went back to bed, and of course I couldn't really sleep, because how do you sleep when the house has just changed shape? After a few hours, I cancelled the vet appointment and called my ex. We cried. We talked about Leo, about how funny he was, about the chair, the rugs, the daily harness routine. I told him about the white veil and the guardian message. I made a joke about it being ectoplasm because that guardian has this Victorian gentleman energy in my mind, and humor was the only way I could breathe for a moment without breaking. But underneath the joke was a real question. What was that white stuff? Why did it appear right then? Was it my mind trying to give me a visual sign so I could cope? Was it something spiritual? Was it just sleep-deprived grief making patterns out of shadows? I've grown up with animals, including cats, and we always somehow knew when it was time to say goodbye. But Leo was my first pet as an adult. The first animal that was fully mine, fully my responsibility, fully my daily life. And I can't shake the feeling that I missed the mark at the very end. Not in the sense that I didn't love him, I loved him fiercely, but in the sense that I wonder if I should have acted sooner. I wonder if I made him hold on longer than he needed. I wonder if I failed him in those final hours when he needed me to make the hardest, kindest call. At the same time, when I forced myself to be fair, I know what I did was human. I stayed with him. I kept him warm. I spoke to him. I didn't leave him alone. I gave him a weekend of closeness and familiarity. I tried to protect him from stress and fear. And that counts. It matters. Love doesn't look perfect in the moment. Love looks like doing your best while your heart is breaking. Later that day, I buried him in the yard. I put flowers from the garden on his grave. The act felt heavy and unreal, like I was performing a ritual from someone else's life, not mine. But I wanted him close. I wanted him in a place that had been his kingdom, where the air smelled familiar, where the ground held the memory of his paws. The hardest part, weirdly, is the routine. Grief isn't only sadness. It's also habit. It's waking up and forgetting for a split second. It's reaching for something that isn't there. It's hearing silence where there used to be a sound. Leo and I had a morning routine. We'd get up at Sparrow's Fart to go out the back with the harness for an hour before work. It's only been a couple of days and I'm still waking up at that stupid early hour, like my body hasn't accepted the change yet. The day after he passed, maybe it was a dream, I can't be sure. I woke up around 5, harness time, and for a second I thought, alright mate, let's go. Then I remembered I didn't need to get up. And then I heard him meow. That exact timing, that familiar sound, like he always did at that hour. Maybe it was a dream. Maybe it was my brain playing back a memory because it didn't know what else to do. Maybe it was him saying goodbye in the only way he could. I don't know. But it felt real in the moment, and it felt oddly comforting, like a soft tap on the shoulder from the universe saying, "Hey, he's alright, and you're alright too." As for the white veil I saw, I can't tell you definitively what it was. I can only tell you what it felt like to me. It didn't feel scary. It didn't feel threatening. It felt like a covering, a transition, a gentle kind of closing. Like something was wrapping him up for the next part of the journey, the way you tuck a child into bed. It looked like a soft layer between worlds. And even though my logical brain wants to fight that description, my emotional brain keeps returning to it because it matches the mood of that moment. If it was exhaustion, it was a very specific exhaustion, and it happened at a very specific time. If it was grief giving me a symbol. If it was something spiritual, then maybe it was exactly what your Victorian guardian would call it with a straight face, some sort of passing mist, a sign, a presence, whatever language you prefer. But no matter what it was, the love underneath it is the real story. Leo was loved. He was safe in the end. He wasn't alone. He was warm. He heard your voice. He was patted by the person he trusted. And if there's one thing I wish you could let sink in gently, it's this: you didn't fail him. You were there. You did what you could with the information and strength you had in the moment. That last loud meow wasn't you failing him. It was him calling out as his body changed state, and you answered him. You went to him. You soothed him. That matters more than getting the timing perfect. And Leo's story, the real story, isn't only those final hours. It's years of him becoming himself again after a rough beginning. It's tennis balls and ribbons and rugs and swivel chair rides. It's harness walks like he was some kind of dignified, enormous cat dog. It's you and your ex both loving him enough to choose what was best for him. It's the way he adapted and made a home wherever he landed. It's the way he turned a house into a place with laughter in it. So if you want my honest, forum style, guess about the white stuff, in plain words, keeping it grounded but open-minded, it's this: it could have been a sleep-deprived visual distortion. Or it could have been your mind perceiving something it doesn't normally notice, right at the moment life left the body. Either way, it showed up as something soft, white, and brief, and it coincided with a goodbye. That's not a dark sign. That's not a horror story. That feels like transition. That feels like release. And that message you heard, let him go. Whether you take it as inner wisdom or a guardian voice, it wasn't telling you to abandon him. It was telling you that love sometimes means allowing the leaving. You did allow it, even though it hurt. You let him go, and you stayed kind while it happened. That's about as right as anyone can do in that moment. I think I finally understand something that has bothered me on and off for almost 30 years. And the more I think about it, the more it feels like one of those moments where your stomach drops because the answer is both interesting and awful at the same time. When I was about 10 years old, my Auntie F gave me a few little gifts for Christmas. She was my maternal uncle's wife, and she was always into drama, theater, costumes, and anything that looked a bit glamorous. Even when I was little, she had that energy. She loved attention, loved telling stories, loved making an entrance, and she also loved anything that looked special. When I was growing up, she would sometimes give me old costume jewelry, the kind of sparkly stuff she used for outfits and performances. As a kid, I thought that was the coolest thing in the world. I didn't care whether anything was real or expensive. If it shined, if it looked like something a singer would wear, I was obsessed. That Christmas she gave me a basket with a bottle of perfume and a couple of long pearl necklaces. They were fake pearls, the lightweight kind, but they looked amazing to me. One necklace was white and the other one was black. They were a pair, like they were meant to be worn together or swapped depending on what you were wearing. They were the same length, the same shape, the same plastic bead style, and the same kind of pearly paint finish. The only difference was the color underneath. Even holding them in my hands, you could tell they were the same type. Same feel, same weight, same thread inside, same little clasp. It felt like a matching set, like a costume set. I loved them instantly. I wore them that day like I'd been given something priceless. I remember looking in the mirror and feeling like I'd been promoted to a higher level of being. I was the kind of kid who would fully commit to dressing up, and those pearls were like an official accessory that made the outfit feel real. I used to dress up like Madonna when I was a kid. I don't even mean sort of like Madonna. I mean I worshipped her. Any excuse, any family event, any moment where I could turn a normal day into a dramatic performance in my own head, I would do it. Those pearls became part of that. I wore them around the house. I wore them to gatherings. I wore them to family events because I thought I looked cool and grown up. I would put them on and feel like I could walk into a room and own it, even if I was still a kid who had to ask permission to get a snack. So those pearls were not some random thing. They were part of my identity for a while. They were a symbol of that age for me. I know it sounds silly, but when you are that young, a necklace can feel like armor. It can feel like a costume that makes you brave and interesting. Years passed. I got older. I stopped dressing like Madonna because life moved on, and I wasn't a kid playing dress up anymore. But I didn't throw those necklaces away. I kept them. They ended up hanging on my dressing table mirror with other necklaces, just as decoration. I liked the way jewelry looked draped over the mirror. It made the room feel more me. It made it feel like I had style, even if I was still just a teenager trying to work out who I was. Then one day, when I was about 16, I got a phone call that still feels weird when I think about it. It was my Auntie F calling the house landline. This was the mid-90s, so it was the usual thing where someone calls, your parents answer, and then you hear your name being yelled down the hall. It's for you. It already felt unusual because my auntie didn't ring me like that. Not for no reason. If she was calling the house, it usually meant she wanted something or she was about to cause some drama. And sure enough, it wasn't a normal friendly call where she asks how school is going or what I'd been doing. She got straight into it. She asked me about the black pearl necklace she gave me that Christmas. She asked if I remembered it, if I still had it. She said she didn't mean to give it to me. She said it was a mistake. She said she wanted it back. I remember being confused because in my mind those pearls were a set. They weren't one special necklace. They were the pair I wore together, or sometimes separately. They were both part of the same gift basket. So I said something like, I remember the pearls in the perfume, but the pearls are white, not black. I wasn't trying to be difficult. I was genuinely trying to make sense of what she meant. She kept insisting that she gave me black pearls. She kept talking fast, like she was trying to push through the conversation quickly before I asked too many questions. She asked again if I still had them. She asked me to give them back. She didn't really explain why. She didn't answer properly when I asked why she suddenly cared. She just kept repeating the idea that it was a mistake, and she wanted them returned. I told her I'd give them back, because at that point, I didn't wear them anymore and I didn't care about keeping them. If she had a good reason, fine. I wasn't trying to steal a fake pearl necklace from a grown woman. But the more she talked, the more I got that feeling that something was off. She wasn't saying, "Oh, those were your grandmother's," or "Those were special to me," or "I made a mistake and I'm embarrassed." It was more like she was panicking and trying to get me to admit I had something valuable. I said again that I remembered the pearls as being fake and that one was black and one was white. Then she started acting like she only cared about the black one. That's what stuck with me. Not the set, not the gift, just the black pearls. And I remember asking, half joking but also half suspicious, "Do pearls even come in black?" Because I knew what real black pearls were. I wasn't an expert, but I'd learned bits and pieces from my grandmother. My grandmother had a side hustle in antiques through her florist shop. She wasn't someone who just sold flowers and that was it. She had this whole other world going on with old things, jewelry, curios, and she knew what was valuable and what wasn't. So I wasn't totally clueless. When I asked that, my auntie went quiet for a moment. Not a normal quiet. Not thinking. It felt like she'd been caught out. Then she just brushed past it and kept pushing her point. She wanted the black pearls. She wanted them back. She was acting like it was urgent. After that call, I remember feeling annoyed. Auntie F had a way of making everything about her. She could be generous and charming when it suited her, but she could also flip and act entitled, like she had the right to take back a gift because she suddenly decided she wanted it. Even as a teenager, I could feel that manipulation. The call made me feel like she was trying to play me, and I didn't like it. I didn't say anything dramatic to her on the phone. I just ended it with something polite like, "Okay, yeah, I'll find them." But after I hung up, I stewed. I got that teenage stubbornness where your pride kicks in and you feel insulted, like someone thinks you're stupid. A day or so later, I took the black plastic pearl necklace off my mirror and decided to put it away in a jeweler box. I did it partly because I didn't want drama if my auntie and uncle came over and saw it hanging there. My mirror was visible from the bedroom door, and I had this image of my auntie walking past, spotting it, and making a big deal in front of everyone. I didn't want a scene. I also didn't want to give her the satisfaction of thinking she could just demand something and I'd jump. So I opened my jewelry box to put the black plastic pearls inside. And that is when the weird part happened. Inside my jewelry box, sitting there like it belonged, was a pearl necklace that I had never seen before in my life. Not plastic. Not costume. A real-looking pearl necklace. White pearls. The kind that look delicate and old. The kind you don't throw around. The string looked fragile. The pearls didn't look like the perfect identical plastic beads you get in cheap jewelry. They looked like they had tiny differences, like real pearls do. It didn't look like something from a costume basket. It looked like something someone's mother or grandmother would own. I stood there staring at it like my brain had stopped working. At first my mind tried to solve it quickly, because that's what brains do when something doesn't fit. My first thought was that it must have been my mum's. Because I borrowed my mum's jewelry sometimes. If I was going somewhere and wanted to look a bit nicer, I'd borrow her earrings or a necklace. So it made sense that something of hers could be in my jewelry box. But I didn't remember borrowing a pearl necklace. And I didn't even know my mum had one. So I went and asked her. I remember thinking she'd say, "Oh yeah, I put it there," and it would be solved. But she didn't. She looked confused. She told me she didn't own a pearl necklace. She said she'd never had one. She wasn't the type to forget something like that either. It wasn't like she had mountains of jewelry. If she owned pearls, she would know. So then I thought, maybe it was a friend's. Maybe someone came over, took off jewelry, left it behind, and I absent-mindedly put it in my box. But when I asked, no one claimed it. None of my friends had pearls. None of my friends' moms had given them pearls to wear around as teenagers. It didn't match my world. The only person I knew who had real pearls was my grandmother. But I didn't borrow her jewelry. I never did. She was careful with her things, and I was careful around her things. It just wasn't part of our dynamic. And even if she had wanted to give me pearls, she would have done it openly. She wouldn't have snuck them into my jewelry box like a fairy. Still, I asked her. The next time I saw my grandmother, I brought it up. I asked her if she had put it there. She said no. And then she said something that has stayed with me ever since. She said something like, "I think it's best not to question these things." Not in a joking way. Not in a dramatic, spooky way. In a calm, matter-of-fact way, like she was telling me not to poke at something that might poke back. That was her style. She wasn't someone who screamed, "Ghost," at every noise. But she also wasn't naive about strange things. She had her own quiet beliefs and her own quiet boundaries. For a few weeks after that, I was obsessed with working it out. I would open my jewelry box and stare at the pearls. I'd touch them carefully. I'd think about who could have put them there. I'd go through the possible explanations again and again. Then I got distracted by life, like teenagers do, and the mystery got pushed to the back of my mind. I kept the necklace. I never wore it. The string looked too fragile and I didn't want to break it. But I kept it. It became one of those weird little mysteries you carry around without thinking about every day. Years turned into decades. The pearls stayed with my other jewelry. They were always there, quietly sitting in the background, like a question mark I didn't have the energy to answer. Then today, almost 30 years later, something clicked into place so suddenly that it made me feel sick. It started with a memory of a conversation from a long time ago, maybe about 20 years ago. I was in my early 20s. It was late, probably Christmas night, or some late family gathering where everyone was tired and a bit loose and talking too much. I remember sitting there while my stepmom was talking about her mother, V, who had passed away years before. My stepmom was talking to a group at the table. Not a private whisper. A full story told to everyone listening. She talked about her mother, and then she talked about her sister-in-law, another woman with that same grasping, entitled personality. The kind of person who shows up early when someone dies and starts taking things like it's a shopping trip, not a death. There was no will, from what I remember. And after V passed away, this sister-in-law apparently went in and took anything she could get her hands on. Books, clothes, plants, jewelry, whatever. She piled it into her car before anyone could stop her. It was ugly. It was selfish. It was the kind of thing that leaves scars in a family because it isn't just about objects, it's about respect and grief and trust. And the main thing my stepmom talked about, the thing that still hurt her, was a pearl necklace. She said her mum had a pearl necklace, and it was the one thing she wanted. Not because she was greedy, but because it was sentimental. Because everyone knew it mattered. Because everyone expected that she should have it. Because it felt like it belonged with her. But the sister-in-law took it, and she refused to give it back. Even years later, my stepmom still carried that hurt. It wasn't just a necklace. It was the feeling of being robbed while grieving. It was the feeling of someone taking something precious and then acting like they had the right. At the time, when I first heard that story, it didn't connect to my own weird pearls. It was just another family drama story. But today, for some reason, my brain dragged it back up and held it right next to my old memory of the real pearl necklace appearing in my jewelry box. And suddenly the dates and the people and the weird phone calls started to line up in a way that made me feel like I'd swallowed ice. Because here's what hit me. What if those mystery pearls in my jewelry box were these pearls? What if I have had my stepmom's mother's pearl necklace for all these years? The more I sat with it, the more the timing started to make a horrible kind of sense. V passed away not long before that mid-90s period when my Auntie F rang me about black pearls. My stepmom's story about her sister-in-law stealing the pearls would have happened around that same general time frame. If those pearls were stolen and floating around in the family through that woman's hands, it's not impossible that someone like Auntie F could have seen them, heard about them, or even owned them for a time. The way she rang me, insisting she gave me black pearls and wanting them back so urgently, started to feel less random. It felt like she had pearls on the brain. Like she'd heard something about pearls being valuable, or pearls being connected to someone's estate, or pearls being black and rare. It felt like she might have been digging around in her memory for where she'd sent what, or who might have ended up with what. It felt like she was chasing something, not just reminiscing about a Christmas gift. And then, the creepiest part of all is V herself. V, my stepmom's mom, was known for being strange in one specific way. She was psychic when it came to phone calls. That's how my stepmom described it, and it always sounded freaky but kind of cool. V would pick up the phone and say, "Hello, Steve," or "Hello, whoever," even if that person hadn't called in years. Like she knew. Like she felt it. So now my brain is spinning this awful, fascinating possibility. What if V somehow heard that phone call I had with Auntie F? What if she knew someone was chasing pearls? What if she knew there was a mess with jewelry and someone being selfish? What if she wanted the pearls to go where they were meant to go? And what if, in some weird way, the pearls ended up with me because I was the only person in the family who would keep them safe without even trying? Because I didn't sell them, I didn't wear them, I didn't show them off, I didn't throw them away. I just kept them. That thought sounds ridiculous when you say it out loud. But when you've lived long enough and had enough strange moments in your life, sometimes, ridiculous is not the same thing as impossible. Now I'm stuck in what feels like a moral trap. Because if these pearls are these pearls, then my stepmom should have them. Full stop. If she has carried that hurt for decades, and if these are the necklace she lost, then the right thing would be to return them. It feels cruel to keep them once you suspect what they might be. It feels like keeping someone's grief locked in a box. But at the same time, my stepmom is the biggest non-believer alive. She is not someone you can sit down with and say, "Hey, something weird happened and I think your mom did it." If I walk up to her and say, "I found a pearl necklace in my jewelry box one day and I don't know how it got there," she will look at me like I'm either lying or I'm losing it. Even if she believes me on a human level, the question becomes, where did it really come from? Who put it there? Why? And if I can't answer that, it's going to sound like nonsense. Also, if I bring it up and I'm wrong, I've just stirred up an old wound for nothing. I've reopened something painful and then I'm standing there going, "Sorry, maybe not," which is awful too. And then there's the other uncomfortable possibility. What if the pearls came from somewhere else entirely? And my brain is just trying to force a story to make it feel meaningful. What if it's coincidence? What if they're not these pearls? What if they're imitation? What if they're real but belong to someone else in the family line? What if my Auntie F's sudden obsession was about something totally different? What if I've connected dots that were never meant to connect? But the timing, the way they appeared, the way my grandmother reacted, the way my stepmom still feels hurt, the way V was known for phone weirdness. It all sits together in my head like puzzle pieces that finally fit, even though I don't want them to. I've been sitting with this for hours and I keep bouncing between two feelings. One feeling is that I should do nothing. That it's safer to leave it as a quiet mystery. That maybe the pearls were placed with me for a reason, and maybe the reason wasn't to hand them back. Maybe V wanted them out of the thief's hands, and I was simply the safe place. Maybe it was never meant to be dragged into the light with all the family mess and questioning. Maybe it was meant to stay as a strange little piece of protection and closure, even if I don't fully understand it. The other feeling is that if V really wanted her daughter to have those pearls, then I'm failing at the final step by keeping them. If I've had them all this time and the whole point was to return them, then I'm the one blocking the story from ending. Even if it happened in a weird way, the ending could still be simple. Give her the pearls. Let her decide what they mean. Let her have something she deserved all along. But how do you do that without turning it into a circus? How do you hand someone something like that and not sound like you're trying to create a spooky story, or make yourself sound special, or accuse someone else of stealing, or reopen old fights? And then there's the part of me that keeps thinking, why didn't V put the pearls in my stepmom's jewelry box instead of mine? Why would they show up in my room, in my box, among my teenage nonsense jewelry and plastic pearls? That part makes me feel guilty, like I'm making myself the center of something that isn't about me. Maybe there's a practical reason, like my stepmom would have dismissed it if something just appeared in her things. She might have thought she misplaced it, or she might not have noticed it properly. She might have assumed it was costume jewelry, or she might have thrown it in a drawer and forgotten. Maybe putting it with me was the only way it would survive intact and not be ignored. My stepmom also has a habit of leaving things in silly places, and she's not sentimental about objects in the way some people are. She is sentimental, but she doesn't always show it through items. Maybe V knew she needed a different route. Maybe V knew I would pay attention. Maybe she knew I would keep it safe. Or maybe I'm overthinking and the truth is simpler, like it always is. Maybe someone in the family put them there and never admitted it. Maybe my mum found them somewhere and slipped them in my box thinking they were mine. Maybe someone thought it would be safer with me. Maybe it was a weird attempt to hide them from someone else. Families do odd things when there's conflict. But that still leads me to the same question, what do I do now? Right now it's the middle of the night, and I can't stop thinking about it. I keep imagining my stepmom telling that story at the table, her voice tight and angry and sad, her carrying that bitterness even after all this time. I keep imagining V, the kind of woman who could pick up a phone and name the caller, listening in on my silly teenage conversation with Auntie F about black pearls, and somehow deciding, enough. This has gone on long enough. And I also keep imagining the thief, the sister-in-law who took everything. If these pearls really are V's pearls, then it's almost funny in a dark way that they didn't stay with the person who stole them. Like the universe didn't allow it. Like they slipped out of her grasp. Like something refused to let her keep them. That's satisfying to think about, but it doesn't solve my actual dilemma. If I'm being honest, I think the part that scares me most isn't even the "how did they appear?" part. It's the idea of taking something that has been quiet for decades and dragging it into the messy daylight of family history. Because families don't just accept answers. They ask more questions. They argue. They remember. They accuse. They defend themselves. They twist things. And suddenly you've created 10 new problems just by trying to fix one. But the other part of me feels like I already have the problem, whether I admit it or not. Because the moment I suspected these pearls might be V's, it stopped being a harmless mystery. It became a responsibility. So here I am, stuck between staying silent and doing the right thing, even if the right thing feels complicated. The only thing I know for sure is that I can't unknow what I just worked out. I can't go back to the old version of the story where the pearls were just a weird necklace that appeared and I shrugged and moved on. Now there's a possible owner, a possible meaning, and a real person who has lived with loss over it. And I keep thinking, if I do nothing, will I still be thinking about this 10 years from now? Will it sit in my jewelry box like a weight? Will I keep hearing my stepmom's voice telling that story? Will it feel like I kept something that wasn't mine, even if it arrived in a way I can't explain? I don't know. But I do know this: bloody ghosts, bloody family drama, and bloody jewelry that decides to turn your life into a moral puzzle at 1:45 in the morning. Since I moved back to Australia, I've had this one stubborn dream in the back of my mind. I wanted to live in my childhood hometown again. I know it sounds sentimental and maybe even a bit ridiculous, especially when you look at the housing market, but that's who I am. Some people move on and don't look back. I'm not built that way. I get attached to places. I hold memories like they're physical objects. I walk down a street and I can remember exactly how the light looked when I was a kid, or what the air smelled like after a hot day, or how it felt to ride a bike down the hill. I wanted that again. I wanted to feel like I'd come full circle. The problem is, the area that used to feel normal and familiar now feels posh and expensive. It's the kind of suburb where you can almost hear the word prestige hovering in the air like perfume. And I'm renting, not buying, so I don't have the kind of money that makes dreams easy. Still, I kept trying to make it happen. I kept telling myself that if I just worked hard enough, sacrificed enough, stayed determined enough, I could squeeze myself into the place that still felt like home, in my bones. It ended up being a much longer process than I planned. Originally, I didn't renew the lease on my current place because my plan was to secure a rental and move around April or May. I thought I was being organized and practical. I thought I had time. I thought I could do it slowly and sensibly, without rushing and without panic. Then the landlord decided to sell my current home. That one decision shoved everything forward and turned my careful plan into a scramble. And the worst part is, this isn't the kind of time where you can scramble and expect it to work out. There's a rental crisis in Australia right now, and pretending otherwise would be a lie. The whole thing is brutal. Inspections packed with people. Rent going up. Applications disappearing into the void. Properties getting snapped up before you even get a proper chance. You can do everything right and still lose because someone else offered more, or paid months in advance, or had a better reference, or simply got chosen for reasons you'll never know. I was stressed. Properly stressed. Not just, I'm busy. Stressed. but the kind of stress where your body doesn't switch off even when you're sitting still. The kind where you wake up tired. The kind where your shoulders feel like they've been creeping up around your ears. I was doing the work, making the calls, writing the applications, running to inspections, trying to keep myself presentable and polite while internally thinking, I cannot end up without a place. I cannot end up without a place. Against the odds, I did it. I still can't quite believe I did it. I can say it out loud, but it still feels like it belongs to someone else, like it happened to another version of me. It took exhaustive hard work. It took stress. It took sacrifices. It took pushing myself past what I thought my limit was. There were moments I wanted to give up and just settle somewhere else, anywhere else, because at least it would be easier. But I didn't. I kept going. And yes, now that it's done, my body is acting like it wants to sleep for a year. Not a nap. A whole year. That's how drained I feel. Moving mountains sounds heroic until you actually have to do it, and then you realize it mostly just sucks. But I also believe it's worth it. I think I'm going to be happy there, once all the chaos settles. I signed the lease on the new place on Tuesday and picked up the keys the next day. The small mercy in all of this is that I'm paid up on my current home until April, so I can move at my own pace. That one thing has been keeping me from completely losing my mind. I don't have to be out overnight. I can do it step by step. I can take a breath. On Thursday I went to the new place for the first real working visit. Not just a quick look, but a proper walkthrough where you start planning your life in the space. I needed to figure out where everything would go. I wanted to see where the PowerPoints were, because that matters more than people think. You don't realize how much your life revolves around PowerPoints until you're standing in an empty room thinking, okay, where does the fridge go? Where does the TV go? Where does the lamp go? Where will I charge my phone? Where will I put the router? What will I trip over in the dark? I also wanted to tend to the garden. The garden is one of the main reasons I fell in love with the place. It isn't just nice. It's sublime. Someone has put real love into it, real effort, real care. And we just had a heat spell here over a long weekend last weekend, the kind of random heat that can scorch things if you're not watching. I didn't want the garden to cop it. I wanted to protect it from heat waves and neglect and bad timing. While I was inside on that Thursday, there was this banging sound. At first I assumed it was a neighbor. You know how it is in older areas. People always doing something. Hammering. Renovating. Moving furniture. Fixing fences. I didn't even look up. I was so focused on PowerPoints and furniture placement, and trying to map out my future in my head, that I just mentally filed the sound away as not my problem. But the banging kept going. Even then, I didn't really investigate it. I think part of me was running on pure task mode. When I'm focused, it takes a lot to pull my attention away. My brain goes into this narrow tunnel and everything else becomes background noise unless it's impossible to ignore. I went into the garden at some point, and I don't remember hearing banging out there. That's all I can really say about that first day. It's not that the banging stopped, it's more that I don't know if I would have heard it from outside. I wasn't familiar with the way sound traveled in that house yet. I didn't know how the walls carried noise, or whether it echoed in certain rooms, or whether the veranda amplified things. It was all still new. But looking back, with what happened later, I can admit something to myself now. The banging was very obviously inside, not outside. I just didn't click it at the time. Today was Saturday, and I went to the new place again. This time the mission was boring but important, the condition report. For anyone who doesn't rent, a condition report is basically a snapshot of the property's state at the start of your lease. You go through and note every scuff, every mark, every stain, every crack, every odd little flaw, and you take photos so you can prove what was already there when you moved in. It sounds petty, but it protects you later. If you don't document things, you can get blamed for them. I also needed to take measurements and photos for the piano movers. So I had my phone out, my notes out, and I was in full inspection mode. I moved from room to room looking for things I needed to photograph. And then, again, there was banging. This time I actually noticed it properly. It wasn't just a vague something in the distance sound. It was inside the house, in the same building as me, loud enough that it shouldn't have been ignored. I was in one of the bedrooms when it started. Bang, bang, bang. It wasn't constant, it was like repeated impacts, like something being shut or knocked. I was aware of it, but still not giving it my full attention because I was focused on the condition report. I kept telling myself I'd investigate in a minute, and then I'd get distracted by another small mark on the wall, another thing to photograph, another note to add. At one point, because I wanted to let air into the place, I'd left the front wire door open but locked. The house felt stuffy when I arrived, like it had been closed up for days. When the banging started, I had this moment of, what if someone is trying to get in? And I went to check the front wire door. Still locked. Exactly as I left it. That calmed me a bit, so I went back to the inspection. More banging. More ignoring from me, until I finally ended up in the kitchen. I started looking in cupboards, checking shelves, just familiarizing myself with the space. I opened a cupboard and then I realized, with this weird mixture of annoyance and amusement, that the sound was coming from there. Not from the walls. Not from outside. Not from some mystery in the hallway. From cupboards. I tested it without even thinking, just on instinct. I slammed a cupboard door. Yep. Same sound. And I swear I just stood there for a second like, really? Of all the haunted house cliches in the world, kitchen cupboard doors? Come on. If you're going to make your presence known, do better than the most overused trick in the book. I tried to stay logical about it. Old houses shift. Doors don't sit right. Hinges loosen. Air pressure changes. Someone could have left a cupboard slightly open and it swung. All of that is possible. But it wasn't just one soft swing. It was repeated banging, enough that it pulled my attention out of my tunnel vision twice now, on 2 separate days. As I was leaving, there was another moment that caught my attention in a different way. I was in the lounge room and I thought I heard a voice. Not a clear word. Not a sentence. Just a voice sound. Like it was in the room with me. It was almost like a drone, or a sigh, or a yawn, or someone exhaling in a way that isn't quite breath and isn't quite speech either. For a split second I wondered if it was actually me. Like maybe I'd sighed without noticing. You know when you're stressed and you don't realize your body is releasing tension until you hear it? I wondered if it was that. But it felt odd. It felt separate from me. It wasn't loud, but it had presence, like it belonged in the room rather than in my throat. When I first found the listing for this place, one of the photos showed the lounge room with this built-in bar. Like a proper liquor bar. I don't drink, but I still loved it. It looked dope. It had lights. It had shelves hanging from the ceiling. It had a mirror. It had stools bolted to the floor. It looked swanky, like someone had put real love and care into building it and using it. It gave me this vibe of old parties and music and laughter, like the house had hosted life, not just existed. When I saw that listing photo, I jokingly thought, wonder if that bar's haunted. Then I immediately thought, okay, I've been spending too much time reading YGS stories. I can't say the voice came from the bar. I can't honestly say that. But it was in the same room, and my brain did make that connection, whether I wanted it to or not. This house has history. It's old. Built somewhere between the 1920s and 1940s, weatherboard, tin roof. It would have been one of the original homes in the area. It has this retro theme that looks like it was leaned into in the early 2000s, keeping the style of the era rather than modernizing it into something bland. The rooms are all different colors, like someone intentionally created a vintage mood. Dark red, terracotta, green, dark blue. The bathroom is pink. The exterior is cream with dark red and green accents. I remember this house from being a kid, but I couldn't tell you for sure if the exterior paint job is exactly the same. Only that the shape and the cream weatherboard look is familiar, like it's been part of my mental map for years even when I wasn't living nearby. The last people to live there were the landlady and her family. They'd been there since the early 2000s. When I signed the lease, the estate agent talked about the landlady and her family, and the history of the garden. She talked about the pride they had in the house. She mentioned the landlady has some health problems. It felt like an overshare, honestly. Either the agent talks too much, or the landlady wanted that known, like a gentle way of saying, please take care of this place, it matters to me. I don't think it's my place to share details about someone else's health online. But the important part is this. The landlady really loves the home and the garden. This isn't just an investment property for her. It's personal. That makes the Andy thing even more annoying. Because on Saturday, while I was doing the condition report, I noticed Andy scratched on the bathroom wall, right next to the toilet paper holder. I didn't notice it on my first visit after getting the keys. Either I somehow missed it, or it wasn't obvious at the time, or I wasn't looking closely because I hadn't started the condition report yet. And now I'm standing there thinking, please let someone in that family be named Andy, because if ghosts can scribble on walls, I really don't want to be the one blamed for it. I know how silly that sounds, but it genuinely crossed my mind. The idea of moving into a house and then having to explain a scratched name in the bathroom is annoying enough without adding a paranormal twist. Before I left on Saturday, I did a pretty solid cleanse of the place. Not a half-hearted wave of sage while scrolling my phone. A proper, alright, house, we're setting rules. Cleanse. I'm not interested in drama. I'm not interested in fear games. I'm not interested in feeling uneasy in my own home. If there's anything there, I want it calm and respectful, or I want it gone. Simple. And while I was driving away later, I started thinking about my current home, and how when I moved into it, there was this one moment that still sticks with me because it was so fast and so direct. It was my first night there. I was in the bathroom getting ready for bed, standing at the sink with the bathroom door open. Behind me was the hallway. Out of nowhere, a feeling came over me like I was being watched from that hallway, and not in a neutral way. In a really not nice way. Like something was staring in a way that had weight to it, like it wanted me unsettled. At the same time, I got this strong feeling that the power was about to go out, even though the weather was calm and still. And then the power went out. Right then. In that exact moment, I turned around to face whatever I felt was in the hallway, and telepathically, I told it to F off. Calm, but defiant. No panic. No begging. Just, no, you don't get to do this. The mood shifted instantly. The power came back on. The whole thing took maybe 10 seconds. And after that, I never had any issues there again. Massive relief. It felt like whatever it was tested me, I answered, and that was that. But the vibe in the new house doesn't feel like that old one. It doesn't feel ugly. It doesn't feel threatening. It feels present. Like something that notices you. Like something that has habits. Like something that might be curious or even playful. I don't mind living with ghosties, as long as we respect each other. I'm not trying to start a war in a weatherboard house. I just want peace. Another strange moment happened on Saturday too, right as I was leaving. I was standing in the driveway and watching butterflies in the garden. There were quite a few of them, dancing around this huge pine tree out the front. They were those orange and black butterflies you see in different parts of the world. I don't know their name, but they have that classic pattern that's instantly recognizable. I stood there enjoying the shade, watching them move in and out of the dappled light under the canopy, and suddenly I got hit with déjà vu so strong it made me pause. I had dreamt of that exact moment about a year ago. That angle. That front yard. That feeling of standing in that spot. The only difference was that in the dream the weather was overcast and there were no butterflies. Today the sunlight was golden and filtered through the leaves like something out of a nostalgic film. It wasn't scary. It was just weird. Like life briefly lined up with something my brain had stored in advance. Then, after I moved in properly, the story shifted again. I've been here since Monday the 25th. Since moving in, there have been a few bangs here and there, but nothing as major as before. I've also noticed the cupboards in the bathroom make a similar sound to the kitchen, so honestly it's anyone's guess where the banging was coming from earlier. In an older house, cupboard doors can sound like someone knocking if they close sharply, or if they bounce slightly, or if a hinge is loose. It's possible I was hearing the house settle and interpreting it as something else. It's also possible it was just cupboards. On Monday night, the first night, I was in the kitchen and about to go to bed when the power went off. And I swear I just froze for a second because it was so similar to that first night experience at my previous place. Like, really? Again? Is this my moving in ritual now? Get keys, unpack kettle, power outage? There wasn't any ugly feeling involved this time. No sense of being watched. No wave of dread. Just the lights going out. Then the power came back after about 20 seconds. On Tuesday, I had an electrician over to do some safety checks. Routine stuff organized by the estate agent. I mentioned the power outage to him because, obviously, it's not something you ignore in an old house. He asked a few questions and said it was more likely the entire area, not the home. And that actually made sense when I thought about it. When the power came back, I turned the lights off again to see how much street light came in. There was quite a lot of street light coming in that hadn't been there a moment before, which suggests the street lights had gone out too. So it must have been the area. A really weird coincidence, but not necessarily supernatural. Also on Tuesday morning, while I was getting up, I could hear a voice in the room. I think it was male, but I can't be sure. It wasn't loud. It was soft, like someone talking at a normal volume from nearby. The problem is I was half asleep and rushing because I wanted to be ready for the electrician, so I didn't fully stop and listen. I was stumbling around looking for socks, trying to get myself into human mode, and the voice was just there, talking. Quite a bit. I couldn't tell what it was saying. It didn't form into clear words for me, like my brain couldn't latch onto it properly. But it was enough to make me pause and think, am I hearing an actual voice? Or is my sleepy brain playing tricks because everything is new and my nerves are still a bit raw? And then there's the last detail, which I'm still side-eyeing. A letter came for the landlady. On the envelope it said, "To the trustee of landlady's surnamed family." Now, that could mean something completely normal. Legal stuff. Estate planning. Financial matters. Trusts are common. It doesn't have to mean anything ominous. But given everything else I've been noticing, it made me lift an eyebrow. It made me feel like there's history here that I don't know yet, layers I haven't seen. I'm not jumping to conclusions. I'm not trying to turn a normal house into a horror movie. But I can't deny the timing of the little things. The banging that turned out to be cupboards. The odd voice-like sound in the lounge room before I moved in. The soft talking voice I heard while waking up. The power outage on the first night. The déjà vu with the butterflies in the driveway. And now a letter addressed to the trustee, which is the kind of phrase that automatically makes you think of family structure, illness, aging, and the passing of time. Right now I'm in this in-between space where I'm still settling, still learning the noises of the place, still learning the way it feels at night, still learning which creaks belong to the house and which sounds belong to my imagination. And honestly, I'm trying to keep my attitude steady. Not fearful. Not aggressive. Just calm and clear. If there are ghosties here, I can live with that as long as it's respectful. If it's all explainable, great, even better. But I'm paying attention now, because this house has made it pretty clear, right from the start, that it has its own personality.